Today we're paying the power bill.
All right, we got to make this happen. Come on.
It's good all around, baby. Full throttle and bound. Throttle and bound. Throttle and bound. Fat shark, fat shark. Oh my.
Domain expansion minefield.
Claysthetics on the trigger, heart rate in the red. Charging through the fire while the squad's half dead. Hyena dreams, Helldivers screams. Saving the code, rewriting the memes. No pause button, no soft mode.
You're a hero, TV. You can do it. I believe in you. You can do it, TV. Oh, fuck.
He's got the stats burned into his head. The fuck shark.
Clay!
The fuck shark.
What the hell? There's a lot of them. Why are you guys laughing?
Beat the blood out of him and then back into him so we can fuck it out again.
I fought to the death. Didn't die.
Fought to the death. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
3, 2, 1, fire!
He's the spark. Giving in the chaos.
All right, we got him.
From 40K worlds to Helldiver drops. He never slows down. His grind never stops.
Look at all these dissidents. Blast them. They're like clouding.
Bash drops, he breaks them down bugs. He knows about mechanics, he maps the math.
You're getting him. 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 Stop putting pizza on the barbecue, but the top's not good. So I'm like, damn, I'll just flip this shit. Sir, stop resisting. Oh my God, he's got a gun. Hey, come here, drop your AM on this button. Drop freaking it. Surely it's fine.
I survived.
When the fun goes missing, he brings it around. Turn up the volume, break that mark. Claysthetics forever.
Was that good or was that fucking good?
That was pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, I don't want to pick this shit up, man. Bring the box of it. That would feel pretty good.
So what happens if I just click claim reward? You know what to do.
Where are you going?
Got redacted. Telling our Timmy clear too much glaze. I don't sip that. Copium loud where the meds at. Telling already I've been there. Say it's perfect. I don't live there. Too much glaze. I don't sip that.
All right, so that was the technology. All right, now we got hidden. So this build has multiple secret technology.
On the chat. Mars hyping that glaze form. I go live. Chat already arguing. Patch notes drop. Mood start bargaining. Best it's ever been. That was yesterday. Same dudes mad by the end of the day. I like the game. That's why I speak. If I didn't care, I just retweet. Day one praise. Only sponsor tone. Nah, I'm independent. Microphone. Hair hurt bad. I don't fight it. Stream smell like coke. Who light it? Too much glaze, I don't sip that. Copium loud where the meds at. Calling already, I've been there. Bad take talking, we clip that. don't sip that. It just makes sense, yeah, sometimes. Yeah. Chat use it wrong every time. Armory, Discord, Hall of Fame glaze. Biggest shields in the digital maze. Every patch a masterpiece. Even when the servers deceased. Tylenol Timmy like, bro, just relax. I'ma relax, I just rate the facts. Friendly fire turn squad to dust.
Oopsie poopsie poopsie. Very nasty.
Play the situation traumatic. Spawn door open, instant meat load. Whole squad erased before the UI load. Objective gone, morale deleted. Working as intended, chat undefeated. Marketing pitch, first the mission we loaded. Untested my ass, that was fully exploded. Yeah, too much glaze, I don't sip that. Copium now where the meds at. Tylenol already, I've been there. Say it's perfect, I don't live that. Too much glaze, I don't sip that. Soft PR takes, I don't echo. 3 we a molding on the chat. Mom's hyping that glaze, yeah, farm. Shames on the feed like, trust me, bro. Roadmap shining in result. Ghost, scams your money, yeah, chat know why. Premium pitch, bargain being tried. Trailer look clean, live bill curse. Wallet lighter, gameplay worse. Nah, I hate just math, I'm keeping it funny. Name shames, but it scams your money. No glaze, no leash, no script. No free praise, I don't slip. Tylenol stock, don't trip. If it don't make sense, we clip. No glaze, no leash, no script. 3 when mooding on the chat. Chat stays loud, still disciplined. It just makes sense, allegedly. At Claysthetics, use code Claygard for energy. Redacted for democracy.
Yeah. It's a good day. It's a good day to be me, at least. Fuck everybody else.
It's the end of the day.
Now for my favorite part of the show. You have failed.
Tell my wife I was a failure.
Our integrity.
Where's the content?
One of the cool things about design at Arrowhead is, like, I think that this was even
This
said out loud.
podcast
Like,
is really good, by the way.
I don't believe in balance. Balance is stupid.
Best part of the show, baby.
It's the flag, and it's also just the flag. It's not a magic flag.
Look at my lips, you're ruining it. Ruining.
I think one of my biggest
I
fears
forgot about
that gamers think that we make the game for anything but the love for players. Like the reason why
You
we make
don't
video
matter.
games is because we're big gamers. We love video games. We
Name
love
5
the
games.
culture.
Name 5 games. I saw Baskinator post a tweet and named like 40 games nobody's ever heard of, and I was like, well played, Baskinator, well played. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you are all having a fabulous Tuesday. As you can see, I went to see Yusuf today, and he cleaned me up pretty good once again. So W Yusuf, I want to see some big W's for him in chat. I want to see some big W's for Winnie in chat. And I want to see some big W's for Mr. Zolgan in chat. Thank you for the triple gifted, Winnie. Before we even started, your boy went crazy. And then Zolgan came and clocked in a $5. Sometimes when I get the urge to play Helldivers 2, I just punch myself in the penis until I throw up. And it serves the same function. Well, perchance, sir, I might also do that for $5 more dollars. Thank you for the 5, though. Appreciate you, boss. Get some big. I don't see enough W's in the chat. I want to see some where's the content, some big W's, bro. And then we got some 37-month, big 37-month banger from our. That's a long fucking time. Thank you. I like the cut, G. Thank you for the 37 months, Big Ben. I appreciate that quite a bit. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Get some more big W's. Get some more big W's up for your boy. And then we also have a donation from Nick, starting us off crazy style. Like the stream, you degenerate tuds. Oh, yeah, chuds. Like the stream, you fucking chuds. Thank you for the $5, Nick. Get some more W's up for Nick. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it quite a bit, guys. I appreciate it. Clanka says, I got hooked on hard drugs to be able to play Helldivers 2 and still enjoy it. Lobotomies are expensive these days. Thank you guys for showing love. Thank you, thank you, thank Got the hiccups. Thank you for the 5, brother. And thank you guys for the love off rip. So today, first, I'll start off with the songs, because I know some people are like a little bit about the AI voices in the songs. So what happened was I paid like $400, $200 to two different people. Isaac paid like $500 to like two different people. And the people, like, basically these websites, they got these dudes that sing they got these samples and shit. So you pay them, you get a sample back. If you like it, you're like, give me that. I want you to sing the song, bro. And then they sing the song and it sounds nothing like the sample they sent back to you. And you're like, what the fuck happened? It sounds horrible. The ones that we paid for sound horrible. So we got fucking scammed. And that pissed me off for like 6 months. But I was talking to one of the homies, and he said he's down to at least sing one of them. So maybe we could get rid of a little bit of AI. I'd prefer to pay somebody who's actually not going to scam me. But yeah, I know that some artists get really mad about the AI thing, but there's just a lot of artists that scam people out there. So you end up in the position where it's a loop where the real ones kind of get fucked over by all the scammers, and there's a lot of motherfuckers scamming. So, you know, it is what it is. It was cool of Isaac to write those songs up, and I like playing with the starter stream because you guys like him, so it is what it is. It also helps me get ready. Thank you for the 26 months. Looking fresher than the Fresh Prince of Bel. I don't know about that, bro. Will Smith always looking fresh. But thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I appreciate that quite a bit. Thank you for the 26 months. Dude, I'll sing it, and we'll get Delta Greg to do it with me, bro. Scamming is 3x more often among AI users. Yeah, but like I can just we just used it ourselves. You know what I mean? I don't have to pay somebody to use AI. Like, it's easy to use yourself. You know what I mean? You said what else you supposed to... Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what happened was we kept getting scammed. So we were like, fuck this. We just used AI to sling it. I don't know. It is what it is. It's not a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not paying somebody to use AI, bro. Like, what the fuck? You literally just type in and tell AI what to do, and it does whatever you want, bro. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like it's easy as fuck to use. It's kind of crazy. Tylenol, Timmy. We got some Tylenol on the desk. Awooga. Can Delta sing the Boudang part? I perchance think that we could have a community sing-along. I wish she'll look as sharp as the devil himself. Wishes give it a better state. Thanks for being here. Happy motherfucking Tuesday. Happy motherfucking Tuesday to you, bro. Thank you. Obtuse angle, a cute space tea. I would pay for that. Delta would be, yeah, you know what? We'll get something going. We'll get something. Maybe I'll have Odo do a Where's the Content 2.0. You know what I mean? I'm playing it's Noble. Oh, yeah, I know you, bro. You stupid bitch. Good seeing you, bro. Good seeing you. Oh, yeah, guys, by the way, we are going to be doing Fun Slot Friday again this Friday. We are going to be doing, we're just going to be doing Mecha Chameleon probably most of the night. We got something else. There's some other Fun Slot game we might get. I don't know. We might do a little bit more of that Tornado Chasers game, but we could be clocking it Mecha Chameleon. I already saw a couple of gamers, a little Shibu creeping in there, trying to clock it in tonight. No, but seriously, I appreciate everybody that shows up to all those. It's a lot of fun. I'm gonna see who's coming this week. We'll see if Thick's back this week, but we are going to be bringing the Crydiver Safe Space streams back, and we are going to be doing. We're basically going to just be doing streams about, like, I think tomorrow we're going to be doing, like today, what we're going to do is we're going to react to this zoned video of why he hates Helldivers 2. What happened? Apparently this is like, I mean, the video has fucking 750,000 views. It's clearly, I mean, it has 40,000 likes and 2,000 dislikes. It's clearly an amazing video, so we're going to watch that. Buzz Lightyear has another video. Where she blows. Edit Buzz Light. Hey, that's me. Hi, Clay. He has a video of the self-destructive, sad and slow death of Helldivers 2.
Helldivers 2 is...
So we'll probably watch that as well. But first, we're going to start by talking about the Deathstar Drama. Look at Juicy today. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Whatever that means. Whatever that means, I appreciate it. That's very nice of you. Yeah. Also, guys, make sure you like the stream. Make sure you guys like the stream. I want to see some likes on the stream. But yeah, we're gonna clock in. We're gonna be cooking. We got a lot to go over. We haven't really been doing the Ass Menace. Helldivers never die. True. So, if you ladies and gentlemen weren't aware of the situation that was foretold for the ages, there was a vote for the DSS. I wonder if we can bring it up on the Strawman News. Now, I think some of you that haven't been keeping up with this game will probably enjoy this because it is a tidbit of information that made me laugh pretty hard. So, we had to vote to navigate the DSS to the next expected location of the Automaton orbital superweapon. Evaluate your choices and choose accurately. So we had a general idea that it was going to be over here. Involves on the 15 months. I didn't keep up all, but hey, 15 months is huge. 15 months is huge. I hope life's going good for you, bro. I hope things are getting better. Thank you for the 15 months. Get some big W's up for Involves, bro. Thank you. Thank you for the 15 months, brother. Thank you for the 15 months. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that quite a bit, boss. The DSS was promised to us 60 days ago. Just to end this shitty word, start over. Oh, dude, I think it could be so much better. Voter fraud. Yeah, what I wanted to make the stream title on YouTube was Deathstar voter fraud situation is crazy. But then vidIQ said that voter fraud was going to get the stream flagged. So I just did that on Twitch instead. Yeah, let's get sick. Panda, Weinsteinberg, Mr. Joshi, good seeing you, gentlemen. Good seeing you. Life's never been better. Oh, well, this will make your life better. So basically, we had the ability to vote the DSS to multiple places. All right, multiple places. Okay. You could vote it to be showed you. Like, so the bots were basically TLDR for people who have been keeping up. $20 for Power Lines. Here's for our juicy chud. Enjoy a good meal, boss. Thank you for the $20, Mr. Power Lines. I appreciate that quite a bit. Also, Power Lines is a big man, rated me all the time on Twitch. And I miss it all the time because this gets a big W's up from Mr. Power Lines on the $20. Make sure you check him out on Twitch as well. He is a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you for the 20, sir. I appreciate that quite a bit. Always magnificent seeing you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, this is actually better democracy. The ass will be thrown into Super Earth. No. That's never going to happen. Never going to happen. We can hope for something so much more. I'm so glad that Grass loser quit. I like that guy. I liked him a lot. Oh. He'll be back. He'll be back. The thing is, the Claydias disassembled. The Claysthetics lost. There was a galactic war. The Claysthetics lost. And then Arrowhead stopped patching the game altogether. So then the Claydias had nothing to cry about. So the Claydias lost. And now nobody has any content. It's over. It's never been more over than it's over right now. KG'd up, yes, sir. Absolutely. It's never been more over. I heard that Grass could stall the ass. It is what it is, guys. Twitch noties suck. Twitch is ridiculous, bro. I don't even know what's wrong with it. It's never been more over. But this is a situation where I think the game. Look, now I know some people are going to be hosed mad about this. I don't think the game's in that bad of a spot right now. I do think they did some dumb bullshit. The people bot account strike again. You know what's crazy? Thank you for $2, Major. You know what's crazy? Major Glacier, thank you for $2. There's a report. I had this open up on their screen. So PlayStation could be using social media bots to defend its decision to stop making physical game discs. And this isn't the first accusation of bots that Sony has had for like defending their companies, games, changes, jerked around. So for this stream in particular, I'd like people to be aware that it's hyperbolic clickbait. Now, in the sense of the bots have a Death Star and the people who voted the DSS are really fucking dumb. So basically what happened is, if you're unaware, the vote popped. 54% of the people voted. We could have moved the DSS to stop the Death Star. Okay? HG2 bad, yep. It's like Diablo 2, but HG2. Okay? So we could have moved it anywhere to stop the Death Star. Anywhere. Okay? Anywhere. But there was a couple of bait votes on the menu. One of them being Classa. Now, if you don't play this game, because I know some of you don't, the enemy can only attack where there's a red line that meets a blue line. The enemy can't attack a place where there's no red lines. That's not how the game works. Unless it's a surprise ambush. But that hasn't happened in 2 years. So the reason that it's never been more over is I feel like perchance there might have been an anomaly in the warp. I saw some Redditors saying that a YouTuber told people to go vote for the wrong place. but I don't think that they realize that most of the YouTubers that stream the game, I think that it's who is it? Maplewood is probably the most consistently 300 viewer streamer. I think that outside of that, it's like Odo whenever he streams, me, Thick if he ever decides to come back. I think he's just in the shadow realm. I think he went to his sister's and never came back. You know what I'm saying? 2 days to July 20. What's July happened in July 24th? We got another donation from Nick. Give me a second. Annual 364-day vacation. $5 more from Nick explaining the current Arrowhead situation that we haven't even gotten to today. Thank you for the $5 more. So that's $10. Get some big W's, sir. Get some big W's up for Nick. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that, boss. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, so Sweden's on summer vacation, which is why there's been no announcements. It's been 4 weeks since they announced a war bond delay, I think, or something not coming out. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know what's happening with that. Whatever. Anyway, so what happened was we got to finish the topic. One track, one mind, one mindset. DSS gets voted to Classa, okay? At 54%. I think we would have lost the flip anyways, because I think the other vote was 44% Zephyr. I didn't take a picture of it. I'm just going off like what I remember. And then the other ones were you had Pryor and Vishojo. I think Zephyr was a safe bet because the cyborgs were there. The devs probably would have moved the Death Star to Zephyr if we voted it because, yeah. But I don't think anybody expected it to, maybe we'll run a poll. Engage with my audience. Start a poll. Will the DSS enjoyers ever vote it to the correct place? There you go. $5 from Involves, bro. I worked in paving and I don't even get a summer vacation. What the fuck, yo, Sweet? Get back to work. Just joking, OFC. No, fuck that. Can't see. The problem is Canada needs to give us more vacation, Involves. Thank you for the $5. You bring a good point. Get some W's up for Involves, bro. Think about this. If Sweden's got all this vacation, where's mine? I want to feel as loved and cared for by my government as Swedish people. I want my government to walk up to these companies and be like, look, we're already super unproductive. Fuck all that. We're going to be even more unproductive, but everybody's going to be way happier. But fuck yeah, I'm in. I don't care. That sounds great, bro. I'll take the summer off. I don't give a fuck. Yes, it didn't matter. If he voted Zed, Zephy would have got attacked, vice versa. Maybe. But either way, voting at the Classa was a generational run, and I really like that. That was updated as long as they bring disposable blast to the boys. Yeah, we'll talk about the update too, because when I think it's going to happen, theoreticals. We'll also do an update bingo maybe this week. Yeah. No at 90. So we create good times. Good times create weak men make shitty games. The vote for Classic, and I'll say that, bro, that 54% of the people voting into Classic were just like, fuck yeah, we're going to defend this planet with the deal. I was like, all right, bro. There's some times where even I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I hate the DSS. I hate voting into places. I never participate. Nothing ever happens. But sometimes even I'm just sitting there and I'm like, damn. The people are retarded. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck about this shit usually, but I'm like, damn, bro. These motherfuckers got a Death Star and we out here voting the DSS to safety. You know what I mean? I'm like, damn, bro. Like, that's fucking crazy, boss. At least I don't entertain any arguments. They should use 1 to 4 out of 10 game. I think that Helldivers 2 is a really solid, like, I think 4 out of 10 is a fair score. Also, there was another hidden change that a lot of people don't know about. So if you're joining and you don't know about this hidden change, that's interesting. How do I get to this? Planets, perchance? Aquarius sector? Icy glaciers. But thank you guys for telling me the haircut looks nice. I was feeling myself, and then I went and ate 20 chicken wings and some fries loaded full of stuff. Not gonna lie to you. I was feeling myself and I was like, damn, I'm gonna go be fat as hell right after this. Oh yeah, I posted some food. Shrimp, fresh buns, Polish spot, old Polish grandma makes fucking chicken, rice, potatoes. My goodness. I don't know if any of you are from Poland, but they got this red spicy sauce to dip stuff in. I don't know what it's called, but damn, it's good. But this is what I eat today, bro. I got one for my dad, one for me, bro. And he likes the honey garlic wings more. I like lemon pepper, but we went 50-50. We just split it. But, you know, but anyway, so I had half the honey garlic, I had half the lemon pepper. But these fries, Also, the woman who served me these, or what a magnificent, she was so nice. Big ass smile, brightened my day up. Not gonna lie to you, she was great. It's Dickums! Show my pickle pizza! Oh, I wish I could show your beautiful face, King. What a pleasure it is seeing you here, boss. Love you, brother. You coming back anytime soon? We're bringing back the Crydiver safe space. So Thickums went out. As you can see, this is Thickums, the gay boy. You know, it is what it is. It's Hot King Summer after all, and you can be whatever hot king that you want. But he got a pickle pizza in the building. We're gonna walk the bone. Everybody get some W's for Thickums. Thank you, sir. Good seeing you, boss. I don't know why you get that, bro. I don't know why you get that, bro. Oh, garden update. Garden looking good. I was sweating on it. Them's all the garlics. We just picked them. They're huge, bro. One of them was 8. One of these, the average is 6 inches around. One of them was 9.5 inches around, and that's a huge fucking garlic, bro. That's a huge garlic. What up, Arana? What up? Damn, that close it makes it looks extra fire. Honestly, I'd eat that pickle pizza, bro. And then that's my Latucci. You guys like Latucci? I'm all about the Latucci fresh from the garden. Apparently Taco Bell makes you blow your ass out if you eat their Latucci, but I like it like this. Where's Thick? He in chat, bro. You can ask him. Oh, it's good, Candy. You get your shit all together? Garlic pizza? Do it, you coward. I do garlic on pizza all the time, bro. Garlic on pizza is good. Carla, yeah, Taco Bell blows your ass out even harder than usual, bro. Also, guys, go follow on Twitch. All right, so we have. I'll close the poll later. Really miss Chudding out in Thickums chat. Yeah, he'll be back eventually, bro. He eventually gonna need to go come cry dive. You know, you got it. It's good to build it back up so you can get out of your system. I took a 2-month break from cry diving and just played everything else. So we're back. Frosty flowers. All right. So we had an undocumented change to the ice flowers that a lot of people didn't really know about. So basically, the stagger force was increased from 15 to 25. As a result, Helldivers can now be ragdolled. This also means that this also isn't working well, because when you walk over the flower, it kind of just explodes and pushes you into the ground because of how they're angled. So you know how you used to be able to kind of patrol or kind of like a drop over into some ice flowers, they would break them and all freeze, and then you could just pick them down super easily. It doesn't do that anymore. It doesn't really freeze them. It's for like maybe a second. They're kind of like, and then, you know, now it's a ragdoll simulator. Yeah. So, you know, they made ice planets have more ragdoll. I don't know what's going on anymore. I would say, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to know how you feel specifically about this undocumented change. Type 1 if you think that more ragdoll on ice flowers is good, and type 2 if you think it's bad. Type 1 if you think ragdoll flowers are good. Type 2 if you think ragdoll flowers are bad. 1 for good, 2 for bad. I just want to see a quick little show of hands here. I just want to see what everybody's thinking about ragdoll flowers. What you You guys like some of you guys is trolling, bro. You like ragdoll flowers? One everything should ragdoll you. I guess I'm in the minority now, but it got chatty. They listen to 5% of the player base. 3, I think the people are retarded. 4, this is a win for the community. I love maximizing my gruntasy. Yes, I love stepping on dandelions and being thrown through the floor. It has to be a mental issue. You can't deliberately issue. Without ragdoll, bots would never kill us besides lucky one-shots. Yeah, I was having a discussion about this with a couple of other creators now at this point. I wanted to get more people involved, even the people that don't like the screen or even engaging with me, really. And I don't blame them. I'm kind of a dickhead, but you know what? That's what it's all about at the end of the day. I think one of the things to talk about here is I think that the health pools that we have should be reverted to pre-60 day. I feel like the game used to be substantially more challenging. I run into regular situations where the bots are kind of pretending to shoot at you, and you can, because of the way the AI works now, because they're not allowed to just instantly kill you, they kind of just shoot the fucking floor, bro. I have a clip. I have a video. I'll show you motherfuckers what I'm talking about. It's a little easier to... I gotta close this while I have the video open, though. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about, because you can make this happen pretty regularly. It's not that hard to do. Yeah, there's going to be a video tomorrow. First video in a while. We're doing automaton build updates. And then I'm going to cry dive for a week about war bonds, super credits, probably post a react video. And I'm also going to be doing why boosters are fucking terrible as well. Let's see. Give me a second. $2 from Mr. Joshi. This needs the plant versus... This is needed for the Plants vs. Helldivers war bond. Plants vs. Helldivers war bond. Wait. Plants versus Zombies? Wait. New update? No way. New war bond? No way. Would you please speak up? It sounds like you're doing ASMR. I think that's a you problem, boss. I think that's a big you problem. This shit is, dude, bro. I have this shit at a level that, like, bro, like, dude, if this goes any louder, you're gonna be, that's a you problem, boss. That goes any louder, you're having ear problems. Anyways, where did I put this shit? Recordings 2026. Let's go with, wait. Okay. Wait. Where did I put it? June? Hold. That's Mecha Chameleon. Okay. That's more Mecha Chameleon. When is this? 18. Wait, where the fuck did it go? Where are my recordings at? Uh-oh. We might have had an anomaly in the warp. What's this one? Uh-oh. Chatty, we might be experiencing technical difficulties. Chatty. We might be experiencing technical difficulties. I found it immediately after saying that. Hold. Yeah, here, you want to see some fucking nonsense? This shit is stupid, bro. Probably got some music playing. This is an off-stream grinding. An anomaly in the warp thickums. They fired every company, there'd be nobody left. Oh, shit. He's pissed. All right, here you go. So, now hang on. So here's my issue. Now, a lot of Glazers say that there's no problems with the game, and I see a lot of people trying to create a narrative where they think the game's fun, interesting, and challenging. And I'm just going to be completely honest with you. You're fucking retarded. That's it. There's no in between. There's no questions. There's no... This is the normal game, not modded. You can recreate this over and over again. I want the old AI back. I want the game to not be dog shit anymore. I want to have a health pool where the enemies are allowed to shoot me. Okay? I want the game to be engaging, fun, and challenging. There should never be a reality where I can do this and they are not allowed to fucking shoot me. This is ridiculously stupid to every single degree. And it's just because our health was lowered and the AI was changed. And now the enemies aren't allowed to engage with us properly. I think it's stupid. Thank you for the $2, Payne. Ready for the ass to start out new content? Thank you for the $2. There's never been any meaningful difficulty in this game. There has a couple of times. I think that the argument that I'll make for meaningful difficulty was Meridia. When the planet got terramorphed into that green hellscape, we had the old health. We had bugged hunter patrols. I was consistently getting 2,000 kills a solo game, which was absurd back then for kills. And in a 4-man, we were consistently getting 3,500 plus kills, even on Nurse and Biospewer seeds, which was engaging and fun. And I could just leave this playing. Nothing changes, right? And then we were consistently getting 4,000 plus kills in every hunter seed. And I felt like at that stage, the game was very fun, very engaging, and very challenging. And that was with like Turbo Firebreaker 9000 being the like go-to meta gun, right? Chargers everywhere, Bile Titans everywhere. The game was really, really fun. Right. But oh, they actually killed me there. Perfect. Thank God. Right. But it's like there's too much illusion in what's happening in the game right now. And it really just turns into a walking simulator. And I don't like that. I think that there needs to be not just more enemies, but the enemies need to be more engaging. And I think that if we don't start actually talking about this as a real problem and more people keep downplaying and disregarding it, then we're going to keep ending up in the position where the next big update's going to come out. Everybody's going to be mad hype. It's going to be lit as fuck. Everybody's going to be like, bro, Helldivers is so back. Fucking chuds were wrong. Dumbass cry divers. I hate them. They're all wrong about everything. They stupid. And then 4 weeks later, they're out of content. Everybody's like, what the fuck happened to the game? Why? I don't want that cycle to keep repeating itself. I think it's annoying. And I think that as long as we are in the loop where that can happen, nothing meaningful is ever going to change. There needs to be more enemies. And even though there might be like some kind of tech problem where they can't spawn more enemies, I go play Spore Strain and there's enough enemies to keep me engaged and it's pretty fun. I go play regular bugs and there isn't. I also don't like that spawn seeds are just completely RNG now. They have shitified the game to an unfixable degree. The only answer is to start over, but they can't do that. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do. The game still has no cross progression. We got another donation from Mr. Nick. Hold. I'm not even boycotting, and I haven't played it a month. The game is just mediocre trash. Thank you for the $5 more, Nick. Get some W's up for Nick. He's been cooking some donuts today. Yeah, I think that something a lot of people don't want to talk about right now, too, is one, the game, like I said, the game isn't in this unplayable state, but nothing meaningful has happened for a really long time. Nothing really crazy's happened. Nothing that makes you want to fucking log in and go, bro, this is hype. Like, dude, there's a fucking Deathstar. That's badass. Literally ass. But dude, there's a fucking Deathstar. That's fucking cool, bro. Like, if tomorrow they popped a vote, right? Let's just say tomorrow they popped a vote in game. All right, let's just say tomorrow Deathstar showing up over at Menkent or whatever, right? Vote options. Crash the DSS into the Deathstar to stop it, or not. I'm logging in to vote the DSS to crash into the Deathstar, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Solo Arnie restarted the game on a new account, was having fun because they actually reached a full clear and gather samples again. It is fun to. I think that one thing about the game that makes it so fun is when you're sitting there and when you have to go get the samples and when you have to extract with the samples, it adds a layer of difficulty to the game because you're trying to live and extract. A lot of the times, like there's nothing happening. I also think that dead zone of spawns around you needs to go from 75 meters down to like maybe 40 because it just kills all the spawns. Thick says he hard blocks every time he logs in. It's an unplayable state for you. I actually heard that on Instagram, I was looking at a lot of people are having hard locking issues ever since the balance update. A lot of people are, and hard locking in the sense where your computer locks. Arrowhead called it a computer hang, and they have a tool for it. I still don't recommend you let your computer hang in that state. You probably should just turn it off and turn it on again. You know what I mean? I don't want PNGs anymore. Yeah, I want to be able to dive on the Death Star. I want the fantasy to be in the game. I think that's important to talk about too. But yeah, the reason that it's so over is that it's no moon. It's a Death Star. And I want to fight on the Death Star. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I want to go dive on the Death Star. I want to log in and I want to go dive on the fucking Death Star. And I want to be battling through a fucking Death Star, and just that would be badass, dude. Do you guys think type 1 if you think we get to fight on the Death Star, type 2 if you don't. You know what's type 1 if you think we're gonna dive on Death Star, type 2 if you don't. $2 from Major Glacier. You know what's badass? Not retreating from Cyberstan. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of Yo, you know it'd be great if Arrowhead pulled up and they were like, "Yo, guys, you get to dive on the Death Star." Fuck. You think it's gonna happen, boys? 10-year plan is 26 PNGs. Thank you for the $2. So look at I could only dream. $5 from Arrowless. Where's the content? Right here. Right here, boss. Thank you for the $5. Thank you for $2. Get some W's in chat for you boys, bro. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys even see the Death Star in the game? No. There's no Death Star in the game. I got this picture for you. Hang on, I got another picture for you. Hold. I'm looking for it. It's hiding somewhere. Oh, this is a good one. Hang on. Maybe it's not in that folder. Oh, I found it. Hang on. Oh, what? Well, hey, there we go. There we go. There's the Death Star, guys. There's the Death Star, guys. There's the Death Star. There's your guy. What's up? That one's crazy. What are you talking about? what are you? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? Give their bots a strafing run on their planet. I wish they had God, I wish they had. Why don't the bots have Eagle Strafe? Oh my God. True. Get paid reward Hellbit. Do you guys not like Hellbits? You guys not like Hellbits? You guys don't have foes? What's wrong with you? Is anybody else immediately dying when they land on Fabricator? Apparently there's a problem with the Hell pods landing on things not dealing damage again. I don't know. That's pretty regular. That happens like every 4th update, I guess now, if we were to be truly technical about it. We're Spaceballs. Game Guru on the 5. TBH, I'm sick of removing places to drop in when there's no moons to drop on. No bone ice planets we can drop on. Thank you for the $5, Game Guru. I appreciate it, boss. Get some W's up for Game Guru. To talk about that really quickly, the most popular planets in the game are obviously the moons. And then I think after that, the ice planets are really, really popular. I think that Oasis is really popular as well. I also really like the new forest and autumn biomes, but they're not in use enough. You know what I mean? The lava biome's only on the bots, but I also think the lava biome low-key sucks. I don't like the lava biome. It hurts my eyes. I can't play more than 2 games on it. Normal desert's okay. I prefer the vibe spell of the Oasis. That shit hits at night, bro. It's really good. Shadow jungle bugs the spawns out too much, and I'm pretty autistic when it comes to actually just needing to shoot something every like second of the game. I think it's really interesting too. I think a couple people had a pretty polarizing experience when they realized that like if I had my way, there would just be waves of enemies fucking everywhere. And there was like, I think there was a little while where people said that like me, Thick, and Oda wanted the game to be too easy. And then they were like, oh, they just want, Thick and Clay just want endless waves of dudes. And honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. I kind of got lost in the sauce on Havoc 40 on Dark Tide for like a month there. I'm not going to lie to you. I played a lot of games. I need to clock out of that to actually make videos for other stuff again. Maybe I should just be making videos on that. But wow. It's buggy and it's Dark Tide and it's not a great game. And it's okay to like bad games. And that's a bad game. But holy fuck, there's dudes everywhere. You're killing 4,000 enemies in 20 minutes. It is so fucking fun. Dude, you min-max your shit, you go play Havoc 40, you fucking go blasting. I've been using tons of different oh my god, bro. It's okay to like, bro, it's okay to like bad games, and it's also okay to complain about bad games. Helldivers is also a bad game. They do regular bad update. I mean, you got to think about this. I know some people aren't going to like to hear that. I don't really give a fuck. March 2025, they gutted the AI and the performance so heavily that it took until January 2026 to actually fix it. 2025, like we got flown to Sweden, shit was mad hype, and a month later they butchered the game. The fuck you want me to say? It's ridiculous, to be honest with you. We were told that was never going to happen again. And then so we lost a year of the game, basically. And then they finally bring it back, Cyberstand mad hype. Things are looking pretty good. And then they're just like AP4, and they're like, well, Cyberstand was good. Appropriators were good. I liked Appropriators. There were some people didn't like Appropriators. Launch weekend for fucking Mindless Masses was mad hype. I thought it was so good. Dude, me and BG we dropped multiple 4,000 kill games. We had a 4,400 kill game. And my mortar was bugged, not counting kills. So it was probably high. It might have been the highest kill game ever recorded on Helldivers with no exploited kills, because some explosions multiply your kills by 4. It might have been one of the best games ever played. But then Mindless Masses the next weekend, no dudes. And then now you go play Mindless Masses and they beam 5 fucking zombies in, and you're sitting there like, clean my glasses. Did I miss the spawns? You know what I mean? It's crazy. Hulk Surge was so fun. Yeah, you know what? Launch Hulk Surge, I think was the most challenging and fun that the game's ever been. It's not fixed. Nothing ever gets fixed. Launch Hulk Surge was amazing. Bro, Thick's clip, bro. This got the jump pack nerfed, by the way.
Far, far away.
I gotta mute the audio, sorry. I don't want my stream to get cooked off this early. This is a good clip, bro. This should have got like 800k views. Look at this. Dude, fucking 12 Hulks drop it. His reaction's so good too, bro. Fucking 3 drops, 18 Hulks on deck, 66 killed, bro. We popping. It's crazy. This shit was the most fun ever, bro. I don't even have this liked. I'm cooked, bro. My bad. Bro, everybody loved Hulk Surge, and then they gutted it, bro. I don't get it. That's not copyrighted remix? Oh shit, my bad. It was so, bro. Dude, Hulk Surge. Bro, I remember, dude, I had Silkworm and me in the tank on a fire planet. And dude, we're actually tryharding because there's fucking 40 Hulks coming over the fucking dunes at us. We're in the tank fucking banging them all off the screen. It was crazy. It was fun. It was just out of control. You were getting pressed the whole time. It was just fun. Same thing with Devastator Surge, bro. Like, I don't know how they have all these things done perfectly, and then somebody's like, yo, we're gonna fix that. It's like, what the fuck? We're gonna make this shit more mid? How the fuck does that make any sense, bro? Get the fun police out of here, bro. What the hell? Oh, dude, launch Predator Strain Noble. Oh my goodness, bro. That weekend, dude, me and Dick dropped the game on launch Predator Strain, 3,500 kills Bile Spewers on launch Predator Strain, bro. That was so fucking peak. We were sitting there blasting, hella kills, everybody's giggling, having fun. and you fuck up, you just get smoked. Now, one thing I didn't like about Launch Predator Strain was they attacked 5 times in 1 frame. I remember we bapped it out 5 times in 1 frame. So that was bad, and they fixed that for the time that the Predator Strain returned, which was good, but they also lowered the spawns, and we were like, we don't want the spawns lowered, we want them to go up. And then the AI rework hit with the bots, and then that was it. End of the line. Predator Strain sucks now. It's so dude, Predator Strain is so boring that I was playing with BG, and dude, we were sitting there, we just started killing each other, bro. We got so fucking bored. There wasn't that. We just started killing each other, bro. Dude, Launch Predator Strain was, dude, there's been a couple times where this game has done difficulty perfectly. And I think that's what me and most people who have played a little too much of the game want back. Because when you go blasting with the boys, when the game is at peak difficulty, it is so much fucking fun, bro. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, when the game has the fucking endless waves of dudes and you're just running out of ammo and you're like, you just fucking smoked everything. You did everything you could and then you died. It feels amazing. And they could do that all the time and they just don't. And I think that's weird. They're really leaning into more and more ragdoll, which like obviously is bad. Because here's the thing that I want to say is there's a couple people that really like gimmick difficulty sliders. So like what that means too is like you can cheese your way through it, or you can just kind of like build counter it, or what, like you can kind of just, as soon as you know the trick, you can just do the trick and it overcomes the difficulty and you just bypass it, and it's fake difficulty. It's something that like it's not engaging or fun for really anybody, because it makes the game boring, because that kind of difficulty is for noobs. It's for bad players, and it's for people who don't actually want to get good at games or be good at them. And it's okay to have some tricks to overcome and some gimmicks and things like that, especially for a sub faction. But I think that like after playing more Havoc 40, after playing more Absolute on Space Marine 2, Absolute on Space Marine 2 also isn't very intuitive or interesting. That's extreme gimmick difficulty sliders at their finest. It really is one of those things where, like on Darktide, for instance, if I build my character properly and play really good, I can bring pretty much anything to Havoc 40 and do the best on my team and carry. Now, is it going to be the most efficient? No, because you can just bring something better. But I think it's okay that you can do multiple things to be able to like counter like an insane level of just fucking turbo spawns. And that's fun. And people want to do that in Helldivers as well, because that's what the game's the most challenging. It's when it's most fun, is when you have endless waves of enemies and more engaging patrols. So for instance, like if there's a patrol, like a tank, some troopers, and a gunship, now I have to make a decision to kill the gunship. Gunships are also crazy lethal right now, so like having to kill that first is good. And then the troopers come running out and they're supporting the tank, so you can't just run at it and fucking blow it up for free. Makes the game more interesting because you have to make more decisions. And I think that when you die to decision making in a game, it feels really good because you made those mistakes and then you can improve on yourself later and be better, right? But when it's just like, oh, here's 5 guys, like you're like, I guess, bro, I guess I'll go overpay for my fucking burger. Check reacts. Least cinematic extraction point. Oh, is this that OG clip? Oh yeah, Popley 9, bro. Popley 9 was another example of like the best the game ever was, bro. Swedish difficulty level 10. I don't know why they were shooting down dropships. This shit would crash your fucking game, bro. Barrager tanks, bro. Dude, this was so fucking peak. Dude, Popley 9. By the way, high key don't hate the fire tornadoes. I know they're like kind of annoying after you played like Hellmire 30 times, but like I don't even hate this planet for real, to be honest with you. I don't even hate fire tornadoes like that. I think I had a discussion with somebody the other day too about spore chargers and fog on like bugs. So for instance, like I like spore chargers, and I know that sounds stupid, but like for example, I always thought like a spore charger shouldn't spawn with a regular patrol of enemies. It should spawn with 10 stalkers. I'm not joking. because now the stalkers are already invisible. They're enshrouded. They come out of that, and then like you can't really engage with that very well because like they're just invisible, and they're gonna be there's 10 of them. You're probably fucking smoked, right? And it's just interesting because then like you have something to think about. But I like that kind of fog being in the game because it's like, okay, I can kill that enemy, remove the fog, and it creates a decision, right? It's like, do I kill him immediately? Do I snap him off the screen so that I can see those guys in that fog? Because the fog goes away pretty much instantly. It's like the spore towers, generally good. But like when the map just looks like shit all the time, like Nivel 43, which is a smoke planet with gloom, which is even crazier. I guess maybe a better example would be like where the fuck is it? It wasn't Essa? No. Where was the smoke planet over here? Which one? Acer Pass. That's what it was called. The smoke planets. It's not very fun to play on because it just degrades the visuals. It's not fun. Same thing with like the hate all planets except Akamar. Yeah, I mean, you can't hate all the planets except Akamar, bro. The fucking moons are super peak. Brilliance is peak. Fucking Zygos is peak. What else is peak? Yeah, maybe not that one specifically. Let's see. Senge 20, whatever the autumn biome is peak. You know what I mean? I think that is the autumn biome. The autumn biome is peak. Yeah, that was the right planet. This is not peak because the fucking blinding light of 1,000 suns. Yeah, the space void fucked me up for a second. Like you look at this and you're like, what is happening? I guess this is the next planet on the list. I'm pretty sure they should nuke this one and this one next, but like whatever. This planet sucks because the blinding light is there. I don't mind the acid rain, but like the bloom on the light on this planet is fucked up in the picture. You load into the game and this shit is fried, bro. You know what I'm saying? So there's something to keep in mind. Liberated last night. It was Acer Pass. Yeah, I didn't play yesterday. I just drank myself to a wonderful sleep. I think with Bile Strain, it might be, and maybe Spore Charger should apply a thick acid debuff surrounding targets when they die. Yeah, I think it should be more of a buff to them. You know what I mean? Maybe all the chargers on Spore Strain should be changed over to like Spore Chargers that explode into a turbo red mist. I think that would probably be pretty good. I think that the Hell Bombs are fun, no doubt. I think that the Hell Bombs are fun. I just think that the fog sucks because it degrades the visuals, and I can't make a decision to remove the fog, if that makes sense. What's the drama? Oh, the drama was that we so TLDR on the Deathstar Drama, because I'm just catching everybody up. Basically, we had the ability to vote it to like a bunch of places, and the enemies can only attack from red to blue. And 54% of the player base voted the Death Star to Classa. So we warped the Death Star in over to a place that was never able to be attacked. And the DSS would have tried to counter the Death Star from blowing a planet up. One other thing that's bothering me is, so yeah, anyways, 54% of the player base cooked themselves. 44% of the people voted for Zephia. I don't have a picture of it, but then, you know, the yes was right, you had prior, and like whatever else was on the list, right? So basically it just got voted to the most amazing place imaginable. Nearly died of a heat stroke yesterday. Did you see that one? Like I usually don't like flame as a fat person, okay? As a fatty, okay? I ain't going on no hikes at 30 plus degrees Celsius, bro. 100, or that's like 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I am like 40% humidity. I ain't going outside, bro. I'm fat. I like pizza. I showed you what I ate for dinner. I don't give a fuck. That stupid bitch went on. She going on a hike with her friends with like 100 pounds of gear on, bro. This is a 1.4 mile hike. This bitch made it 0.4 miles, had to be airlifted to the hospital, shit her pants, diarrhea, not joking here. Her friends had to carry the shit bag down a mountain, and now they got to pay $70,000 for the airlift. I'm sitting here like, bro, I don't know what kind of toxic positive environment you got to be in to have your friends gas you up where you going on a hike when you haven't been on a walk in 10 years. But bro, like 30 degrees Celsius or higher, I ain't leaving the fucking house. That's as simple as it gets. I ain't leaving the house. I don't care. I know what I am. I go for a walk every day. I try to walk 5,000 steps every day. I usually do. I go for a walkie. But it's been so hot and so smoky for all week. I ain't go outside. It was so smoky. I actually did go outside on Wednesday last week, and I got so much. I had a mask on. Canada, by the way, had the worst air in the world, like worse than India, for a couple days there. Like, not even joking. So I had a mask, but I didn't have goggles on. And I thought I would be fine, but dude, I got so much smoke in my eyes, I had to wash them out when I got home, and they fucking hurt. So I just went to bed. Right? But that's what I'm saying, bro, is like, you got people going on hikes with crazy gear, and bro, like, it ain't even a 2-mile hike. It's a 1.4 mile hike. You've gone on 0.4, you get airlifted out of there because of heat stroke. And it's like, what the fuck were you? Look, bro, okay? Let's just be honest here. Fat people shouldn't be doing that shit. As a fat person, I'm saying that, okay? As a fatty, it's good to get out and exercise. But it's like working out. I work out a lot. I just eat pizza and chicken nuggets and drink a fuckload of beer. I work out a lot. You don't push yourself past your limits. Like, you push yourself to your limit, and maybe you go a little bit past it, but you don't hurt yourself. You know what I mean? Like, if you a fatty trying to get in shape, don't hurt yourself. It's not worth it, because then you're not going to get in shape. And also, if your friends are gassing you up like, yo, man, you weigh like 300 pounds. You want to come on this hike? Just say no. Just don't fucking go. You're not going to make it. Just go for a walk. As a member of the fat community, we don't claim them. Yeah, as a member of the fat community, we can't be claiming them, bro. Would you go on a hike to get a family-sized stuffed crust pizza? No, because I could just go buy the stuffed crust pizza, bro. It ain't worth the walk. I'm wearing outside due to all I'll say inside. Yeah, the other thing, too, is it's so hot outside, guys, that if you're not used to heat, it's also really bad for you. If you're, like, on some real shit, if you're not used to managing yourself in the heat, just don't go out in the heat at all. Like, that, this is outside of being a fatty or not. Just don't go out in the heat, bro. It's not worth it. You'll just end up getting yourself hurt. Like, it's really easy to get yourself hurt in the heat if you're not used to managing it. When it's this hot out, right? We're talking like 20 Celsius, like whatever. Who gives a fuck? But when it's like, when you're pushing like 40 degrees, you cook yourself up pretty quick, bro. And I'm serious, bro. That you get yourself hurt. It's stupid. It's not worth it. Some people push their limits and know when it's safe to push those limits. I think that a lot of people aren't comfortable with their bodies or accepting what they are. The sooner you accept that you're a fatty and you have limits, better off you'll be. I think about how most people go from AC home to AC car to AC office, then repeat. Bro, I was outside all day. Last week, I was outside that whole day. Oh my God, bro. In Toronto, it was disgusting. It's good. Solid. How you doing, bro? I'm from Hong Kong. 30C is the norm, chief. Yeah. Isn't it super humid in China too? Like really humid? Like really? Isn't it like fucking humid as hell there? Like it's like always wet, hot, or wet, cold. It was 36 without the humidity. Where I was, it was 43 degrees Celsius with the humidity early last week. You need to acclimatize or you get messed up. Sticky balls, humid. God damn it, Lico Billy. It's like a natural sauna all the time. Shit. By the way, apparently, just other news. You know, the it's so over drama is like the game's not so. Just so you guys know, I think that the next Helldivers update's going to be probably pretty similar to the last one, where I don't think we're going to hit 170,000 people. I think we'll probably hit like 120,000 on Steam. I think most people are probably pretty apathetic towards the game now. But I think most people will probably log in. They'll probably have fun, whatever, you know. But like I said, the core gameplay loop needs to be fixed now. Otherwise, any update in the future is just going to pretty much fall flat. Or they'll get lucky with some crazy bug spawns and fix them later, and everybody's going to be unhappy again. And I don't want to see that anymore. Let me go get this Mitchimus thing really quick. Oh my god. Mitchimus. Mitchimus is cool, by the way, bro. Don't be mean. Don't be saying anything crazy, Mitchimus, bro. So he on his summer vacation. He got one more week to go. He tweeted us at July 18th. So he on his first week now. That means he going to be on his next week of vacation is this week. So he going to be back in the office 1 week, 2 weeks. He going to be back in the office August 3rd. So assume that we see an update to Helldivers in August because that's when the rotation of people come back that are on vacation now. And they are off to China Joy. This means we must send in Derpy Egg. Derpy Egg, you're going to have to go stream snipe these guys IRL, ask them real questions, bro. Well, what I'm assuming is they're going to talk to Tencent to juice the next update with a ton of advertising money in China to attract a massive amount of players to the game just to go vibe. But yeah, Mitchimus on his well-earned vacation. Mitchimus worked pretty hard, bro. Mitchimus, at least one of the homies, bro. But yeah, China Joy is a big event, so we're gonna have another China interview next week to farm. It'll just be good. Clay, what happens? Should I use my Helldivers drop? What should I use it? Clay, what weapon should I use in my next Helldivers drop? Bro, you should clock in. No, this is dead ass for real. Whatever other weird shit people say now. You should clock in the Liberator assault rifle, the missile pistol, pyrotech grenades, the BFGL, supply FRV, Gatling barrage, Eagle 110mm rocket pods, or TNT. Yo, low key, I fucking hate that mech warbond. I'm not even gonna try and lie to you, ladies and gentlemen. I fucking hate it. It is everything wrong with the game. I hate that the mech's released in a completely broken state. I hate that the bastion, whatever the mech is with the shield, whatever the fuck it's called, I don't know what it's called. It has its arm clips through it, and it has 4 dead zones that aren't even real on it. Unfinished slot. The Gallant is one of the worst weapons in the entire game. If not the worst weapon in the game. It's just terrible. Bulletstorm is fun, but it's not very good. It is fun, though. And the pistol is one of the best pistols in the entire game. So you're like, damn, I really want to get that warbond for that pistol, bro. But the rest of that warbond is slap. It's rough, bro. Mech warbond give it epic. The Gallant is awful. Dude, I'm not going to lie to you. If the mech warbond had a mech, like let's put it this way. If the mech warbond would have came out with a mech customization bay in the ship, when I look at Custom Galactic War and the modders have a mech customization bay, I'm kind of in the point where I'm like, the main game should have this. Even if it's scuffed orc tech, I don't give a fuck. The main game. And look, I know some people are like, bro, it takes a lot to make a game. I'm like, somebody else made it in the game already in 2 weeks, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. They did it in a cave with a box of scraps. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, bro. And like, it might be scuffed, might not be perfect, but I don't care if it's scuffed and I don't care if it's perfect. I just need it to work and be there. Because if that mech warbond would have came out with a mech customization, like the mech bay, a vehicle customization bay, which all the arms are modular anyways, which we've learned, everything on the mech is fucking modular. Everything on the FRV is modular. You can literally strap whatever you want to it. After we learned that, I was sitting there and I was like, dude, this would have been one of the best updates. I mean, the AP4 Hive Guard obviously wouldn't have landed well anyways, and the durable changes were bad. But it would have landed as an overall net positive. Like, people would have been like, oh, like, this warbond with this free content, this is like insane. Like, everybody would have liked it. I would have fucking loved it. I would have been like, wow, this is one of the best things ever released. This is fucking awesome. I love this. Instead, I hate it. Right? Because it's the opposite of the direction that the game should go, where it's like, oh, here's meaningful content. with paid content, because like you still have the base mechs and it wouldn't have mattered, right? And instead you could just farm super credits for a month and a half. This is ridiculous, bro. Orcs, dude, the orcs just literally got a new model that's going to be coming. His main character is going to be coming out in Total War Warhammer 40k. He can shoot all of it. He's the Flash Gets boss. He can shoot all his guns off his arm, bro. Where the news at? How does r/orcs not have it already? Where's the preview for this guy, bro? I wanted to show you guys. There you go. What's his name? Nazdrag. New orc war boss. He's going to be one of the main guys in Total War Warhammer 40k when it drops. But dude, he's got like a flamethrower, a god, a fucking melt a cannon, whatever on his fucking gun. He could shoot them all in one turn, bro. He's crazy. Slop that, yes, sir. Yeah. The first comment is an epic roast on that tweet. Nothing is worse than how you treat your player base, honestly. Risky click. I'm not clicking that. I'm not clicking that. I'm not clicking that. He's a grok compared to old Gorguts. I agree. How many times do you have to wipe the Illuminate off the map? The Illuminator, just whatever. They pigeonhole themselves in making different mech models, therefore making a new FRV model instead of... So the mech isn't even a new mech model. It's actually just copy-pasted one-to-one. The only new thing they made were the arms. That was the only new thing that was made. That was it. It was just the arms, by the way. It's just, that's why they have so many clipping problems. The fucking mech war button was lazy as fuck. Boobies, perchance? I'm assuming after engaging in Helldivers Twitter community for a solid month, there was definitely some slurs in that show more. All right, so Helldivers elite members of the High Command have taken sides in a hypothetical debate. What's worse, Automaton or Illuminate worshippers? Where do you stand? That didn't happen. %69% chance of boobies.
I would say it's the Illuminates. The Automatons they're kind of cute in a way. You heard it here first.
The Illuminate worshippers, because they actually choose it. Autonomous sympathizers might just be misinformed.
Illuminate worshippers.
I think Illuminate worshippers.
My favorite part about the Into the Unjust update was when I added this guy on Twitter and I got a fuckload of views. About remember in the trailer for Into the Unjust, he's like, dude, the Bile Dragon, you can shoot its fucking wings off and it dies. Remember the trailer? He's like hyping this shit, and then it came out and the wings were an iframe. You could shoot the wings off of it and it would still be flying around. I at this dude on Twitter, I'm like, yo, bro, I don't know if you know this. And I sent the video to him. I was like, Bile Dragons are fucking broken. 4 weeks later, that shit is fixed. That shit made low key, he put in some work. Like, not even gonna lie. He was probably fucking pissed. He was like, are you super duper serious, motherfuckers?
Illuminate worshipper.
He did low key 4 weeks after we tweeted at this guy, it actually was fixed. Be completely real, it was fixed. We were like, bro, did you fix this shit? And like the fucking the automatic hit breath cone thing, that was fixed too. So he actually cooked.
I think
Illuminate
worshippers, because they feel more fanatic.
Definitely Illuminate worshippers. They have no right to vote.
Wait, did you guys say QA tester? There was a QA tester in here?
Worshippers, because they
Team
actually
owner
choose it. Because they
Team owner backend team. I don't know what that means. Game designer, level designer, tech art, video producer.
To say
First one.
The automatons in it. The automatons are is the Illuminate.
To be the one to say automaton sympathizers. How can you sympathize with electronics?
Automaton sympathizers. Okay, I'll just face the wall.
Oh, they're both bad, equally.
Porque no los
Forgot
dos.
the made-up job.
Why not both?
I don't have problem with either.
$10 from Normac trying to Ko-Fi. Sorry, bro. Bad reception where I'm working. Hope y'all been good. See ya, Clay. Get some big W's in the chat from Normac. Hope you have a great day at work, bro. Stay safe. It's hot and smoky out, bro. Get some big W's in the chat for Normac, bro. Thank you for the $10. I hope you have a good day at work, brother. Stay safe. Need some IQ testers. ET sent me some crazy shit earlier. You guys want to see some high key drama? Hold up. It's never been more over than right now. So this is January 24th, 2023, and this is November 15th, 2025. So find Artist Arrowhead Game Studios employee review. This is on Glassdoor. I don't know if you guys have ever used that before. So basically we have former employee, recommend CEO approval, business outlook. Pros, nice office, good location. Low key was a very nice location. Nice office. Cons, poor structure and schedule planning. And our next one we have in November 2025. What's this? Studio had grown a lot and suddenly it has straightened out how to manage it all. This leads to communication issues and confusion about priorities and quality. I should probably go get that review too, huh? Senior engineer, senior IT engineer, current employee more than 1 year, recommended CEO approval, business outlook, friendly people, opportunity to grow, lots of fun mixed, some growing pains, tech debt. Bro, this shit is crazy, huh? That's what they all get. Send that to me. I will, boss. I will. Don't you worry, boss. Don't you worry. I think we could just go on Glassdoor. And we can go. My God, I can put my phone number and shit, bro. I'll figure this out later, bro. I'll figure this out. I can put my phone number and shit in, bro. YouTube trolled you? Why? What's going down? I keep seeing Stockholm. Cannot think of Stockholm Syndrome. 4.3 seems okay. Well, that's what the thing is, like, obviously all the people are nice. Everything, like, obviously everything's chill, bro. But you know what I mean? Like, it's a vibe environment. It's like, you know, everybody's vibe chilling all the time. The people aren't bad people. Except for whoever made the flowers ragdoll. They should step on Legos. They're not a great person. I don't know who did that, but you fucking suck. And the Charger nerf was crazy. But it is what it is. That's life, bro. You know what I mean? Hey, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. The people are cool, bro. I mean, like, I know a lot of people, like, you know what I mean? They're cool. I just think that, like, team manager wise and like general toxic positive environment inside of the studio causes a lot of issues where people like for instance, when we watched that one dev thing on Twitter where they were like, I love the orbital laser, it's my favorite stratagem in the game, but then nobody's talking about how, like, well, Christmas 2024 we uncapped the uses of orbital laser and everybody fucking loved it. It was so much more fun. why don't we uncap? Like, why don't we just take the 3 limit off so that people can use it 7 times a game instead of 3? And nobody's talking about that because it's like, oh, maybe you could just clear a whole automaton lobby out with orbital lasers, but it's like you can kind of fucking do that anyways. Like if you have 4 people with orbital laser, you bring 4 people with orbital laser 120, you can clear a whole bot map out in less than 4 minutes. I think was the last time we did that. Who cares? You know what I mean? Everybody having no limit orbital laser isn't going to break the game, but it is one of those things where you end up in an environment where like people kind of like they're with each other and they're like, oh, like, yeah, this is amazing. This is so good. This is great. But it needs to be changed. It's not. I mean, stratagem cycle would be dope. I think that after talking about with somebody, having duplicate stratagems would be cool, but certain stratagems, no. Like, for instance, you shouldn't be able to take 2 orbital Gatling barrages. And the reasoning for that is you could throw 2 and then it just starts lagging the game out, right? Taking 2 gas strikes, also a little too egregious. Taking 2 hellbomb backpacks, not that bad. That's fine. You know what I mean? So I think that some stratagems should be able to be stacked and some shouldn't. But I think that that's like a whole debate of like what functions, what's too strong, what's not strong enough. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. 2 mechs is fine. Like 2 HMG emplacement. Like if I could just bring 4 HMG emplacements, you know, that'd be sick too. Orc spam. Yeah, like if I could bring 3 orbital rail cannon strikes, that'd be cool. Crashes the game. It's rapid explosions on this game engine. They can't fix it. That's just the game engine. So like if you have too many explosions too quickly, like for instance, the issue that runs into is 2 is fine. 4 orbital Gatling barrages breaks the audio. 6 orbital Gatling barrages starts killing frames. 8 orbital Gatling barrages starts murdering frames. And then above that, it just starts eviscerating your client and then it'll crash, right? So like, that's what I mean when it's like, oh, like I could take 2, but if everybody takes 2, then we have a problem, right? Yeah, leave dupe stratagems for vehicles, support weapons, turrets, mines, and placements. That would be perfectly fine, I think, yeah. And backpacks. Yeah. I had 4 levers on Cyberstand and loved it. Well, I think that's an example of something that would be really, really good. Thermal X1 is the most fun place. So I agree with that, Jiro, by the way, with the expendables being one of the most fun ways you can play the game. Like you bring Bulletstorm, Eats, Leveler, and like even C4 after that, just so you have a backpack. Like you go dump all your disposables, then you bring C4 or like the BFGL or something, and then you just have like a disposable backpack that you could like rotate through other stuff with is really, really fun. Or even just the fucking missile silos, an amazing disposable too. It's so much fun. Yeah, I think, or at least orbital laser could go up to some 4 flags, brother. Brother's like, I want to bring the most democracy I can swing. Gotta hit the bed. Good seeing you, Star. I hope you have a good night, King. How over is it? Oh, I was just making fun of the. It's not like real drama farm. It's like fake making fun of the Death Star situation. It was just stupid. Yeah. Easily should leave it. Yeah. I read that already. Yeah. 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 Okay. So we caught up on that. So what video do you guys want to watch first today? I think we're going to do both of these. Would you guys rather watch Lieutenant Buzz Lightyear, The Sad Slow Death of Helldivers 2, or What Happened to Helldivers 2 by Zoned? What would you guys rather watch first? We're going to watch both, but I'll let you guys pick which one you want to watch first. Reality is you need good structure to overrule the mentality and the spectrum of the product allows for it. I see the modern companies where everybody's ideas are encouraged and weighted included to lose the product. Buzz regards the game. Buzz, 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 buzz. You want to get your buzz on? All right, we'll watch Buzz. All right, The Sad Slow Death of Helldivers 2. I haven't watched the video, obviously. It has 4,300 likes to 146 dislikes. I mean, it's a pretty overwhelmingly liked video. I think one thing too is I see a lot of people, especially on Reddit, especially on Facebook too, that they say like, you know, these videos have like a crazy like echo chamber. I'm going to be honest with you. When a video hits the free marketplace of ideas, the more views it gets, and the like to dislike ratio is pretty proportionate, right? So like, for instance, if you like the most disliked video I have is the same kind of disliked video that Thick Fillet has. And it's nothing, dude. I've had the craziest drama titles, the fucking stupidest bullshit ever, bro. Right? Like, just like today's is just dumb bullshit. Don't care. Just fucking around and having fun because so many people are just upset or happy or whatever. It doesn't matter. We're just fucking around. Everybody's giggling, laughing, having fun. The point that I'm trying to make though is you can't really get to a 75,000 view video in an echo chamber. You can't even really get to a 10,000 view video in echo chamber. The most disliked videos we have were talking about Polar Patriots War Bond at launch, saying how good the Pummeler was. I was a big Pummeler enjoyer. Like, I loved the Pummeler when it came out. I thought that gun was quite literally tech-wise the best gun in the game. It was silenced. It had explosion on bullet detonation point. So you could basically, I have a clip where there's a tank in front of me. I'm literally right beside the tank, just a little beside it, like a rock in a building. I shoot in front of the tank with the pummeler. It drags the tank to where the bullet was exploding. I walk behind the tank and blow the back out of it with whatever my support weapon was. And that was awesome. That gameplay style feels like really, really fucking good. And you just have this, it was one of the craziest SMGs in the game. It stunned everything in one shot. It was just fucking nuts. And they nerfed it like 3 times after that. It was crazy. Shows the clip. Old video, big man. Labyrinth has the clip. I don't know if he's here though. And then they nerfed it. They nerfed the audio, they nerfed the damage, and then they also nerfed the stun values. Three times after it definitely did get nerfed after we showed that it was one of the worst. Like, the vast majority of people said it was one of the worst guns in the game, but we were like, dude, it's pretty good, and it got nerfed, and we were like, so yeah, that was good. So Sad and Slow Death of Helldivers 2. We'll watch the video and we'll give our thoughts and opinions as we go through, and at the end of it, and nobody uses it anymore. Well, okay. Before we watch the video, let's see how many ladies and gentlemen actually use this. The Gallant. Oh, this is the Exo Experts War Bond. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. The Pummeler, 0.7%. Is it more used than, bro? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, yeah, 3, 4, 5. So 5 of the legendary War Bond weapons are the bottom 10 weapons in the game for pick rate, and the MA5C is not behind them. I think that this might be the most overbalanced, like, weapon in the entire game, to be honest with you. This thing is ridiculously bad in terms of reload speed, actual damage output, and like what it can do. It's just ammo econ. It's horrendous. How much do you want to bet the low percentage? Well, you can't even max these guns out. These are just like random meme games. I think that people pick the MA5C because it's fucking cool. The Purifier being but low pick rate is crazy, but like, here's the deal. The Purifier's not fun to use because you have to spam charge it up over and over again. But it is definitively one of the strongest weapons in the entire game. Especially on the bugs, it's ridiculously good. Let's go bots. Okay, see, the pick rate picks up there. STA M98. Bro, fire got gutted on the bots, and now no. You know, the cookout auto cannon combo used to be one of the strongest combos in the game for the bots, because you could basically just slam fire ignite groups of devastators and just rot them down. Now you can't. Pummeler's just fucking cooked on all these too. Wow. Yeah, so the Pummeler's one of the worst guns in the game. And I think that when you go with pick rates, I know that some people are like, yo, this shit's underrated. Maybe it's undercooked, whatever. I think the truth is... Oh, ET pulled up, by the way. I think the truth is that if a gun has a low pick rate, it's like on all 3 factions at the same time, it's usually not underrated. It's just not fun to use. And I think that when we talk about the Hyena as the new weapon too, it's just not very good. Its best faction is the Spore Strain, which is super weird.
It has a 90% chance to light the warriors and the hunters on fire, 10% chance to not ignite them, which feels really bad. But like, of all the marksman rifles, I just wouldn't use marksman rifles on the bugs at all. The S tier marksman rifle that I would pick would be the Dominator. I include that in marksman rifles because it just kind of is one with the way that they play. And then I'd put the Hyena in like A tier for Spore Strain. And then for bug wise, I would just, and for all the other stuff, I'd put it in like C and D tier. But like Spore Strain, there is one specific build that is really, really fun with it. But otherwise, Hyena needs to be buffed to 4.1 status. That way it ignites most targets on fire, like Alpha Commanders. It should be in 2 shots. No, Alpha Commanders would be 3 shots. Brood Commanders would be 2 shots. But yeah, either way, it needs to apply 8 status every other shots. Anyways. Why minigun as well? So mostly just good for the squid faction. I think the minigun's actually really good on the bots too. You know what I mean? But even then, the minigun is low pick rate because it's not fun to use. Most of most of these weapons aren't even like the Diligent. Like this, it's really not even that bad. To be honest with you. Same thing with like, I mean, the Dominator. Like it's not that bad, but like a lot of these weapons, like the Accelerator rifle, I think is a good example of one that like the weapon's not that bad, but like the fact that you can only shoot it 3 times before you have to reload makes it like not fun. The SCA-52, the reload speed is the longest primary weapon reload in the game at 4.18 seconds. So even with Siege Ready, like if you don't have to tack reload, it's cooked. You can't really aim in with it. Like the weapons have these hangups that make them not fun to use. This weapon's effectively the same as the Liberator, and it's cool and it's fun to use. Or sorry, but it's not fun to use. It wouldn't be cool, but it, like just when it has all these hangups, you can only play 1 or 2 games with it every 100-ish games, and you're like, oh, I know why I don't want to use that anymore. You know what I mean? So you end up in the position where a lot of the weapons that are low pick rate aren't even bad. They just need like fluidity improvements to be good. They don't need like number go up, massive damage increase. But a lot of these things just aren't fun and just need small tweaks to be good. That's all. We went over it all in this balance feedback document as well. We pretty much did every weapon in the game. Most of the stuff literally just needs reload speed and like 2 more magazines, and everybody'd be happy with them. The Accelerator should light stuff on fire too. It needs a velocity buff and the old audio. I would prefer I need to give it a 4-meter explosion as this damage, but applies 3.5 fire status. That'd be interesting, actually. Sensor is the best DMR. I actually agree with you. I think the sensor is the most interesting DMR. It's the most fun to use. It's the most engaging because it actually has like a really fun mechanic. It's silenced, so like you can actually do stealth stuff with it. It rewards you for being precise. It rewards you for playing that specific way. Like you get a bunch of rewards for playing the sensor properly. So that feels really good. I actually think the sensor is my favorite DMR in the game. And I think the sensor is one of my favorite weapons in the entire game. I think it's really good. I really want them to unfix the min-max status so bad. I think that they should just remove status from the game altogether. And then it's just status on or off. And then balance it around that. I don't really care about anything else. I think it's fine. So ET actually cooked for us really quick here. Let's go take a look. Environmental artist. The CEO approval is not really there on any of these, I guess. People are in leadership are very accessible and give room for learning and development, flexible attitudes for hybrid working, individual situation, warm and friendly towards new employees. The atmosphere in the studio is always welcoming. 1 hour friskies every week. What is a friskies? A massive non-profit organization. Gympo workout, fitness classes, health and sweaty non-profit organizations, friskies, fitness providers. So is it just like a workout hour? What does that mean? What's a friskies? Anybody in Sweden? Yeah, bro, I don't know. There's a bunch of weird. I don't know what it means. Thoughts on Thumper saying the Hyena should not be seen as an incendiary marksman, but more a marksman with incendiary damage as a bonus. I don't even know what that means. It's a marksman rifle that shoots fire bullets, and the fire bullets aren't fiery enough. That's all it is. It's also a marksman rifle in a category of marksman rifles that has no identity. The only people's opinions that I really care about are, just so you guys are aware, the only people's opinions that I care about on weapons are Odo, Background Gaming, Thick Fillet, Maplewood TV. Maplewood TV, if you want like a good Glazer opinion, Maplewood, he's a cool guy, by the way. Maplewood's one of my good friends. Maplewood TV has good Glazer opinions on weapons. He gives you a bunch of perspectives from people who see things fairly positively. And whenever I want to have a talk to, because he, I can be just a dickhead, and he just, because we're homies, he doesn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? So I can actually have a real conversation with him from the other side of the perspective the vast majority of the time. And we can just have a normal conversation about it. And he gave me a couple different perspectives that I actually liked. So like, for instance, when we were talking about the Hyena, he was like, the reason that he liked it's like, oh, well, you play it as a DMR, but like it doesn't have an identity. Like you don't play it like a DMR. For instance, you go play squids, you kind of just shoot things in the chest, because you have to shoot the squids twice in the head to kill them. So you just shoot them 3 times in the chest, it ignites them and kills them. And he's like, it's a DMR that plays like not a DMR. It's a DMR for people who don't want to aim. And I'm like, well, doesn't that defeat the purpose of a DMR? It's like, well, there are people who want to use DMRs, but they don't want to aim. So that's the gun for people who want to play DMRs, but don't want to aim. And when I heard that, I was like, that sounds fucking stupid. But then I was like, no, wait, that kind of makes sense, because sometimes you just want to use that class of weapon, but you don't want to aim. So like, I can actually understand that perspective. You know what I mean? And if you think about it, you're like, yeah, okay, I guess. But it's like, for me, from my POV, I would never think of that, because if I'm using DMR, I just want to shoot things in the head. You know what I mean? So like, when I play the bots, I don't see a point in bringing a medium ped DMR. It doesn't do anything for me. It's not on my roster of things. It's actually a negative to bring something that's medium pen, because, for instance, the rocket striders, because there's no scout striders on Div 10. I shoot the rockets off the scout strider or the rocket strider, but if I hit the rail, it breaks the rail, and then the rockets disappear, and then I don't blow the rockets up, and the rocket strider doesn't die. So I actually prefer light pen on the bots. Like the amendment and the sensor are way better on the bots than any of the medium pen DMRs by like a landslide. So I would rather just bring them across the board. It just makes more sense to bring a light pen DMR, because it gives you more value. When I go play the squids, I want something that can one tap all the overseers in the heads. The only reason I like the Hyena on the squids was because I could shoot through one zombie, it hits the second zombie, and ignites both of them and kills them. That was okay. And it always ignites zombies. But I also don't see the purpose, because zombies, I don't want to click 20 times through a pack of zombies. The zombies is a pack of 40 on average. I don't want to click 20 times to kill a pack of zombies. I want to fucking hold a machine gun down and blast them, because that's way cooler and more fun. When I go play the bugs, it was bad on the nurses. It was bad on the bile spewers. Hunter seed was good. Alpha seed was bad, because you had to space your shots out to ignite hive guards. Shooting alpha commanders isn't very interesting either. And if I wanted to apply that fire damage, I would just do it with a coyote, right? And then when I went and played Spore Strain, like I said, the Spore Strain, I think, is that weapon's best sub-faction by like a landslide, because you ignite the warriors and the hunters from a distance to engage them. You wear the ergonomic armor. You don't wear the short magazine armor. The short magazine on it is fucking terrible. You have to reload too much. I don't like playing Reload Simulator. It's not a very fun. I don't like Reload Simulator in the game. It's not fun to play. So use the long magazine with the ergo armor. It ends up feeling pretty okay. And then you just run the heavy flamer, because the heavy flamer with ergonomic armor is just fucking amazing. It feels really good. So like, that combo is fun. And that's the only fun combo that I found with the weapon after playing with it for like 10 hours. That's all. It should set on fire better than, yeah, that's what I mean. It should at 4.1 status, it should be the fire DMR. And I actually liked Maplewood's explanation, because like, for instance, like I have 4,000 hours on the game. Thick's got like 2,500 to 3,000 between his accounts. Maplewood's got 4,000 hours on his shit. Background's up at 3K. Fucking Odo's up probably at 4K, and we all have another 5,000 hours making videos on the game. So when I look for people's opinions on weapons, I look for people's opinions that have a fuckload of game experience, game knowledge, and have been playing the entire time, that can really give me opinions and be able to represent themselves properly without like misrepresenting information or like whatever. I think we watched that one guy. What was his fucking name? He talked about the dude. I think he posted a clip on Reddit too. He was talking about how the flamethrowers didn't need to be buffed and how we were all stupid shitters because the flamethrowers were fine. And like and then the next patch, the flamethrowers got buffed. You guys remember that? No, it wasn't Doom. It was somebody else. But he was basically calling us all retarded shitters because we didn't like the flamethrowers that were broken to not apply fire status properly. And we're like, bro, we just want them to be fixed. Nothing else. It wasn't. No, no, it wasn't. It wasn't him either. There was a few. Was there a few? I just remember we watched that one guy's video. And he posted clips on Reddit about it. And he was just, dude, he was just talking shit to everybody, bro. It was weird. It was some Spanish guy. Friskies is a known popular gym. So 1 hour Friskies is a 1 hour group working out together like CrossFit. Oh, that's cool. Thank you for letting me know, Mundane. That's actually fun. I appreciate that. You're Glazers out there. Like I said, I don't even low-key hate the Glazers like that. And I don't really like, look, here's the thing, guys. I think that I don't like making drama content about other YouTubers. I don't mind flaming the fuck out of the billion-dollar company. But I think that the point of starting to talk shit about other people or like clip them out of context or whatever, you really are starting to enter like Hassan territory, and like ain't nobody want to deal with that except for a special level of fucking retard. You know what I mean? So I don't like that stuff, and I don't like engaging with people that do that stuff. I think it's weird. You know what I mean? But if you wanted really good opinions on weapons, I'm going to be posting a lot more videos coming up. I think that the most objectively fair people that I've seen post or talk about weapons, or at least you can go in their chat and ask them. Like I said, Odo's really good. If you just go ask him, he's usually he's perfectly chill about it. I like that he's sarcastic about stuff. He makes it funny. Background when he used to stream, still amazing. You can ask him his comments. He replies to, like, background's amazing. Maplewood, like I said, I can usually give you a full breakdown of stuff like that. All the people that have a lot of hours on the game that really invest the time into like pushing the weapons to their limits are really good. One thing I really like about when me and Thick go talk, when we used to be more serious about talking about weapons and stuff, is we'd get like Grass or Ilya or somebody to go like use the cheat engine, and then they'd go mod the weapon to see like, how good would it be like this? What would it be like this? How much better? Like, for instance, like the minigun, like how would it be with more push force? That was purely Grass's idea. Dude, and it's pushing away the dead bodies on the ground. So you create this area in front of you where it's so much more fun to play. And you look at it like that and you're like, holy shit. So you can really get a perspective of how good a weapon can be with even just small changes. And I saw the Hyena at 4.1 status, and the way that it ignites targets is a lot more interesting. It's a lot more engaging, a lot more fun to play. Hassan would main the K9 backpack. I miss Pips. Pips ain't ever coming back. He thinks this community's rotted to the core, and he hates the fucking game. Yeah. Still on flamethrowers to fire in an arc. Yeah. Just saying how much talking, honestly, set them back on YouTube really speaks. Fake positivity plays more. Yeah, I think that a lot of people really like to pretend that that's not the case, but talking negatively about the game, like, let's put it this way. A lot of people say this about Moist Critical, for instance, because he usually has a pretty fence-sittery opinion. If you're very positive about stuff and you fence sit a lot, it's really easy to, it's more consumable to everybody. It's consumable to everybody, right? And like, he does have strong opinions about a couple of things. There's no doubt about that. But when you're overly positive about too many things and you're just trying to downplay and disregard other people's opinions, which Moist Critical doesn't do, because they don't line up with your opinions, which I see Reddit do a lot, right? I see Reddit do that a lot all the time. It is what it is. You know what I mean? That's just like a Reddit thing to do. And like, really, that's fine. It's just always been Reddit on every game. That's where you end up in the position where it's just kind of annoying. Eravin's videos are good. Don't use Liberator on ups. Yeah, they take 4 shots to kill. They sure do. I think trying to validate the fire damage on the Hyena is straight glazing. I think that the fire damage itself is fine on the Hyena. I think that it applying fire is good. I just think that it doesn't apply the fire correctly. For instance, like we could break this down super quick. So when you look at the damage values, 220, 45 damage, this weapon's having an identity crisis, right? Because it's okay, so this is the fire DMR, right? But its status strength is 3 and it has a fire, like the fire rate is abysmal, right? What's the fire rate? 190 fire rate. So this weapon shoots way too slow. Okay. So in the same time, this one has 600 RPM. So in the same time that this shoots 3 times, like this shoots 3 times, I'm shooting 9 times with this, right? So I'm applying 18 status versus 9 in the same amount of time, in the same time frame. So this is still the fire gun. Also, nobody was mad when this gun was just applying fire. Like, let's put it this way. When Arrowhead nerfed the fire status application, like all the fire status stuff, nobody was mad that they nerfed it. Like, people would have been maybe upset about it or whatever, but like if the explanation made sense, like the explanation was good. We don't want this weapon lighting most things on fire in 1 shot. We want them to light it on fire in 2 shots. That's perfectly valid explanation. I would have accepted that. Most people would have been like, yeah, whatever, who gives a fuck? Nobody would have really cared that much. Lying about it was the problem, right? That's the only thing. People want transparency. People want to be able to trust the devs, and it was just a match of breach of trust, which made people feel bad. And I believe making people feel bad for no reason is bad. So when we compare how much status this can apply, because status is very, like, you know what I mean? Very, very simple and straightforward. At 4 status, you're guaranteed to light a hunter or a warrior on fire. So with the coyote, you can shoot them twice and light them on fire, guaranteed. Fine. With this, you have a, because of the way the min-max status rolls, at 3, you have a 90-ish% chance to light them on fire. But the problem is, when you have that rest of the 10% chance, it might not light them on fire. So at 4, you always light hunters and warriors on fire. And that would basically fix the weapon. It also doesn't have weapon attachments properly done. So like no foregrips is really weird. So like if this weapon had a 4.1 status strength, for the 0.1's important. That way it breakpoints a couple of targets to just ignite them all the time. And I would say if this RPM didn't get doubled and it stayed at 190, then this status strength would have to go to 6. So they could double the RPM and up the status by 1.1, and then this weapon is the point and click, ignite everything, super fire thematic weapon that everybody likes. We sure in PoE 2? Yeah, we could play PoE 2. It's still not valid, and I would have crashed out. I would have crashed out too, bro. We were in crash out era. Would have been fine. Wretched as Moss easily. You'll never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. Blue Sky. With attachments on guns. Yeah, this one was weird. So like if the Hyena had this that status value that I just said with the weapon attachments, and then maybe the RPM change, then it would be really, really good. And it would be really fun to use. And the ergo would make sense because like now you're just pointing and clicking and you're lighting everything on fire all the time. I don't agree that the ergo armor is needed, but if you had the angled foregrip, you wouldn't need the ergo armor. So just to talk about the Hyena, maybe I should make a video about it or a short, but I mean, just in general, like the weapon's okay. But like on the bots, you would, well, I already talked about, I would prefer to use light pen, like as a DMR, it's just better. On the squids, it doesn't do what I need it to, which is one-shot overseers in the head. That's why I would bring a DMR in the first place. I think it can do the flying overseers in one shot, but it can't do the walking ground ones. And I don't need a DMR to kill zombies. I don't need a DMR to kill flesh mobs. On the appropriators, it is not fun to use this weapon. It's not fun to use DMRs on the appropriators just in general, I don't think. It's just an overall, I just don't like bringing DMRs to the appropriators. This is not my play style. And then when I go over to the bugs, like I said, bile spewers and nurses, I don't want to bring this at all. And then on the spore strain is the only time I'd really bring this. And if it had that status increase, it would basically be perfect. That's all. Very small changes make the gun basically perfect. They don't want the gun to be good. Yeah, I think if I can kill an overseer with 2 body shots and both have fire procs, that would be really good. I think that if you shot an overseer in the chest twice with this weapon and it rotted it to death with the fire, with the amount of overseers that you see on Div 10, that would probably be really good. Yeah, I think that'd be fine. I think would that be 440 damage? It'd be like 400 damage even. You break the plate off the first shot. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would be fine. Or like, I think that maybe you could make the debate too, where let's say there's like 5 overseers and you ping each one of them one time, and then the fire ticks off of them, and then you ping each one of them again, and you ignite them all down like that, and you just play rot play style. I think that's fine too. That way you min-max the status like burn effect. You know what I mean? I think that that's probably fine too. You know what I mean? Because then you're leaning into the weapon's fantasy a lot more, but it just needs to light stuff on fire more consistently, because me having to shoot each target like 3 or 4 times to light it on fire in a lot of cases doesn't. The problem is, like, let's say I shoot an alpha commander and light it on fire. I might as well just fucking shoot it again and kill it, because the fire status over time isn't going to rot it out. I might as well just shoot it in the head the 4th time. You know what I mean? And then when you're at the stage where it's like it's not playing into its own fantasy, then it starts feeling bad. It's like, oh, well, maybe you should use a different weapon for those enemies. It's like, yeah, but then you also are in the boat where you should use a different weapon for all of the other enemies because it doesn't kill them effectively. You know what I mean? It loops. I don't think it's dealing enough fire damage even with a guaranteed proc. It's just doing the same fire damage that the Coyote does. It's just that it's not applying it properly. That's all. What do you think is Skitari's phosphor rounds in the M1 Garand? That'd be cool. I really like the phosphor rounds that the pistol has. I think that one thing that would be interesting in Helldivers is phosphor rounds. If you're unaware of what that does, I don't have that open. So there's a pistol in Darktide. It's a revolver that the new Skitari class has that has these like really cool fire rounds, and the weapon has a fuckload of overpen. So you can shoot through like 20 targets with this revolver if it crits. And if you ignite them with this white phosphor, it lowers their hit map. So you can cleave through more of them on the second shot, and your melee weapons can cleave through more enemies. So I think that that's an extremely fun playstyle. It's really, really interesting. That's how many overseers. 15 Magnum, 5 overseers, 10 Magnum, 3 overseers. Oh, okay, that's interesting. If it follows the fire proc suggestions, yeah, that'd be way better, wouldn't it? Doesn't that M1 Garand have them too? I don't think so, does it? Communication regarding what's going on at a higher level studio became less for the time I was there. In the case of the internship, the studio had experienced some changes in art department leadership, which my own role in mentorship unclear in the beginning. Their idea on how intern changes should be recorded in the pipeline. And then other game studios, ET screenshot, fun company full of great people. See, I mean, like all the people who work at Arrowhead aren't bad people. You know what I mean? Even though like some of the balance decisions would make you question that. Everybody who works there is cool. Everybody I've talked to is also really nice. Studio's going through a period where its growing pains are showing. This was in January 16th, 2023. So the game was just coming out, or not coming out, the year before the game came out. So like they've always had communication issues and confusion about priorities and quality. It's never changed. They've always had those problems. They just select a few who are balanced devs that are bad people. Yeah, I think that honestly, one thing that can happen too is you read a couple of comments from people, and like you can definitely tilt out pretty easily. You get the same kills faster with every headshot, but like you mentioned, you can proc fire multiple overseers at the same time and kill them with a similar time frame. Well, that's what I mean. It's like for me, the Hyena, it just doesn't have a proper identity, and it needs to be improved. And I think that if you're talking about it not needing to be improved, you're not really looking at the reasons why people use weapons in the first place or why they like them. And I also think it's okay to like bad guns. Like I like the minigun. I think the BFGL is my favorite weapon in the entire game. I really do. And I know it's not good. I'm not going to sit here and tell you like, oh my God, the BFGL is the best fucking weapon in the game. I'm not going to sit there and do that. I don't think it's very good. I just think it's really fucking fun. And I think if you play it in like a duo situation where I can throw like Mr. Joshi a backpack and he fucking loads me up, that shit is so super fun. I get to shoot the entire game. And I think that especially when I look at Reddit, a lot of people misconstrue, like, let's say I say something's bad or terrible or fucking stupid, because I use pretty harsh words, either good or bad, you know, I don't really care either, right? And I don't really care if people disagree with me either, but because it's just not a big deal, right? You either like something or you don't. But a lot of these guys take it as they're not allowed to have fun, or they really straw man it into like, you're not allowed to have fun, or you're not allowed to like this, or you're not allowed to use this. It's just like, just because I think something is bad doesn't mean that you can't use it or have fun with it. You could still use it and have fun with it, but I'm still going to think it's fucking garbage. It's just not a big deal. You know what I mean? Should cancel Clay saying retarded shit again. No, I mean, I'm serious, bro. It just be like that, bro. Good boss. BFGL, nice knowing y'all. Bro, I use the BFGL on the Jet Brigade, and I just fucking ripped them dicks off, bro. I was blasting. I was having a great time. I shot like fucking 30,000 times that game. It was great. You just want meta weapons. No, if I say it's bad, you can't have fun with it or you're my enemy. Well, that's how these guys are kind of painting it, bro. It's like, dude, it's like, yeah, I don't think this is fucking good. You're a terrible person. I hate you. It's like, I guess I just don't even entertain the conversation anymore. It's just a waste of my time. The solution in order to be ruining a game, it's called oversight, but the fact it can use that for something is proof they don't want to fix problems in the studio. Based. You just want to one-shot Bile Titans with the Hyena. I could get a clip of me one-shotting a Bile Titan with the Hyena just to piss everybody off if you want. Reddit's just bot-on-bot violence with like 2 psychos mixed in. Yeah, it's just weird. Maxi Gun's garbage because it's obsessed with making it work against you. Well, I think the Maxi Gun sucks because you can't dive out of the animation and it doesn't have the push force. So like the Maxi Gun would be fixed if like I don't want to shoot and dive. I want to be able to dive and it stops me from shooting. I just want to be able to dive all the time. Just instantly stops me from shooting. That would be fine. Not a big deal. Slow walking with it's not a big deal. It's super inaccurate when you slow walk. The push force pushes the dead bodies. It's just way more fun to use, right? C4 BFGL supply car is the best. Dude, BFGL is just fun. BFGL is fun to use, but it does need some love though, like higher explosion radius. If they wanted to fix the BFGL, inner explosion radius just needs to be matched to outer explosion radius. And I really, really, really loved how the Custom Galactic War gave it shrapnel. It kind of fixed most of the problems with the weapon because when the explosion gets too big, you get into the position where you ragdoll your teammates. And I kind of like where it's at now, where I don't ragdoll them. I can just kind of like blast the fuck out of whatever's in front of me. But the CGW one with the shrapnel is way more fun to play. It's just way better. Like, there's no way I'm going to sit here and tell you the BFGL's god tier. But fuck, it's fun to use. $2 from Mr. Joshi. You mod the Hyena to shoot orbital napalm barrage. What a sweet treat that would be. Thank you for the $2. You're banned. Thank you for the T1 sub, Mr. Jiro the Oni. Thank you on a T1 sub over on Twitch. Get some big W's in the chat for Mr. Joshi and Mr. Jiro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Take the max gun, let me walk backwards as a middle ground. I'm cool with that. Like, okay, so for instance, the worst weapon mechanic in the game that I personally think right now is when you aim the laser cannon or the quasar in and the fucking laser circles spinning on your screen. That's like the worst weapon mechanic in the game. That shit sucks because it looks, I should be able to toggle that off. You know what I mean? And you have to mod that off. It sucks. But anyways, let's watch this sad, slow death of Helldivers 2 by Lieutenant Buzz Lightyear. Also, the Hyena, like, bro, it's crazy that there's so much discourse about a shitty primary weapon. Like, where I was talking to Nox Gladius about this. Why ain't nobody talking about the Gallant like this, bro? That's how out of content Helldivers is ever, like, the only new thing is a shitty DMR that nobody's going to be using in 2 weeks ever again. And then when the helmet comes out, it's going to be how good the helmet looks and how bad the helmet looks for 2 weeks. That's how fucking tapped out people are, bro. You gotta think about that shit. People are going to be crying about the fucking hat in a week, man. That's how out of fucking juice people are, bro. It's crazy. Gallant's already forgotten. People leveled that shit up to 25 and were like, damn, this shit sucks. You right, though? Bro, I'm telling you. Dude, that's how people are just bored, but people just want something to talk about. Maybe we'll give people something to talk about this week. Hyena is the only two new content for months. Yeah, it really is. The Gallant is the new medium pen SMG that came in the Exo Experts War Bond, and it is basically the Knight equivalent, but medium pen and terrible at everything. The Gallant might be the worst gun in the game. By like a lot. Whatever slot comes to travel. War Bond tomorrow? Yep. So, new video from Buzz Lightyear. The sad and slow death of Helldivers 2.
Is slowly turning into a game for no one, with the feeling you see more and more these days when it comes to describing how a player feels towards Helldivers being one of indifference or apathy.
Donkey Prime on the T1 sub. Fuck your video, Buzz. And then $2 more from Mr. Joshi, Aishi2. The helmet MO reward made my mom homeless. Oh my God. We got to go tell somebody. Thank you for the $2. And thank you for the T1 sub. Make sure you guys get some W in the chat. Mr. Donkey Prime. I appreciate that, boss. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription, brother. I really, really do appreciate that. Thank you. Hyena is a solid gun for you, B to A tier. Yeah, it just depends what you use it for, bro. I think that if it had 4.1 status, I'd pretty much rate it A tier on most stuff for me. I just think it just needs a little love. That's all. Very small tweaks in that gun is like across the board A tier for pretty much everything. Instead of being like terrible at some stuff and like okay at other stuff. But yeah, I mean, whatever. But A++ if the fire felt good and you ignited everything consistently, the Hyena would be like one of the best guns in the game. Like I said, it only needs 4.1 status on the fire. As soon as you see somebody using it like that, you're like, holy shit, that gun fucking fries everything. It's fun. Way better. But anyways, back to the Buzz video.
See, it's important to first understand that apathy is not hate. Far from it. Apathy is the state of indifference or the suppression of emotions, resulting in a distinct lack of interest, enthusiasm, or motivation. It's a feeling of, for lack of a better word for it, just feeling meh. However, when you turn to the medical definition of apathy, it takes on a very important specificity. You see, medically, apathy is the lack of goal-directed activity. However, before we dive into all this, I wanted to say two things. The first is that I'm doing this video just mostly off the top of my head. It's coming from the heart, and so if my delivery is a little bit out of sorts, you know why. The second point is that I'm not taking this opportunity to curb stomp Helldivers while it's down. I've loved the game since my very first dive back in early 2024. Its combat sandbox offers up some truly unique ways to let players express themselves through tactics or skill, but love alone or enjoying the combat alone isn't enough to get this game to grow and ultimately to evolve.
I think one very important note to make is that the game was literally dead. Like it was to the, like, this game needs about 50,000 people online all the time, mind you. Keep this in mind here. Because of the way that the content is sold in war bonds, it needs about 50K average players to be thriving, like for them to be making money properly. The studio's goal is to have the game at an average of 50,000 players. Anytime that it's not consistently seeing that, like, they are having issues, right? Like, peaking at 50K per day is not exactly great for them, right? Which is obviously why they're also trying to up their daily active users with certain mechanics and systems like just log in or whatever meme we want to like run on it, a win for the community, whatever. There's a very specific reason. So like War Dogs also said, like, look, we need 10,000 people like actives every day. That's what our goal is. That's what we're striving for. That's what they want to do because that's what they need to keep the game running properly. This company needs 50,000 people online actively all the time to make the game run correctly. And that's something you need to keep in mind. That's Arrowhead Studios' goals. This is not me saying anything other than their goals. Okay. So the issue is, like, every time there's a big update, it becomes a very seasonal game. And the core gameplay loop is not fixed yet. They've hit it on the head multiple times correctly, like I said before, many times with like the Meridia, when it got terramorphed and we were getting 4,000 kills a game. Amazing. Hulk Surge was amazing, but then they fixed it, and I don't think it's fixed. Bugs that everybody loves should become features. Things that everybody loves doing should become features. It should be something to enjoy, something to strive for, right? Something like the Quasar Cannon auto charging. Like, yeah, maybe it was like kind of fucking ridiculous when it was just instant snap everything off the screen. But what if the Quasar Cannon only shot once every 26 seconds, like doubled the cooldown from 13 seconds, right? So, or maybe even 16 seconds to take because the charge time on it, right? So you double that, and it shoots like, let's say, twice a minute. It just automatically charges on your back. You pull it out, you can shoot it whenever you want. And that's just a toggle you can do on the Quasar Cannon. Well, now this crazy bug that auto charges the Quasar Cannon becomes a feature that a lot of people love. One of their favorite weapons in the game becomes this thing that, like, holy shit, like, this is way more fun to use. You know what I mean? And every time Helldivers does difficulty right, I think a really good recent example that people could resonate with is the surges getting nerfed. But another one that I found really interesting last year was when we were doing these lava planets when they first came out, and we had these rapid acquisition missions. They were just put the fries in the bag. Like you grab the thing, you put it in the box, whatever. But the spawns were fucking crazy. They were ridiculously fun to play. Like this was awesome. There were so many enemies everywhere. I saw tons. Everybody loved it. I loved it. Same thing with like the old defense missions on the bots were crazy. Capture the flag when the crazy amount of dropships were flying in. Even just the rescue civvies when it first came out, right? So many times we've had bots with crazy spawns, and I've seen overwhelmingly positive feedback from people wanting more spawns, wanting more enemies to fight. And whenever I see somebody saying that like, oh, well, there's too many guys, I'm like, okay, so like down tier. Because when there's that many fun enemies to fight, the game's way more fun to play. When I load into the game and there's 40 War Striders, it's not fun to play. It's important to make a differentiation between the enemies that are fun to fight and the enemies that aren't, right? Very poorly designed enemies just remove your decision making from the game. War Striders do that through spam ragdoll. When there's 1,000 Hulks, you are still getting ragdolled when they blow up on the ground, but they're a lot more lethal. They're a lot more dangerous, and like a lot of people lost games to Hulk when they were like OG Hulk Surge because it was more interesting. When we were on Cyberstand, we were seeing 15 War Striders of POI, and there was just like 2 War Striders coming into every dropship. It was just spam oops all Warp Striders. Nobody was really losing games to War Striders because 1, they're just not a very challenging enemy, and 2, it's just a gimmick and a trick enemy that once you overcome their gimmick, you just don't have to deal with them. They're a joke, right? It's like, oh, you could just bring a whatever to kill them instantly, but it's like, why the fuck do I want to fight an enemy that's a waste of space? I'd prefer if they just removed War Striders from the game, brought them back as an Incineration Core exclusive, strapped 2 heavy flamers where their blasters are, the grenade launchers, swap those out for the Hulk mortars, and then this thing's just a turbo flamethrower 9000 come blasting at you. Something interesting and fun, because War Striders mess the spawns up. They take tank spawns and like all these really cool things away, make the game more fun and engaging. So when we talk about like why the game always hits worse so over, worse so back, it's because they prioritize things that don't make any sense. Removing the fun elements that people like doesn't really do anything. And again, if we get another update, like everybody, like for instance, the most recent update that fucked the game up, right? The mech warbond. If the mech warbond would have came with a vehicle bay and you would have been able to modulate the arms, even if it was just the arms that came in the warbond, nobody would have given a shit about the mech warbond. Everybody would be like, okay, this is coming with meaningful content. Like, and then now the galactic campaigns are there. It's like, oh, well, now we're dropping other arms that you can unlock through galactic campaigns. I think everybody would have been really happy with that. Everybody would have been like, wow, this is great content. Like everybody's having fun with it. You know what I mean? And you're all working together and earning stuff. And like the meaningful things behind stuff just aren't there. You know what I mean? And whenever you go load into a mission and there's low spawns and it's kind of a walking simulator, I do think of this from the hardest difficulty as well. A lot of the time, like whenever there's a high invasion level, there's usually a lot of spawns. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go play high invasion level because it's actually like way more fun to play. Spore Stray has a lot of spawns. I have a lot more fun playing that because there's just lots of enemies. And it's just more engaging. And that's solo or in a squad. When you go play in a squad on like a regular planet, there's just not enough enemies to keep everybody engaged in the game. And it's just not as fun to play. I don't think people have really lost a game of Helldivers in years. It's hard to lose a game. Like it's really hard to lose a game. Like just finish the orange objectives. Maybe full like the line that I draw is like for Hulk Surge, for instance. I saw a lot of groups, especially I was like I go through people's streams whenever there's actually a challenging update. And I make sure I go look all the streams, everybody. I just click through them all just to see how they're progging missions. I go through VODs and stuff. A lot of people are struggling to full clear with random parties. A lot. If you were in a pre-made, you could still full clear. A lot of AP4 GL parties were blasting through it, no problem. But a lot of people were struggling to full clear. And that's where I'm like, okay, if people are struggling to full clear, that means that the difficulty is either really good or really bad. And then you start looking like, okay, like, are people having fun when they're not full clearing? If the answer is yes, then it's good difficulty. And if people are not having fun when they're not full clearing, you ask, okay, why aren't they having fun? And for instance, Cyberstan, people were complaining about the amount of War Strider spawns and Vox engines being too oppressive. Instead, the War Strider spawns didn't get nerfed, and the Vox engine spawns got nerfed, and the Vox engines got nerfed. But the Vox engines didn't need to be double nerfed. The Vox engines could have kept the same amount of spawns because they are fucking easy to kill now. You can blow a Vox engine out almost instantly. They are super easy to kill now. So a double nerf to an enemy like that is bad because honestly, the Vox Engine is one of the most engaging enemies in the game. It has really good weak spots. It's fun to fight. You can hard counter it with smoke. You can hard counter it with angles. Its biggest problem was that it used to sit on rooftops and blast everybody in one shot. Honestly, the biggest change that it needed was its main cannons shooting at you needed like another half a second of charge up time. And that would have basically been it. Spore Strain is slop, dumpster fire of an enemy faction. yeah. But that's what I mean, though, is like you're sitting there and you're like, also, like, and then you look at the Spore Strain and the Bile Titan's breath animation isn't matched to, like, it's not matched. So you just get ragdolled from super far away from it very regularly. So you end up in the position where you have all these things that like aren't fun, aren't finished, bugged, or broken, and they just add up on people. And then when you have this core gameplay loop there, people just want to kill a ton of enemies and they want the hardest difficulty to be this screenshot, right? In the background. But when you went and played Cyberstan, there was no Factory Striders on Cyberstan. There was also no Rocket Striders at all. No Scout Striders. Like there wasn't. When you played the hardest difficulty, it was just fucking War Striders everywhere. And honestly, not seeing the big AT-AT took a lot of Cyberstan out for me. Seeing the Vox Engine was cool, but seeing the Vox Engine and the Factory Strider at the same time is something I wanted to see. I wanted to see both of these enemies. I also wanted to see Rocket Striders. Replacing Rocket Striders with War Striders was ridiculous. At least just replace them with Hulks if you wanted to be more challenging as an engaging enemy. I think that Arrowhead gets confused with like this gimmicky difficulty that because the way that people talk about it on Reddit, because we know they frequent it all the time, that like people are, oh yeah, War Striders. They're just kind of like, bro, people are just kind of like gassing them. War Striders fucking suck. They're not even fun to play against. It's ridiculous. Yet Factory Striders started spawning on mythical difficulties in Cyber. That's right. You're right. That's my bad. You're correct about that. I talked to Vex Bunny about that. Yeah. You had to play below difficulty 7 or below to get Factory Striders. That's my mistake. But on the hardest difficulty, you never saw a single Factory Strider. Oh, wait. You saw Factory Striders on the Armor Surge exclusively on the hardest difficulty. For the, like, whatever, the day that was open. Yeah. War Striders aren't dangerous, they're just annoying. Why you white? I'm born this way. It was just adding them. Well, that's what I'm curious about is, like, why can't we have a War Strider? Or, excuse me. Oh my God. Why can't we have a Vox Engine and a Factory Strider at the same time? Like, I'd love to see both these enemies at the same time. I don't understand why we don't have both. It's just weird. Like, maybe replace the enemies easier for them, like, to put it in the game. But I want to see both at the same time. Seeing both of these dudes is like a crazy spear level threat on the field.
On June the 4th, we got this announcement from the Helldivers game director centered on progressing progression. Odd title, but okay. And inside this post from Mikael Eriksson, we learned about galactic campaigns, a more specific application for player progression, some changes that were supposed to be coming in short order, which have still not all arrived. Keep in mind this post was from a month and a half ago. And finally, things like a level cap increase, fixes to Hellpod steering, and stratagem balls bouncing were effectively punted down the line, with all of that coming sometime later this year. In fact, if we run this thing back just a little bit further to the end of April, when Johan Pilstedt, Arrowhead's CCO, took to Reddit with his unannounced.
I remember I was the only person that streamed that night. That was a rough night. I was the only person that streamed that night. The eve of McDonald's is tearing us apart. You do matter. This was when the first AMA hit the towers, and it literally said, like, you don't matter. That dude, the Reddit had the fucking Reze, yo, you sweet summer child, all that shit. This was a rough day, bro. And these are all the titles that I just recycle over and over again that I copy paste into the title. That's how we do it here. This was crazy, bro. This was crazy. Everybody was in depresso mode, and I was like, yo, you guys matter. We did polls. We did a bunch of shit. I was cooked, bro. I needed some positive reinforcement from chat because, dude, that fucked everybody up. I literally streamed this whole AMA. What are you smoking? Dude, did you stream that night? I thought you streamed before that. Remember, we could throw like 20 odd red strats with some map tab glitch. I mean, I really don't buy the whole 16 galley barrages will break the game. Just go throw a whole bunch of barrages and it just starts lagging the game out. It would crash the game too many. Like Xbox really can't handle a lot. That's another thing is War Striders cause rapid explosions and Xbox can't handle War Striders. So like they got the grenade launchers need to be reworked.
Ask me anything. That makes it now what, roughly 2 months where we've seen what come to the game. A whole bunch of back and forth with armor levels and durable damage, landing us back where we started before all the tinkering began. We've now
Thick really said it the best with he said in his video that the balance decisions from January when the first durable changes to mechs, emplacements, turrets, and enemy damage on the bots to what happened now was just sweeping dust back and forth in the room instead of actually putting it in the bin. Which is true because when you sit there and think about it, it's like with all of the changes that we have now, everything is effectively exactly the same other than like a couple of small arms can't deal damage to the mechs and the tank. But we realistically could have just had and this was all because of the tank and emplacements are still broken. We pretty much could have just like had the bot durable damage lowered and it would have been fine. Like nothing, it wouldn't have mattered. You know what I mean? Like they could have fixed this pretty much overnight and it's still not totally fixed. Yo, Dies instantly comes in, drops 5 gifted on Twitch. And then he also drops 5 gifted over on YouTube's. Make sure you guys get some big W's in the chat for Mr. Dies instantly coming in, dropping 10 gifted. Looks like somebody got paid. Thank you for the 10 gifted, sir. I appreciate you, boss. I hope you had a magnificent day at work. I hope you're doing good tonight, bro. I hope you're doing good tonight. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the 10 gifted. Good mans. Good mans. W mans. You are lazy, man. Fuck you, bro. You come in here, give me 10. You give me $50 and you call me lazy. I went and got my hair cut today. I went outside at least. We went full circle, but I was drawing a square. Yeah, that's pretty much the balance changes for the durable change. It is ridiculous, huh?
I've got galactic campaigns, the campaign terminal, and in-game rewards are back for winning said.
To be fair, I actually like the campaign rewards. I think that the only problem is the vague posting of when people will get the rewards later. Like, let's say like you don't play the game and like you come back. Let's say you start the game up in like October, whatever, November, whatever, next title update, August, whatever, right? You come in the game and you're like, oh, well, I don't have the FRV or the Hyena or the hat, bro. The hat. I just want to know when and how those people are going to get the items. I don't really care about anything else. I just don't want there to be a vague post. I don't want there to be anything. I just don't care anymore. It's just such a waste of everybody's time for them to like be gauging the community and be like, okay, well, could we sell it in a superstore? Okay, maybe not. People get mad. Could we do, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from it. And it's just kind of like, bro, it's so easy to do this right. Just pop it for requisition. Everybody goes and earns it. And then later on, everybody who didn't earn it in the campaign can just buy it later for requisition or whatever, bro. Just like all the other stuff we had in the past. I just want the same system that everybody loved. Do it again. No more vague posting. Just tell me what's fucking happening, bro. I don't want any more hidden shit. It is just so frustrating.
Campaigns, which should have never been taken out of the game in the first place.
That's all I care about.
And you know,
but I do like the campaigns. I think they're good. And I do think it's more engaging and fun to play the game with the campaigns.
Overall, players feel it. They might not be taking to the social channels and calling out the studio, but I guarantee you they feel it. They are internalizing it, and it's led to this general movement to other games. Right now, as I'm sitting down...
I think because he's talking about apathy still, because we've been a little bit of a rant. So you have like an invisible tether to a game, and when that's broken, that's usually when your streamers and your YouTubers stop making videos about it that you don't really care about. And like, for this game, I'm going to be honest with you, most of the popular content has always just been like blog style, talking, yapping, chilling, vibing, you know what I mean? Gameplay does pretty okay. This is a guide content game as well. So like, you know, you're like, oh, like how do I use the gun against the new enemies? But like, there's no new enemies. And then the spawns suck. So then there's no challenge. And then you're like, there needs to be some in-game loop for you to express your skill and your decision making. If there isn't, then that's like you get an 80% of your 100 plus hour users with overwhelmingly negative reviews, right? Because it's just like you constantly do nothing for the end of the game. So your turnover rate's super high. So you have a revolving door of new players. And like this game was like doing really good with new players. But now a new player loads in and there's 20 superstores pages, 20 war bond pages, hundreds, if not thousands of 20,000 plus medals to go grind, which like, just go get the super credits, bro. Nope, like the super credits aren't the problem. The medals are the problem. So like you end up, the new players log in super overwhelmed because the company's not doing anything meaningful with battle passes. War bonds are battle passes, like permanent battle passes or whatever that don't go away after. So like we have 20 something war bonds in the game. Why doesn't like the oldest 5 or even all of them, they just go on like a rotation, like literally every galactic campaign, there could be a war bond that's up for like, oh, go do these challenges in the game, bro. You do these challenges and then you get to like play with the weapon a little bit. You get to play with all the gear in that war bond for free. You decide if you like it or not. And if you do, and you do all the challenges with the items in the war bond, that's free for the campaign, which is like 3 weeks, then you get the war bond for 50% off. And like you have everything unlocked in it, so you don't need to go grind medals or something. Like something engaging and fun for new people needs to be there. And then something for your long-term players needs to be there. And your long-term players just want a fucking surge every weekend. And we can't even get a surge every weekend. So when people stop making content for the game, whether it's positive or negative, like at this stage, nobody's really going to care about a guide because there's nothing to do in the game. And this game's prominent viewed content is guides. So nobody cares. There's also like really cool, fun, hype clips, but it's hard to get cool, fun, hype clips when there's nothing really happening in the game, or like, you know, the Death Star is just a PNG, right? So you're kind of like, you know, so there's no eyes being drawn to the game. People move to other stuff. But the difference is when there's nobody keeping you engaged with the game, nobody talking about it, nobody really giving you that feeling. You know what I mean? That you're like, oh yeah, Helldivers is still there. You stop playing, you forget about it, you forget about the people talking about it, that invisible tether's gone. And next thing you know, you haven't played the game in 2 years, and you're like, oh yeah, what happened to that game? You go look and it's dead, and you're like, oh shit, what the fuck? And then you go watch the what happened to X video, and you're like, well, that sucks. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. So that's how it goes. It happened to Marathon in less than a month. You know what I mean? Life. All the older war bonds got nerfed. Kind of true. Why don't the oldest 5 become another mobilize? That's such a cool idea, just to make the oldest 5 war bonds a Helldivers mobilize. Just fuck it, dude. Many such cases, but that's what I mean though. There's so many games that you don't even remember they existed because that tether gets broken. And that's what happens after the apathy sets in. And that's what's happened to a lot of people on Helldivers, but it's not something a lot of people want to talk about because it's just not a like positive subject. It's like the game hasn't been in a good spot since March 2025. And if you think it has, that's great. You really love walking simulators. Like the only times this has been engaging, there's rapid acquisition. Cyberstand was awesome. The game wasn't very fun solo, but in a 4-man, super engaging. Tons of spawns. It was the best 4-man content has ever been in the game. And launch Hulk Surge, launch Devastator Surge with crazy spawns everywhere. Insanely fun. Launch Appropriators, insanely fun. Tons of spawns. Most times Appropriators have good spawns still already. Mindless Masses launch weekend, like I said, me and Background pushed a 4,000 plus kill game. Multiple crazy kill games. Second weekend Mindless Masses are there. They're turbo nerfed. There's no spawns. It's mostly flesh mobs. It's like, what the fuck? Why not just be spawning the zombies that you were? It's way more fun and engaging. Spore Strain, I like it because there's tons of spawns. Still bugged with like the Bile Titan breath being way larger than it looks for the ragdoll effect, but like there's just lots of enemies. TCS showed that where like all TCS, there was just a walking simulator. You walked in, pushed the buttons, it was done. And then you do it with Spore Strain, there's fucking dudes everywhere. You're having basically a Bile Titan surge every time you push a button. It was sick. You go play the regular mission, there's tons of enemies everywhere. So like then you feel engaged with the game and it's fun. But it happens so few and far in between. that there's your guide content runs dry, because then like, what are you making a guide? It's like, oh, this gun's cool. It's like, yeah, but who fucking cares, right? And then so the next title update, it's like everybody slams as much content into that 4 weeks as possible, and then they're done with the game again for 6 months. And it's like, that's not healthy. That's not how the game should be. This game should support challenging content, even if it's just every weekend with surges. They need to be doing something every weekend, and they have not delivered on that. They did it 2 weeks in a row where they had good weekend content, and then they just 3 weeks in a row again, just back to nothing. Not great.
And recording this video, there's 48,500 divers logged on worldwide, with 35,000 of those being PC divers.
Yeah.
Now, back when we got Xbox joining the game, there was that whole ODST war bond, and alongside it, the Into the Untested update dropped. And that's when we got that famous quote from Sham Georgiani asking us to stop shitting our pants, because the total player counts had topped over 500,000 players, including
500,000 to 10,000 in 6.5 weeks. We talk about top, we have to talk about bottom. Is what it is. Is what it is. It is.
Including both consoles and PC. So in what, 10 months time, the game has shed 90% of its players that were diving back on September the 2nd, 2025. And I've got to tell you, Xbox players still haven't returned. They got into the game, they saw what was happening, and they just perma-checked out.
Xbox players quite literally have so many problems playing on Xbox that they just can't play. That's it. I unironically think they should just refund the game on Xbox and just go next. I'm not even joking. I think that they should just give up, and I think that they should discontinue regular PS5 and Xbox and go their tech debt can't keep up with the old tech. And I know that would suck for tons of people, and that would be the awful. But they are so tech debted at this point, they can't keep up. The other thing is we need to we either need to give up on the old hardware. A lot of companies are doing that now, by the way, or they need to just have opt-in for tons of spawns, and there's no in between. There's no in between, dude. On Xbox, this game is almost like. This game's tough on Xbox on the hardest difficulty, bro. Like it is just tough. They have a hard time even playing a game, bro. Like they're on 30 FPS cooking. Take my Helldivers with me, bro. Dude, they're so tech debted that they can't do it, bro. But that's what I mean. They have to make a decision where it's like either the game stays really easy because they can't spawn enough stuff for the consoles. Right. So like they're at this point where it's just like, dude, Xbox just hasn't been able to play this game properly since Xbox came out, bro. You gotta think that's crazy. Like they still have tons of issues. Like they can still play sometimes, but a lot of the time it's just laggy as fuck for them, bro. Struggles on the small Xbox or the large or both. Every single person that comes into my chat is always complaining about how the game runs horrible on their Xbox. I have seen more comments about the game running bad on Xbox in chat and just across social media in general than anything else. And I think that that's pretty crazy, to be honest with you. But I think across the board, like I think at this stage, they do have to do opt-in to like just modify your game. It's like, oh, what do you want to do? Well, I just feel like playing 2000% Hunter Surge with Bile Titan Surge and like whatever else. I think that'd be fine.
And even now, you know how you can see them when you go to your friends list and game, but they're just like grayed out because they're all off playing something else. So now it's back to a vast majority of players being on PC, with a small slice you can find over on PS5, and a handful, I mean a smattering, left on Xbox. And at this point, the game is done expanding to new console markets unless...
I think PS5 Pro runs the game pretty well, though. From what I was told, PS5 Pro apparently runs the game like really, really well. It might be mostly optimized for PS5 Pro. I know some people are actually still hard locking a lot on PC, where they actually have to like go shut their PC off to play the game. A lot of people with AMD GPUs apparently are having a lot of issues as well. So I'm not too, ever since the AI rework, or not the AI rework update, excuse me, I used the wrong words. Ever since the AI upscaler update or whatever it was, that cooked a lot of people off.
Arrowhead or Nixies somehow ports it over to Switch too. So as a studio, this is what you've got to work with. Now, the good news is that somewhere spread all over the globe, you've got something over 20 plus million Helldivers, at least according to a report from Helldivers Analytics back in January 2026. But as a studio, you've got to start giving those 20 plus million players a lot more reasons to log back in. Back in late April, Arrowhead announced they were moving from a system of everyone got every reward, regardless of their circumstances, as soon as they logged back in, 1 month, 2 months later, whatever. All the medals, weapons, and cosmetics were there waiting for them, which is the system this game operated with from day one. It's always been 100% about community, managed democracy, all for one and one for all, you know. And we went from that to a system of incentivizing players to log in with in-game rewards. Log in sometime during the Galactic campaign, even if it's just for a few seconds. Stand on the bridge of your ship, log back out. If the players win the majority of major orders during the campaign, you're going to get the reward.
You do have to log in specifically for a winning major order reward. If you don't log in for a win and you only log in for the loss, you won't get the item. So some people just log in every day and log out. Like, I'm not joking. Like, people just log in, log out. It is getting the daily active users up, but you could just have the daily active. Like, if the game was fun and engaging, literally just every Friday and Saturday. Like, because, like, dude, the game's OG pitch was like, did they want people to log in, play a game, even just be able to play a game on a weekend and then log out for the week and still talk about that one game they played with their homies for the week? We still talk about some of the old clips from years, like 2 years ago, because they're so cool and epic. Like Hop In King, when Erevan was streaming, I just jumped in with him. I'm grabbing the FRV with the hell bomb. I'm driving. I slide over to him. I'm Hop In King. He fucking says no, and I just drive deep on a bot drop and blow it up. Right, like, it was just badass. It was fun. Everybody loved the clip because it was so fun, bro. I still remember that. It was hype. Hop In King is my best clip. Yo, post it in React channels for me. I'll show everybody real quick. The Claydias are a minority and wrong about everything, but we have to implement login rewards to get the active player count up. That is definitely an interesting take you say there, Thickums. I do think that people mayhaps just be misrepresenting our opinions and talking points instead of actually listening to them. Considering every single person who comes in that's like, oh man, what you're saying is the worst, ends up being like a long-term viewer eventually. I turned more hate watchers into regular viewers. Like, the more people talked about me, the more viewers I got, and the more people agreed with me, so people stopped talking about me. It's really easy to convert people when you're like, yeah, I just want the game to be fun and challenging all the time so that I can play with my friends more. And more people have fun playing the game together. And I wish more things happened that meant something when you did them together. And you're like, oh, wow, that's not such an awful take. Why are you so mad all the time? Because that doesn't happen. It's really easy to convert people. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of what everybody wants. I'm just stupid and say mean words like, this is fucking stupid. Yeah, you know what I mean? You're like, oh, shit, that's crazy. I don't express myself very well, and I'm toxic, and I'm an asshole. But what you see is what you get.
But here's one of the factors that has plagued this game since it launched, being that none of this is actually spelled out for players in-game. There's something like 1.4 million people in the official Helldivers Discord.
Really fucking
Not all of them are going to be seeing those announcements pop up over there, but there you go. That's how many there are. On the official Helldivers 2 YouTube channel, they've been posting these campaign trailers, Operation Census Thunder, Termicide 2.0, and these things range from 286,000 views up to 400,000. The studio also pushes out notifications to Twitter and Reddit and Steam, but again, none of this is found in-game. When you fail to meet your 20, 21, possibly 22 million players where they're found at, that being in-game, they start checking out. They weren't there for the April announcement that the game rewards was doing a complete 180 because they don't want all that smoke and insanity of logging into Reddit, X, or the Discord. Arrowhead is failing to meet the needs of its players when it comes to keeping them in the loop, and it's been this way since launch.
That's true. I think people are really, like, here's the thing. When I get patch notes from Path of Exile that have like a fucking codex and a table of contents for me to go find everything because they're so expansive, and when I see Pal World saying that they maxed the character limit out on the patch notes so they couldn't put everything in it, and then I have Arrowhead saying, just vibe it out, bro. It's too much work to list it all. We have a big problem. The biggest problem with this game has been communication, clarity, and direction since it came out, and we never see that. And it just frustrates people. Like literally 99% of the problems with what's happening could be solved by communication. Now, for instance, good communication would be like we want to nerf the coyote and we want it to light targets on fire in 2 shots instead of 1. So then they just nerf the status of application on the coyote instead of gutting all of the fire in the game and completely breaking status for weeks, right? Which did happen. But with the notification that that's what they want to do with the coyote, I could probably accept that because that's an acceptable explanation to me. When they nerf the firebreaker from they take a magazine away from the firebreaker, that's not an acceptable explanation to me because the reason that they did it was because it was a pick rate nerf. But the reality check on that one was there was thousands of hunters spawning in every mission, and the only viable weapon was the firebreaker to deal with them during bugged patrols. So without the firebreaker, you were just getting smoked by thousands of hunters. And you got to put 2 and 2 together there where it's like, okay, why is this getting picked so much? And if you don't go look at the people playing the game, then you don't really understand what's happening. There were people down tiering difficulty because they couldn't handle the amount of hunters on the screen. People that were playing Div 7 would come into chat and be like, bro, I'm getting fucking smoked. Then they'd use the firebreaker, like, bro, that's the only gun that I can kill thousands of hunters with, literally, right? So people were getting down tiered on difficulty because it was so challenging because there was just thousands of dudes, which is way more fun. And then I get to play the hardest difficulty and just kill 4,000 plus enemies a game, and then I'm happy, right? So they did a dev blog when the game first came out too, and they failed to understand why people loved the Slugger so much, and they really failed to understand why people liked the Breaker so much. And it was because every other weapon in the game was just terrible. That's just as simple as it was. The Breaker had such a high pick rate because all of the other weapons were just bad. It wasn't that the Breaker was too good, it's that all the other weapons were literally not fun to use. Like Launch Diligence Counter Sniper had such an abysmal ergonomic rating, and there was no ergo armor in the game at that point. So you basically just had to deal with that shit, and nobody used it because it was just terrible. So everybody was using the Slugger instead because it was just a better DMR, and it broke fences, and it broke doors, like the little doors to open up to grab super credits or whatever. Now it doesn't do either of those things, and it's just why would you nerf the fun out of the gun? And it was the best DMR in the game, but it's the other DMRs were just horrible. So it didn't really make sense. So the explanation for a nerf needs to make sense, and then people can accept it. But if there's no explanation for the nerf, and there's no logic behind the nerf, and it's just stupid, and the changes are just stupid, like for instance, the ice flower ragdolling you is a hidden change that is fucking horrible, because everybody used it tactically before. So you're removing tactics for kiting enemies into a location and locking them down and killing them, which is actually really cool. And everybody liked that. You just ragdoll simulator that barely CCs the enemies anymore. That's just okay, well, nobody likes that thing, but you're doing more of it. And then Chargers getting their when they slide with their realism removed, where they're sliding to a stop and stick their butt up in the air, which you could one shot them with the rail gun and the spear gun if you got that perfect shot behind them, which was a super niche play style. And then you could also do it with the anti-material rifle if you popped it 3 shots, I think, right there in the perfect Bagussi. And then it was also a great way to shoot it out with machine guns, Scorcher, stuff like that, explosives. But now that that's removed, and they're oh, Chargers now turn 1 second slower, but they charge faster. It's just kind of a slap in the face to the community when you stealth buff the enemy to a degree that it just doesn't do that mechanic anymore, which people play this game for those meaningful interactions where you dodge an enemy and it has that weak spot that you can shoot at, and it makes you feel good for taking advantage of it instead of something. It literally just turns pretty much instantly. The realism, this massive hulking beast sliding to a stop because it missed you and sticking its butt up in the air was cool. That's engaging. Now it just looks stupid. And the more realism that gets removed from the game, the worse it gets, to be honest with you.
There's no bestiary. There's no compendium.
A win for the community.
The galactic table actually used to give us less.
There is actually a bestiary in the game. OG in patch 1 game files, there is a bestiary that never got finished to put in the game.
information than it does now, but that took a long time to show up in game. Not to mention all the hidden
pistol.
mechanics in the game that players have to turn to third-party sites to even learn that they existed, like durable damage, status buildup, and the rest of it. Why is the broadcast terminal, that big screen TV thing, not blasting infomercials about in-game changes and hidden stats? The ship technician that drives us all batshit crazy when we get back from a crazy hot extraction and she's like, good mission, but you forgot the samples. I mean, first off, can we please get an emote that allows us to send her back to work in some far-off terminal in the ship? But if that's not possible, why isn't she keeping players in the know about what's going on? Like,
that was another thing that I was talking about with the health changes to the game. None of the enemies are allowed to attack you properly on the bots anymore. And when you used to have more health, you used to be allowed to be shot more. You can't get shot that much anymore. You just instantly die. Way less fun. You should, we need the old health values back. We really, really do. Do you think that the relationship with Sony forced Arrowhead to make decisions that damage the studio's relationships with the players? Absolutely. Yes. There is no doubt in my mind about that. We saw one of the Sony presentations where they basically had the Destiny live service team go to all their studios and teach them the right way to do live service. And we also watched that dev interview or whatever that presentation was from Bungie where they were like, guys, never over deliver, always under deliver, always make everybody miserable, never give them what they want. They probably got that talking to, and then we got 2025 Helldivers, which was just a miserable mess, dude. So yeah, absolutely. I think Sony did massive damage to Arrowhead Studios because when we look at communication that we had year one, like with Twinbeard, he really quelled a lot of the problems. I think without him, the game would have been a way worse state. There's a couple other things that anyways, we don't want to go into it, but I think Sony has done irreparable damage to, look, I would say that irreparable damage to their brand. When they were like, yo, we're not going to sell physical discs anymore. But I think the truth is a bunch of completely the lowest tier of humans. We're all boycotting. Oh my God, the physical media. What, you're taking it away? Call of Duty Black Ops 1 and 2 minus $140. I was just like, oh man. You can't make this shit up. A lot of people really switched up real quick on that one. And look, if you were one of the console players that weren't boycotting the physical media thing and you just bought it, I'm not talking about you here. I'm talking about those fucking rats that were up in arms, super angry. They're like, bro, they're taking away my discs, bro. Call of Duty, fuck the discs. That was crazy, bro. Worse than cattle, bro. They're just watering the fucking garden at this point. Oh my goodness.
If movies for our ship destroyer big screens take too much time and the Galactic campaign computer is busted, which it still is, by the way, not running in DX11, and the campaign major orders are still not reading.
Holy 20 gifted from Vargar. God damn. I need to see some big W's in the chat for Vargar, bro. Holy shit. 20 gifted done crazy style. Holy, that's crazy, bro. That's an insane drop. I guess it's time. You guys ready for the Tylenol, Timmy, with midnight? Time to water the garden. Thumbs up. Damn, those went everywhere. Well, anyways, thank you for the 20 gifted, sir. That's a Wooga drop for you. If you're new here or unaware of why we just poured a literal bottle of Tylenol over the floor, it's because Donald Trump said Tylenol causes autism, and everybody here loves trains. And then somebody donated $50 to pour the Tylenol on the floor, and then I did that, and now we do that every time. So thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 20 gift. That's awesome, bro. I hope you have. Did you even say, Barger? I didn't even say nothing, bro. But thank you, brother. I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you guys for showing love to Vargar as well. Imagine you get sponsored by Tylenol for dumping it on the floor. That'd be lit, bro. Thank you for thanking him. Appreciate that. Dodge God. Ben, you've been dodging gifteds forever. PAX Auto. Dude, I saw a trailer for PAX Autocratic earlier. It looked fire. Brains, you love turtles. You love something. In the basement base, yep. The basement base is doing good. Big dumpies.
Correctly. I feel like the ship technician with a clipboard could, receive a higher calling and possibly give us some useful info for once. For instance, did you know shooting durable body parts with laser weapons is actually futile? Something that players could actually hear, process, and then take that knowledge with them during their next dive. Tangent over. Anyways, XO Experts released on April 28th. It's now, what, July 18th? In 10 more days, that's 3 months when we were told that War Bonds would release at 6-week intervals.
Yeah, I wonder why there wasn't another War Bond after this mech War Bond. I don't know what happened, bro. What do you guys think happened, bro?
Now, there was an announcement and a complete shift away from the last War Bond that was set to release, which
That's
was
crazy.
tossed around in the community, that it was the Helldivers War Bond with the FRV and supporting gear for that theme. And that was halted after the player backlash of putting vehicles into War Bonds. And by the way, solid call there to take that one out of the rotation. But
no way. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. If they would have dropped that, dude, it would have killed the game. Like, I know some people are like in the, bro, you said, I never said something would, I thought Into the Unjust was bad. I didn't even say it would kill the game. It kind of low-key did. FRV Warbond in the current environment would have been a like, if the FRV Warbond came out with a vehicle bay, nobody would have cared, by the way. Nobody would have cared. Everyone would have been like, yo, that's fire. Nobody would have given a shit. Mod the fucking thing on the back to whatever gun you want on it. Nobody would have cared. Nobody would have cared. It would have been fine. Without that, though, oh, dude, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This game would have... Dude, the other thing, too, was, like, everybody was mad about the mech Warbond. This wasn't, like, one or two people. This was, like, everybody was mad about the Warbond. Everybody was like, oh, this is the end of the line type shit. You saw every single creator saying that this was bad. FRV would have been fucking catastrophic. That, dude, it would have been like, I'm gonna go just drive my car to that brick wall. You know, like that one guy. Do you guys remember that one clip of that dude? He was like, yo, the McDonald's drive-thru worker just told me to go fuck my grandma. Fuck these motherfuckers. And then he just drives his car straight into the McDonald's. You guys remember that clip? That Asian dude, he just drove straight into McDonald's. That would have been FRV Warbond.
Helldivers is a live service game. It's often seen as a seasonal game. Players come back for the major story arcs. They log in to check out the new Warbond, and then they slowly drift off.
I'm going to be honest with you. One thing to say before we continue with Buzz. I wish they kept AP4 Hive Guard in and did it. I do. I know some people are going to call me crazy. I would have loved to have seen 60-day part 3, the 6th inning, the 6th, 7th inning, the new 60-day cycle. We could have just instantly restarted that. We could have had another one. We could have just clocked a brand new 60-day in. It would have been like the final, like, yo, this vision for the game is fucking terrible. Because now they can kind of cope maybe and be like, oh, well, these people, they just have so much hate in their hearts and their backlash is so extreme all the time. They don't understand the vision. But, like, let's be honest, whoever's thought that Heavy Armor Hive Guard was the vision, like, what you have a whole sub-faction of up-armored enemies that everybody fucking hates. Nobody likes the Rupture Strain. Quite literally, every single person hates the Rupture Strain. There might be one or two people that are like, I don't mind the Rupture Strain. And then you drag them to a Diff 10 Rupture Strain and they're just miserable. Same thing with the War Striders. You drag one of the people that are like, dude, I love War Striders into like a Diff 10 Turbo War Strider lobby. And it's like you're playing Xbox 360. Call of Duty, Gears of War voice chat in between rounds. That's what you're hearing out of them. It's a little ridiculous. I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't know some of these kind gentlemen could say those words, but it is what it is. Is what it is. 2026, year of 2016, all over again. It's like you go back in time real quick when you take them in there. But I wouldn't have minded if Hiveguard was AP4 on that slot because I'm just not going to play it. I don't care. I'm still in the boat where Hiveguard should just be giant. I want to see giant. You could give the Hiveguard armor 7 and make him twice as big as an Impaler. Big bro comes out of the bug hole and he's getting slammed by fucking recoil shots, orbitals hit them. He's like, and then you shoot his little legs out when he goes into siege mode to block all the bugs from the orbital napalm barrage. And that's how you kill him. And then he blocks orbital napalm barrage. And then I get to see everybody who uses orbital napalm barrage and plays walking simulator all the time get really upset that it doesn't work. Kind of like what happened in the cave dives when they first came out. And people actually had to fight the enemies, and then just switch from orbital napalm barrage to mechs. Is what it is. That is life, bro. But I also, by the way, Shibu, I wish they doubled down too. We could have had 60-day part 3.
Off again. Machinery of Oppression and the invasion of Cyberstan started back on February the 10th.
I need the vision.
We've already spoken about the lack of a war bond, which
Swolgard
the only
trade,
means of progression players
I need Swolgard
get to engage with inside the game. So, yeah, let's get into that.
Whoa, the intro is at 8 minutes? New shit. New tight. We turned caves into a walking simulator too. I'm going to be honest with you, Dead Snake. It doesn't matter what update this game gives out. We are going to turn it into walking simulator no matter what, big dog. That's kind of where we're at with the game. I've played 4,000 hours of Helldivers. It is what I'm not trying to. I just want to be able to fight enough enemies where I feel engaged with the game. Okay. And my favorite part about Cyberstan was that I got all these new players, all these people. Everybody was mad hype. We're all diving in squads. There's fights everywhere. The fucking guns are, everything's crazy. It's awesome. It's fun. And then Cyberstan ends and everybody was like, where the spawns at? Where the enemies, bro? Where hype shit? Where's the fight? And then people were like, oh, this is how the game is when there's not a content update. And then everybody got to see my frustrations. And I was like, thank God. I was so tired of screaming at the wall that there wasn't enough enemies to fight. Now everybody feels the same way. Where's the content?
Also found in this June 4th post is a section spelling out player progression that is supposed to combo with the galactic campaigns, bringing in personal campaign progress, which basically allows us to fight and earn personal rewards in case the Helldiver army as a whole loses the campaign and we stand to get 0 rewards for that weeks and weeks of effort. Unfortunately, like the level cap increase, Hellpod steering overhauls, stratagem balls bouncing and disappearing into the ether, and this player progression system, these things were all announced with a caveat of coming sometime later this year. You know, when it comes to Arrowhead, I feel like they operate much like we heard about with recent reports concerning Bethesda and Bethesda Game Studios, and that in some cases, there was something like 14 levels of leadership. Even a small, like, visual change had to pass through before it could actually get approved. I mean, there has to...
Could you imagine you go to your boss and you're like, yo, bro, this would be fucking fire. And then he has to go to his boss, and that guy has to go to 12 other dudes, and then it finally gets approved, and then it has to go back through all those people to get to you. And then HR gets mad that you asked your boss for something because they're HR, and then you get fired because HR slop. Oh my God, bro. Just an endless cycle of slop. I kicked somebody from my game today that was using orbital napalm barrage, right, one after the other. 2 shot me, and then they both left the mission. That is weird. Yo. Loose nut. Sloppy toppy commanders is crazy. Loose nut. I played 2 full games last night and kept getting blown up randomly, plus all the classic issues that haven't been fixed. That is just several middle fingers in my face. I uninstalled H. If you want 100 players, don't worry, it's coming. Thank you for the $5, Loose Nut. I appreciate that quite a bit, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the $5. And Easy Bacon said, Almost forgot my Bezo bucks. Sorry for that. It just popped up right now. So thank you both for the Twitch Prime and the $5. I appreciate it quite a bit. Also, if you're not following me on Twitch or you have a Twitch Prime to give me, I'm going to sell out for your free money. Make sure you go follow me on Twitch. Also, make sure I'm going to be, whenever a new Warbond comes out, I'm going to be, I'll stream in the morning, but I'm probably not going to stream at night. Or like a new content update comes out, like I'll stream in the morning, bust the content out, and then I'll probably stream on Twitch later in the evening, but like I'm going to be busting more videos and clips out, and you're probably going to see me dumping like 9 shorts a day. Like I'm going to be shotgunning the shit pretty hard. That you're legit Twitchies? Yeah, that's my Twitch account. Sell out harder. Give me money, I guess. I don't know. I don't like asking people for money. I never do sponsorships at all. I think the only ones that I'm going to do are ones that you guys can like actually buy. Like I did G Fuel, Gamer Sups I'm working with. Pit Vipers, I'm going to have a code where you can use my code and then you can order Pit Viper shades. That'd be cool. Manscaped, you'll be able to get, like I want to do stuff where you guys buy something and you get something that's worth your money. You know what I mean? Pit Vipers might not be worth your money, but they're the ultimate douchey sunglasses. No more G Fuel? No, I still have G Fuel code. I just haven't really done a sponsored thing with them again. Not Starcock PCs. Fabric Wholesale. Thank you for the Twitch Prime, Mr. J. I appreciate that. Good seeing you, boss. Claygasm. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the Prime, sir. Appreciate that. I get some W in chat for J, bro. Thank you. Sell us your glasses so we can all be Clay. Bro, I'm going to be honest with you. I think a Pit Viper sponsorship would be badass, bro. Because then everybody could buy them Pit Vipers. That'd be cool. I'd really like to get like a nice sweater sponsorship too. I like wearing hoodies. You know what I mean? But like, I don't know. I just feel like you guys give me so much money. And I never ask, you know what I mean? Because I feel weird asking for money. You know what I mean? The only time I ask for money is like when I want to buy like a prop. You know what I mean? Like this shit cost me $50. You know what I mean? Like my giant USA hammer, like this shit cost me $50, bro. But like it was worth it. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, sometimes I'm gonna buy something cool, or like the gas mask. The gas mask was $40. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, yo, we need a copium gas mask, and then you get the copium. But outside of that, I usually don't ask anybody for money. I ask you for your free money, but that's it. G Fuel makes your pee-pee small. Uh-oh. Raid Shadow Legends. I'm probably never going to do Raid Shadow Legends unless they're going to drop me like 40 or 50K, and I'll just do it in a regular video. Need a clay hat? Yeah. Feel bad though? Yeah, I'll owe everybody $20. You know what I mean? Gas mask help with a cannon on fire. I didn't wear it out the one day it would have helped me. But yeah, I don't know. That's just how I am, bro. I put the Ko-Fi there. You know what I mean? Like if you want to donate, you could donate. I appreciate it. And if you don't want to, I just want people to feel like you could just come vibe in the stream and the videos, and you can just chill out and have fun, and that's it. And there's nothing else to. I don't even run fucking ads on YouTube, bro. I don't run ads on the stream. You know what I mean? YouTube might auto run an ad here and there, but I don't even run ads the whole YouTube stream. On Twitch, I run 3 minutes of ads an hour. I just don't care, bro. I don't fuck with that. Like there's gonna be a 3-minute ad in 10 minutes on Twitch. That's it, bro. Where's my aesthetic clays? Hit them all. Playing a Liberty Mutual commercial and hear him say Liberty. I don't know what that means. But anyways.
To be someone over at Arrowhead that is willing to step up and say, this is what we're going to be doing. This is what I expect. And this is the time frame. No exceptions, no compromises. And it just gets done. The new Galactic Terminal is cool, I guess, but you know, the information it's giving us is the same we could find on the Galactic.
One thing I want to say about the tank is I wish the driver had like a Stormbolter deal, but like not like a Stormbolter, like a heavy stubber, just like a stalwart, like a dual stalwart on the front of it that you could just like blast shit with as the driver, just like a little stolly. That'd be cool.
Table, maybe just a little more fleshed out. But this new galactic campaign system is exactly what we had back in the game in 2024.
You tell him, Patrick.
It's just now called a campaign system. It used to be 2 or 3 major orders back to back to back. Pick which planet you wanted to liberate with this reward attached, pull it off, get the reward. Or here's some new experimental weapons, try them out while battling the automatons, and since you won those major orders back then, those strat weapons are now available for permanent unlock on your ship acquisition computer. So it's the exact same stuff now. Fight for weeks, organize the troops, win or don't win a reward, the end. In the meantime, we've spent the last, 5 months going...
I guess he's kind of right. I do think that I'm really confused about when we're getting the rewards, and I really want to see, like, the vague post of, like, not knowing when people who didn't play for the major orders is getting to me. It creates, like, a FOMO environment. It's such a waste of breath to even talk about, right? It's just so annoying, because it just... Tell us when those people are going to get the stuff. They should have to pay requisition for it. I should get it for free, because, and, like, you know, they have to wait whatever amount of time. That's fine, but I just want to know how long they're going to have to wait. I don't really care about anything else. I just need to know the time. I need to know the number, right? They need to know the number. That's as simple as it is. It's just annoying. You know what I mean? It's just such a way. It's like, it's almost like intentional. Like for me as a rage farmer, I feel like they're rage farming with the whole galactic war thing and not telling people when the thing's coming out. And I know that's probably not the case, but that's what I would do if I was trying to antagonize people, just for no particular reason. Like, that's the only pieces of the jigsaw puzzle my brain could put together. That's the order they put them in. That's basically it. Those Glazer cards are One Piece cards. If I monetized the Glazer cards, I would get turbo sued. Reddit troll, they're trolls. Yeah, they're trolling, dude. But yeah, again, I like the Galactic War campaign. I also am a little confused. You remember those stratagems we got at Christmas? Orbital, Fire, Gatling Barrage, Smoke Walkies. I think Smoke Walkies was fucking god tiered. I don't know why they got rid of that. When are we getting those?
Through an arms race with devs adjusting this over here with durable damage to enemies, then buffing Helldivers, and it's gone back and forth for months to now get us to a point where things can still hurt your armored vehicles, but now the little ankle biters can't. And, you know, the community sees that. They feel it. My audio's busted. Oh, that's too bad. Here's a super credit hacker prevention mechanic. Hey, I can't steer my Hellpod and I keep landing in cyborg meat grinders. Oh, that's too bad. Here's a helmet. Missions.
The fact that we said that, like, the fact that they had to deploy a task force for something that they broke, that they broke, which, by the way, can be fixed instantaneously just by toggling it on and off in the dev kit, mind you, by the way. Can be fixed instantaneously. And, like, people are like, dude, it's so hard to make a game. It's so hard to make these... They made these changes. They can undo these changes. And it should be really easy to undo them because they made them. And if somebody with this cheat engine could just go fucking turn on sticky stratagems and then they just stick, or they can just make the Hellpod steerable, it's kind of like, bro, like, we don't need a task force. We just need you to, like, go do it. And I think that what Odo said was like, okay, well, the only reason it's taking so long is because somebody's trying to monkey paw it. And dude, it's like they can't help themselves. They need to do it. You know what I mean? Thank you for the $5 paid. I put it in general, games discussed, but apparently Bethesda gets ideas from Reddit, just like Narrowhead. Thank you for the $5, Payne. Yeah, that one thing, but get some W's for Payne, first of all. That one thing that, what is it? The CEO, whatever, he like posted on Reddit or whatever. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. Reddit's viewed very negatively by literally everybody. It's like the worst platform to get ideas from. Like, it used to be pretty good, but like that was a long time ago. Reddit is not the same platform that it was 10 years ago. It's been proven to be mostly bots inciting other bots. And like, sure, there's some normal people on there, but like, bro, Reddit is very regularly extremely misled and regularly rage baited by themselves. They straw man everything. Like it is just such a miserable platform. And you look at a lot of the stuff that they talk about and you compare it to like your experiences in the game, and it's the opposite. And the vast majority of time is because these people don't play the game, or the way that they play the game, or the difficulty they play the game. I think when I played Darktide, this was it was more obvious, right? On Helldivers, it's a little less obvious that people play lower difficulties. But like people who are like, oh, the recoil rifle so overpowered, and they're playing like difficulty 5 and they see one tank a game. It's like, yeah, of course. So when you see one tank the entire game and you only have to shoot your recoil rifle once and it kills that one enemy, then of course it feels overpowered to you. You're not playing on the hardest difficulty. On Darktide, it was like people were playing difficulty 3, trying to tell people on difficulty, trying to tell people in Damnation, like, bro, my difficulty is so much harder than your difficulty. Like my teammates suck. The game, there's more spawns. And it's just cope, right? You're just like, shut the fuck up. The enemies have like half the HP, bro. Like what? It's ridiculous. It's the same for every single game. This is not exclusive to Helldivers. Reddit is the same for every single game, bro. It never changes. It's retards. How are you trying to tell you how to be smart? Whatever the video, what we watched a video called the midwit situation is crazy or whatever. That video just like is just Reddit as a video. If they unchange something, someone has to admit they're wrong, and that's bad. And no one in an AH can be wrong unless they can gaslight us for years. I think that internally they're so toxically positive, and they have this like a loop of like feedback that just completely makes things like at a standstill regularly, that it just sucks. That's all. It's midwits, yeah. Space Marine has it bad. Oh, Space Marine is the worst game for it. You go to the Space Marine 2 Reddit and you're like, what the fuck is happening? And I know that it just makes Redditors mad when you make fun of them, but it's like, bro, you guys just like, if they didn't blatantly lie, misrepresent, and just like quite literally do they point a finger at you and then they just do every single thing times 10. And you're just like, okay, like there's a reason most people hate Reddit. Twitter has that on lockdown. It is. Why, what's up with Space Marine 2? Bro, you just go read the Space Marine 2 Reddit at some point and you're going to be like, holy shit. Space Marine 2 is people think it's a challenging game. Hey, look, it is challenging. It is. If you can't push the buttons, it is pretty hard. If you ain't got no hands, a couple of games are pretty hard.
And mission design has remained largely the same, and I feel like this could have been an area where Arrowhead could have invested the time instead of spending 5 months taking up dev time and monkey pawing durable damage changes back and forth to get us back to the point of a net zero. Now, I'm not a developer, but
we're still not back at net zero with this, by the way, because the placements still die fucking instantly to bots, and bots were the only, like, look, bots were the only problem, and then they were like, let's make everything the problem, and you're like, bro, like, can't make this shit up. It's so silly. What are you, Kyla? Get out of my chat, bro. What are you doing? What did you even just delete? What the fuck are you doing? Kyla, shut the fuck up and go take your meds.
Steering and strap balls bouncing from here to the moon and back at one time worked better.
Dumbass.
Let's say they actually worked properly. So then why is it we need to form an official committee to investigate the issue that you caused and then come up with a proper solution? I try to contain myself right here. I'm literally clenching one of my fists. If you want to see players bounce from your game to play something different, install teeth-grinding bullshit that drives them nuts, and then tell them, hey, we hear you, Mr. Player. That's going to take us 6 months.
If I see we heard you one more time, I'm going to fucking crash out for 2 weeks straight. I don't give a fuck. Go do something. Go do your job. I don't fucking tell me you heard me again, bro. That shit is frustrating. We heard you for 2 years straight and you ain't done nothing, bro. How about you just fix it? All this shit is super easily fixable. And I know some people could be like, but why don't you go work on it? Pay me for 2 weeks. This game will be in a pristine condition that they'll just fuck up over 6 months again. Just pay me for 2 weeks. I would literally get hired for 2 weeks. That meme where he's like, you go fix the whole game. I would ignore every single thing that I was told to do. I'd go fix all this stupid bullshit and I'd just fucking quit, bro. I wouldn't give a fuck. None of this shit's that. All this shit is just typing. True to false. Number changes. Quit your job. That's all I would do. I would just do that. That's what, dude, I'm telling you, it is so annoying. Because, like, bro, this stuff is not that hard to fix. When you've seen how this game's, like, sure, it might break a bunch of shit. That's not my problem, bro. Somebody else could figure out how to fix it after, bro. But the number fixes shouldn't break the game, bro. They can tweak a number fix overnight and it won't break the game, right? I'm just so frustrated with the "we heard you" shit, bro. It is just so annoying. Because it's like, bro, we heard you. It's like, but you didn't. You heard a bunch of people on a low sodium Reddit say that the Hulk surge was too hard for them, so you fucking nerfed it. Like, you heard 0.1% of the player base were like, let's placate to them. And it's like, no, you just alienated almost everybody on the game, man. Like, what the fuck? Also, stop fucking surveying. Look, if you're going to survey the Helldivers Reddit and the Helldivers 2 Reddit and the low sodium Reddit after Reddit doxed somebody for charity, you're literally just rewarding bad behavior. They're still surveying those places. Why the fuck are we doing that? Also, why isn't Helldivers Unfiltered getting surveys? That seems interesting to me, considering it's the main Reddit. Why are we surveying a bunch of people who are just giving dog shit feedback? Also, surveys are just bad. Also, I don't want there to be no feedback in the game. There should be RuneScape style polls in the game. In the fucking game, not outside of the game, in the game, on your ship. There should be a little terminal that you walk up to, just like RuneScape. You fill out your thing, you click your buttons, you do your polls. Polls give you accurate representations of everything that you need to see. Surveys give you skewed representations of things that don't fucking matter and quite literally put the game into a miserable place. They heard what to do. They heard what to do. Takila, you're cooked, bro. They heard what they want to do. They have to know we heard you as a meme. They think we heard you as. They don't. Dude, like, these are the same people that wrote a win for the community and then didn't change the anti-cheat. They were like, this is a win for the us making more money off super credits is a win for the community. It's like, changing the anti-cheat? And they're like, no. You're like, and then Shams is like, yeah, we're rate limiting the super credits. And you're like, the hackers were in my stream being like, the limit's 5K every 10 minutes. They figured it out in 30 seconds because you said that, bro. Like, you just can't make this shit. It's just so fucking stupid because you're like, bro, a win for the community would have been getting rid of Game Guard. Like, fuck. Thank you for the $2 paid. Technology for the gamer chair. Impact smoke. Yippee. We heard what you heard, what you heard, what you heard, what we heard from hearing you, what we heard, what you heard, what we heard. We can't have criticism, right? We just need to have, you guys are doing perfect. Like, okay.
Players don't have the time or the patience for that crap. You are the studio that installed it, so uninstall it. And can anyone explain why at times I will just randomly explode while on a planet or catch on fire when there's nothing on fire around me? What drives me crazy is Arrowhead has the winning formula. They had it back in 2024 before the Galactic War modifier was introduced.
They did everything perfect,
gimping player efforts. And so my thought is they can find that winning formula again. And speaking of that modifier, it's high time to nuke that thing. Nothing gives a player a feeling of hopelessness more than what that modifier actually does. Now it's either follow the mob wherever it goes or face the possibility of no progress. And when players feel like a game is either aggravating them on purpose or not valuing their time, that's when you see the greatest feelings of apathy set in. I
think that this game has a problem where like they lean into frustrating gimmick difficulty, where it's just like you just have to overcome the gimmick by using the trick to beat the difficulty, and it's just like there's no meaningful gameplay, there's no decision making, and when the way that they kill you is through like dumb bullshit. You never feel good when you die. They really lean into like these obnoxious death mechanics. For instance, like standing a little too close to orbital Gatling barrage and it shoots every single shot at you, or the turrets automatically targeting players over enemies. It's things like that don't need to be in the game. Grenades rolling uphill at you is also ridiculous. I mean, fire hydrants exploding, flipping your cars over. Like, there's just so many annoying mechanics in the game that are completely unrealistic that make the game feel bad to play. And it's kind of like, why do we have a bunch, like, isn't the game supposed to be like realistic? Like, these ridiculous moments with your friends where you accidentally kill them already happen pretty naturally, so you don't need more random bullshit, because like random bullshit deaths are just kind of stupid. And yeah, sure, they gave us a lot of deaths, so like, you could just respawn whatever. It doesn't really matter. So it's like you can die a couple of extra times, but you could kill people more in easier ways that like are more meaningful. Very like just by spawning like 2 extra, like if you spawned 3 patrols of 40 zombies with like an overseer in them every 22 seconds, most people would not be able to handle it and they would just die. They would just lose. 22 seconds, very fast for patrol tick rate, by the way. Usually it's like 29 to 33 seconds, and sometimes it's like 45. It's just, for 3 patrols on you in 22 seconds, you'd be fried. The majority of people wouldn't be able to play the game. And then you're just shooting too many enemies. And then you're like, oh, wow, I ran out of bullets, or like that's too many guys to fight, or whatever. And then like there's, I don't know. It's just one of those things where like I don't mind some bullshit deaths, but like a lot of the things are just way too frustrating. Awesome for D10. Yeah. Difficulty should come from swarms. Well, it's not just that difficulty should come from swarms. It should just come from decision making, right? And like, again, I don't mind some dumb deaths, but it's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's just hard to be like, well, what's bad difficulty? And it's like, oh, like I just randomly got shot in the head by my sentry. And then you're like, what's good difficulty? And you're like, oh, 100 zombies ran me over. Like, all right. Most deaths should feel like it's your fault. Yeah, if you feel like the death's your fault, then it's easier to cope with, and like you can work through on how you need to improve versus just like randomly exploding and you're kind of like, oh, that was stupid. You know what I mean? I think they also balance this game like everything's perfect, but there's a lot of bugs and problems, and a lot of those bugs and problems are cool, but then they fix the cool bugs and problems and leave the broken ones in. Patrols used to be a lot larger, yeah. Good difficulty is randomly losing 4 magazines. True. Impalers having no face and not accepting that they're dead, only to go back first in one shot. It's crazy that when you blow the middle part of an impaler out between its head and its back, that whole middle piece, and it's still functioning just fine, and you're like, how? You're missing your entire core, bro. Like, what the fuck?
There when the game launched and through that first year, and that's not the way this game felt. It was much more dynamic. We could launch covert operations on planets that were not tied to the EMO, and we could do some actual damage there versus the bots or bugs. Malevelon Creek is just one example of what a smaller force of dedicated divers used to be able to do, but those days are over, which is in many ways why we see this tribalization of factions. It's an Illuminate major order, so why are you bug divers over there doing your own thing? You know, that's
the Galactic War Impact modifier has created more animosity towards people that just want to have fun playing the game than from people who are major order divers than anything else. It used to be just like, oh, these people are just doing whatever, like they're kind of annoying because they're not diving on the major order, and then people are like, yeah, just let me play the game the way I want to because I paid for it, and it didn't negatively affect anybody else. Now, if you're going to have fun on a random planet, you're just negatively affecting everybody else that's playing the game. And it's just like, okay, well, I'm still not going to go play the major order because a lot of the time you have Eagle Storm on that shit, or it's some fucking garbage with no spawns. And like, I just don't want to play it. And then you're sitting there and you're like, okay, well, I'm just going to negatively affect everybody else so I can just go play the game and have fun. But it's like, why does the Galactic War Impact modifier need to be there in the first place? It's just stupid. And then you see the bug divers flaming the bot divers, flaming the squid diver. Well, the bug divers never flame anybody. Everybody flames the bug divers, and they're just fucking around playing the game for fun. I remember on Super Earth, this is when I was really like, I don't give a fuck about you guys anymore. You're rats. The Eagle Storm popped on Super Earth. I think I died 4 times back to, like, just literally my hell pod. I'd be coming out of my hell pod and I'd catch a strafe with Eagle Storm. And I was just like, I don't want to play this game anymore. I don't want to play. So but I wanted to still play Helldivers. So I was like, I'm going to go play bugs. And we're playing bugs. We're laughing. We're having fun. And you got people, dude, I think I had like 300 viewers, whatever. It was super, there was hype or whatever. Got people coming to chat, you fucking traitor, you're not playing on Super Earth. Oh my God, you're like, what if we lose it? You're ruining the... It's like, shut up, bro. Like, oh my God, stop fucking whining. Like, what the fuck? Like, you didn't buy my game. If you want me to go play another mission on Super Earth, you could just donate $60. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. But like, I don't want to sit there and play something that's not fun. Eagle Storm hasn't been fun since it came out. It's just not. And like, if it was, then you wouldn't have the vast majority of people complaining about it. Like, some people like Walking Simulator, and that's fine. But everybody that I talk to says it's slop. They're like, why is that? And it's like, well, it plays the game for you. Really, I don't like it because it kills all of the enemies for me. And then I'm just literally walking through. It's boring, right? It's boring to play. Like, it just kills too much stuff. And there's not enough enemies on the screen for that to matter. And it decides to kill you more than all the enemies, which is just annoying. Just an annoying mechanic. There should literally just be like up, right. Just give it an input so that it's fun to play. They removed planetary there's some people who were like, they really remember planetary bombardment through rose-tinted glasses because that shit was horrible. The HG2 LARP has gotten old, bro. It was so old. It was so old then. Oh my, dude, I'm telling you, I was so frustrated. I was just sitting there and I was like, bro, this is what people deal with when they just want to go have fun playing the game. It is, I was just like, that's when I just started calling Reddit a bunch of, like, I just started flaming the shit out of them. And then they stopped, they started hating me more and more because I just kept talking shit to them. And I was just like, I don't really care, bro. Cause like, I don't like, you shouldn't be flaming the fuck out of these people who, like, well, bro, I go to work because I go to work. I come home. I want to play the game for fun. If I'm not having fun, I'm just gonna go do something else. And fucking Eagle Storm's not fun. Why can't I turn it off? I should be able to turn it off on my missions. I shouldn't have to deal with it so that I can continue playing the thing with everybody else if I want to. My experience shouldn't be ruined because it just popped up. It's fucking stupid. I don't like it. I don't want to play with it. Why do I have to? And that's a large majority of people. And if you like it, that's fine. But we could both be happy. It doesn't need to be one or the other. But again, we are in this situation where Arrowhead's like, well, what if we just made these people infight against each other for no particular reason? And that's all the Galactic War Impact modifier has done since the very beginning, is create a toxic environment for people to just like be mad at each other over the dumbest shit possible. And it's just frustrating. It also, like, what we used to do, like, I used to be able to grab like I remember me and Aravan, we grabbed both of our communities when this game first came out, the Ghost Divers and well, you know, the Claydian 8th, officially the Cry Divers now. You know, we basically coalesced into one thing. And dude, and we'd go hit like a random planet. We'd get the we'd get the fucking liberation going, and then people would be, because the DSS didn't exist, so blinky light wasn't the end of the line anymore. But ever since blinky light has existed, the game's gotten worse. The coordination's gotten worse because you just go to flashing light. It's stupid. But back then, people would be, oh, that planet's a little more liberated, and then it would get more and more people. So you get it started, and then everybody follows through, and then you blow a planet out, and you get something liberated in a cool way. So, for instance, it's like whatever the major order is now, like, you know, you could be like, oh, that's a shitty planet. Like, let's say we were gonna go, we wouldn't do Grand Errant because it would fuck people over. There's not a lot of, like, for instance, like you could go start Boar Rock up. You start Boar Rock up, it starts ticking up and up. It gets like 10%. Let's say you have, you know, because we probably could mobilize, like, I think we mobilized together like 4,000 as people to do that. So you actually would have an impact over the course of 10 hours. You would. So we'd get you'd creep it up like 10%. Whoever's diving over here would be like, all right, let's go see what's cooking. Ooh, this planet's at 10%. So everybody jumps on this planet, and then we blow the planet out. And then that's what happened to the bots. We just nuked the bots off the map. We just baited everybody into the bot planets after some bug stuff, and then it just snapped the bots off the map. And they were like, what the fuck? So like we intentionally killed the bots out of the war through some underhanded coordination, right? And it was really cool, and everybody liked that. But they took the ability for us to do that away with this galactic impact modifier that's literally just right here. And when Xbox came out, we had 100,000 people on Seychelles Beach. We didn't take Seychelles. They kept upping the modifier. We lost 16 defenses in a row. 16 defenses in a row because of the modifier. And it was just so annoying. Dude, Xbox didn't catch a win for 3 fucking weeks, man. And we're sitting, I might be misremembering the amount of time that they caught their first win in, but oh my, like they caught wins in like some things, but like we just lost every planet that we gained for an entire year. And I remember I was like, dude, this is really fucking annoying. Like, this isn't fun. And it didn't matter what we did because the impact modifier was cranked so high because it's based on how many people are online. And they reined it in a little bit over time. But dude, when they first dropped this, like, dude, it made the game miserable. You couldn't do anything. If there's too many people online, it just completely breaks. So like it happened kind of during Cyberstan again, where like it basically forces you to go where Arrowhead wants you to go instead of where the player base wants to go. I genuinely think that this modifier needs to be completely removed from the game. But I also saw some people saying that like, well, without it, we wouldn't be able to liberate planets at all. So now you're in the position where you're thinking about like, do we need this to even liberate a planet anymore with some of the changes that they made? Like I'm not sure anymore, right? Like we don't really know. So I think that has created this modifier has created more toxicity in the community than anything else. It's really bad. Is dude, you used to like, could you imagine tomorrow I go get together with a couple creators, we all like, all right, I mean, you know, nobody's logging in, but let's say the game was popping and we did something and we got like 10,000 people together and we all went and dove on one planet. We got it rolling and the rest of the player base rolled through and we blew a planet out. You really had a big impact and it felt good. You can't do that anymore. And that used to be a really big part of the game.
Sort of thing. You know, way back when it didn't matter, but it does now. And when you take away player choice to play the game the way they want to play it, they just move on.
Antagonistic Dungeon Master
Syndrome. That
video was crazy good.
Quite a nice spike in the players, at least here on the PC charts. But 6 days later, it's crashed. Also, there's no visible spikes or improvements in the player counts since Arrowhead made that announcement that you had to log in to earn the Galactic Campaign rewards, which means Helldiver players are motivated by other outside forces. Things that reward players and don't come in the form of a new shiny reward like a new FRV or rifle. Things like dynamic gameplay moments that create I was there memories. Things like speedy pro gamer changes that are made to improve the feel of the game versus we'll get to it by the end of the year. Things like skill expression when finding quirky ways to take on certain enemies that are quite a bit off meta. I'm not saying Helldivers sucks and it's the worst game ever, even though some are going to look at the video title and thumbnail, never watch a second of the video, and then pass judgment about the contents and context of said video. And
what did he say?
You know, that's kind of expected. But
I think it's interesting that the more people I see hating on Buzz and the more people I saw start hating on Odo, me, and Thick, it's kind of like, do you actually watch the videos though, or the content? And then you go ask them what the video's about, and like, it's always, dude, I saw this in my comments, literally in my comments. And I was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then I saw a couple of other comments and I compared them to the AI overview of the video. And they're just commenting off of the overview of the video or the title and the thumbnail, and there's no context for anything in the video. So I started asking people to timestamp in the video what they were talking about. And they would just delete their comment. I remember I did that live. I don't know if you guys remember that. I did that live. I asked, can you just timestamp where you even saw that in the video? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then we went back to the comment later and the guy had just deleted it. And you're sitting there and you're wondering, like, what is going on? You know what I mean? So people are literally making up a fake reality, straw manning you to be fake mad because they don't like you. If you don't like me, you could just say you don't like me. I don't give a fuck. That is a way more valid opinion than making up a fantasy world. I don't give a fuck, bro. People hating on calling out the issues in the game fairly are the problem crowd in life. I'm going to be honest with you. The same thing happened with Marathon. And instead of the creators sticking around, everybody quit. And now they're having a revitalize the dead game in 3 months. Rat behavior? It is rat behavior. Bro. Wait a minute. Where is it? Bro, I had it open. Bro, these people are out here doing a marathon revival week for a 3-month-old game that literally says, don't kill rooks, like, shift the culture for a week. So the culture of the game is insanely toxic to the point that they're like, guys, we need to shift the culture to attract new players to the game. The fucking game director is gone for this game because he did such a miserable job with it. Like, this game is bad. Like, whether you like it or not, whether you're sitting there and you're one of these people that's like, oh, wow, marathon, dude, the marathon revival week's popping. What? I mean, they did it. Wow. Whether you like it or not, the Claydias, the ones that keep it alive. Look at this, bro. They did it. They hit 14,000 people. Marathon revival week. They did it. They took the game from 5,000 players to 15,000. They expecting people to not PvP in the PvP game. Yeah. That's crazy, yeah. But yeah, whether you like it or not, the truth is, the more people you have complaining about your game, like, usually it's because they're frustrated with something. And when you look at the complaints, are they valid or are they invalid complaints? And I think as long as you try and have a good faith discussion instead of just blindly hating on either side, by the way, because you see people that come in and blindly hate in chat and I call them retarded. You see that people that come in and blindly glaze, I call them retarded. If you're willing to have a good faith discussion, I'm willing to reciprocate. The problem is most people aren't willing to have a good faith discussion, and you can tell that off of the first like 2 or 3 questions. No, you won't. You put in too much work to not blindly hate. I see you, bro.
When you've got new reward requirements and a galactic campaign terminal, and it does bupkis for the player counts, we need Arrowhead to start looking at the things that seem to really matter to this community. Is loot cool? Of course, but we used to fight for something else and still show up by the hundreds of thousands. Now, outside of new content story...
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even mind dying to those purple barrels on the Illuminate, but that has to be the most thing that I've died to on the Illuminate. I've died more to those purple barrels and driving by those electric towers than anything else. Those purple barrels are the most lethal thing on the Illuminate.
Arcs or a war bond, which will, yes, bring players back to then soon drift away.
They're
it still leaves the
crazy,
systemic problem
man.
of how to deal with the feeling of apathy. And for that to have any sort of effectual change on it, that needs to begin with Arrowhead. On a side note, I truly feel...
Dude, those purple barrels have a massive radius to the point that, dude, they surprise you all the time. And like, dude, you see enemies near them and you shoot them, it just insta kills everything around them. You're like, shit, bro. I see the purple. I just shoot them now. I think that is the most dangerous enemy on the Illuminate. I see the purple barrel. I train myself to just shoot them right away. I'm like, nope, I'm not going anywhere near that shit. I think I definitely have died more than anything else on the squids. Those things are fucking dangerous, bro. Like, you gotta be careful. And the other thing too is, like I said, when I die to those, I'm like, damn. But it's like, I know that's like the danger barrel, you know what I mean? So it's like, you don't really get mad when you die to something like that because you know what it is. You know its function.
On it, that needs to begin with Arrowhead. On a side note, I truly feel this game is 100 to 150,000 concurrent player game before a war bond drops, or we add on a...
I don't think this game should ever drop below 100,000 players at all. And like maybe Monday to Thursday, sure, whatever, work week. But on Friday and Saturday, this game should just have 150,000 people online all the time. And all of the suggestions, all of the cry diving, all the complaints that I have, I believe would get it there, because when they did my update to the game went from 5,000 people to 70,000. And that was before Xbox. That was before anything, you know what I mean? So like when we really talk about it, like the truth of the matter is the changes that we want to see aren't like insane, but we just need depth. We need the feeling that there's just something happening. Surges happening on the weekend is a huge part of that. Just an event. Like, dude, could you imagine this Friday? They're like, all right, guys, we're going to do Devastator Surge with Incineration Core. And you're like, holy fuck, there's going to be shotguns one-shotting everybody. But then people are like, okay, I'm going to bring the shield generator relay. I'm going to bring personal shield generators or whatever, like the grenade. And then you counter it and you don't get one shot as much. You bring smoke, you counter it. But it's still it would be a ludicrous amount of Devastators. Even if it was just like Factory Strider Surge and Incineration Core, just some combination of crazy nonsense, make it crazy. And also, they did fix that. They didn't really fix it, but like, so Hulk Surge was at 900%, and it felt a lot better than 300%. So I think that if they could crank that to like 12 to 1500%, the surges would basically be perfect again. You know what I mean? But I would still be cool with the game being ludicrous, crazy, like just oops, all fire Devastators. And I think that I would still log in and want to play that, though, because it's like, dude, that's fucking cool. And the more they run cool events like that, like that's what I want to see. That's what I want to play. You know what I mean? And I feel like if they did that every weekend, we could see those numbers during the weekend. And then during the week, they just run the regular stuff. But they don't do it on the week, bro. It's been 3 weeks in a row, man. And the weekend has just been dry. There's nothing happening. They did it for 2 weeks and it was hype. And then they got positive reviews and they just fucking stopped doing everything again, bro. As soon as the reviews flipped back to positive, they stopped doing things again.
Story arc expansion, if it is doing things to keep players' attention. Quick,
maybe it's summer vacation, but
fixes, new mission designs, player progression and customization, and a feeling of we stand a chance even outside of following the mob. Those are all things that can break the game away from this apathy anchor. But being told that crucial in-game mechanics that at one time worked and were broken by the studio are now going to be fixed sometime before the end of the year.
And then things like acid, like the mechs being 50% weaker to acid, and then acid breath on a Bile Titan used to be 50% explosive, 45% explosive, and 55% acid damage. And that was nerfed in the update before the mech thing came out. So basically you ended up in the position where the mechs were just super weak to acid. And then they just get popped by it pretty much instantly. But anyways, it's fine. Tons of weird hidden changes with interactions like that, but it's fine.
That doesn't cut it. I mean, if it takes over a month for Arrowhead to come up with a plan on how Helldivers, who missed out on the supply FRV, are going to...
One thing to say about like buffs as well, I don't like what they're doing when they buff certain things. I think that if you're sitting there and you're like, dude, Orbital Precision Strike fucks now because it does more damage, that's cool. Orbital Precision Strike would have been a better stratagem on like a 30-second cooldown with the old damage stat line and radius. Maybe in a 45-second cooldown. It would have, like, then you're using it more often. There's some things that just need a lower cooldown because using them more often is more cooler. That's it. There's not a crazy thing to it. It's just like, dude, people test this stuff with like modded tools, and you can see how fun it is and how engaging it is to like be like, okay, why would you want it on that lower cooldown? Well, because then I'm using it on more things. I'm using it as a patrol. Like, I'm going to tactical strike this patrol, but I can also tactical strike the next patrol. Now I can tactical strike this base, and it's just more fun. You're wrong about what precision strike. You just don't want 120 to be OP, and that's fair, but just say that. Bro, 120 getting buffed was crazy. I was just sitting there and I was like, wow, they really buffed like the best stratagem in the entire game. Sick. That was crazy, by the way.
Get it? Along with an exact date and how
That
much
made
of whatever
no fucking
resource
sense.
it's going to cost. I mean, if that announcement is now taking over a month, that's a perfect microcosm for what is broken at this studio.
New 120
Let
is
me
old
end with
380,
this.
but way
We
better
all
because it's in a
want this
tighter
game to
area.
excel. Hell, I much prefer making a video saying that Helldivers 2 just broke 500,000 players versus one that's kind of...
Bro, I make like 5 bans a month when the game's doing bad, and I make 20 bans a month when the game's doing good. I want the game to be doing good all the time because I would have infinite money. I see a lot of people making a fifth of minimum wage out here telling me how good everything. Shut the fuck up. I want the game to do good so that I can slop out cool ass clips, dope cut, like just fun shit, and just fucking turn the money printer on, bro. I'm tired of pretending that's not what this is, bro. Because some of these guys are sitting there like, bro, dude, everything's fuck. This shit is hype, bro. Fucking no, it's not. What's hype, bro? 80% of the player base is fucking miserable. Nobody's happy. Everybody's fighting all the time. Like, stop. Play wants to play the game instead of talking. I don't even want to do that, bro. Fuck that. I want to go roll around on the floor. I ain't happy. 120 is pretty damn good. No, 120 is the best strat in the game right now. It's not even close. But yeah, I don't know. I'm tired. I'm tired, bro. I'm tired of pretending. All right. You look at, dude, Odo showed it, bro. Dude, on the W updates, everybody makes a fuckload of money. Okay. And like, I keep seeing Glazers, they're like, bro, the game's fun. It's like, shut the fuck up. No, it's not. No, it's not. By the way, I think one thing that a lot of people don't realize is you're going to see a lot of, like, what happens is a lot of your favorite creators get liquidated off of games because they just don't have any money. That's how it goes. Like, that's actually how it goes on a lot of these games. Like, you do it, you're like, oh my God, I love watching this guy. Well, he's not going to keep making videos unless he's just rich and doing it for fun, right? Like, at some point, you do have to realize some of these guys are just in it for the money. I'm in it to win. I have a regular job. I don't need the money. But when you tell me I could make 4 to 5 times as much money, like, I'm gonna take that. Like, I was negative money. I think I was negative $100,000 at the start of 2025. And I got to $0 December. You know what I wasn't doing, like, I'm just like I was cooked. Was that in real? That's in Canadian, buddy. I'm in it for the love of the game. I'm in it to make everybody mad. No matter what happens, I'm just gonna stay in it so that everybody's mad. That's where I'm at. Fuck everybody. I'm here to piss everybody off. Who cares? I'm farming I'm farming myself. I'm going to go make myself mad after this. How about that? Even the content creators and PC guys will argue against their own self-interest and think the state of the game is not bad. I think one thing that, I mean, I'm memeing out about the money thing, right? But I think that the main point of that is there's a lot of people that say you make more money making negative content. That's not true. like for instance, my teach new, like my progression guide for Helldivers 2. Dude, that video has like 100,000 views. A normal 100, let's say I make a negative 100,000 view video, which like most negative videos get like 20, 30K views. You know what I mean? A negative 100,000 view video is going to be like $300. People watch it once, whatever. Dude, that video is like $2,500 because people go rewatch it over and over again. They click through it. The ad revenue, and that's just ad revenue. The video just keeps making money because people rewatch it. It's a really helpful guide for new players. Like people who want to get into the game go watch this progression guide and they're like, dude, this is amazing, right? It really helped a lot of Xbox players. I had so many of you guys message me thanking me for helping your friends get into the game, and it made me feel so good that I was just helping people get into the game. You know what I mean? But it's like, dude, you get these generational evergreen videos for just posting W positive content, but you post negative, that shit makes no money, bro. Speaking of, I have liked the video. You could dislike it if you want. It's the same button. Negative content makes like 90% less money. Yeah. I mean, I'm negative 100K USD. I have no intention of ever paying it at all. I can't. It is what it is. Sometimes life just hits you like that. That's how it goes. You want to go to the Philippines with me? Kyla, you need to pay me more money. Kyla, upgrade your sub to tier 3. Kyla, you and Vito, you owe me a tier 3 sub to, like, let's go. Upgrade it to tier 3, Kyla. Upgrade right now, Kyla. Upgrade to tier 3. Come on. Don't be stingy. Don't be stingy. After the pictures you've sent me in DMs, you owe me that. You owe me that much, buddy. And Vito, you too. Fuck you, bitch. And you too, Isaac. And you too, Isaac. You owe me money. Make it the first option. I can't. But you need to go click on that. Thick Filet says, you make an evergreen video and you could put an ad at every timestamp and farm. People say shit and don't even know the tricks to juice revenue. Oh, dude, it's just people farming people that don't understand what's going on, right? Dude, for a tier list, you can literally put an ad at every single fucking weapon. Okay? Like, dude, you can make a ludicrous amount of money if you know what you're doing. The other thing too is, like, if you know how to make videos, you're gonna just print a fuckload of views. So like for now, if I make a W video, a bot build video, I'm expecting like 5 to 10K views. I'm putting a bot build video out tomorrow. And I mean, I haven't posted a video in 2 months. I've been doing other shit. I've been working on a bunch of alt channels and clip channels. And they're fucking owning. So now I'm like coming back to my main channel to use all these things that I practice to build these other channels up to like a crazy amount of subscribers. I'll probably reveal them after I'm done juicing my main channel off the next update. But it's like, bro, like, dude, these videos, like, it's like, for instance, I think you look at Commissar Kai, he makes the most W content. You watch one of his videos, if you like it, you're going to watch 10 of his videos. You know what I mean? You go watch Odo, he's going to polarize you a little bit more because of his sarcastic content. Well, there was like a metric somewhere. I think it was like 40% of people don't understand sarcasm. So 40% of people are probably just not going to like Odo off rip. And 60% are going to be like, haha, that was pretty funny, and like it because it is really funny. Like when he did the Claysthetics shorts, that shit was so funny when he was LARPing from the enemy perspective. Oh my God, that was so fucking funny, bro. That shit made me laugh my ass off, right? That was amazing content. It was so good. Kyla, get some big W's in the chat for Kyla. Hell yeah, W Kyla. Thank you. Yeah. That's what I mean. If you like those sarcastic, you're poor now. It is what it is. Now you got to, oh, by the way, Conqueror's Blade 3 Kingdoms comes out in 3 days and we're playing that. Thank you though. I really do appreciate you upgrading. I was just fucking around with you guys, but I do appreciate it. Except for you, Isaac. Fuck you. That better count as a tax write if it might as well. That's what I mean. And then you watch one of my streams, you're either going to like really love that I'm just fucking trolling for hours trying to make you guys laugh, or you're not. And that's as simple as it gets. Or you go watch one of my videos and you're like, wow, like these builds are really good. I provide a lot of fun suggestions. I only really post build videos because that's what I like posting, but I'm going to post more shit and weapon reviews and stuff. And people really like the balance feedback. You know what I mean? So you have people keep coming back because of specific things and they're having fun. But it's like, you know, I don't have a lot of videos because I just stream more, and I should make more long form videos. I should make more clips, and I'm going to. But it's like, do you watch one thing? You can watch 10 things. But dude, for negative content, like you're not going to spiral negative content. You're going to maybe watch one negative video from one person and then maybe a second one. And then you're going to be like, well, I'm kind of tired of that. Versus like you could watch 10 guides from one person. When you're getting into a game, when I'm getting into some games, I've consumed 4 or 5 hours of guides from different people. Sometimes you're watching 2 hours from the same person. Well, you click through a negative video, you fast forward it for a little bit. Hey, yo, we printing money today, motherfucker. Shit. Just not easy, it's not easy. Never mind talking crazy, make some money. Jeez. Get some W's up for Mr. Joshi. W for Kyla for shilling out. Hashtag tax write-off. Honestly, Kyla's one of my best friends. I give Kyla a lot of shit, but I gotta be honest with you. I think me and Kyla spent like top 5 amount of time in Discord together last year. Like Kyla's one of my best friends. It's just real. Isaac's cool too. Now I'm gonna yell that. Thank you for the Claydias finest, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for upgrading to Claydias finest, sir. This is the big $25 a month membership, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I think we're up to 5 of those now. Thank you guys very much. I really, really do appreciate it. The extra seat 20. It's over. It's over. But I'm gonna keep you there. I appreciate it, boss. Thank you. Thank you. Isaac's a cool guy. No, Isaac made the songs. He's the GOAT. The streets for you. I got a cow. You come over, Crash, if you want. I'm gonna be buying a dog though. I applied for 3 dogs. Hang on, before we finish the Buzz video. This is one of the ones that I applied for. Her name's Luna. I applied for a bunch of these people's puppies. So I'm going to go buy a golden retriever the first chance that I can get. Yeah. Very cute. I'm going to go buy the first chance I can go buy. It's 3 hours away. I'm canceling my stream that day. I'm going to go buy that motherfucker. I'm going to take him home and then I'm going to cuddle him. I'm going to give him kissies, bruh. I'm going to hug him up, take him for walkies, and then I'm going to stream the next day. And it's going to be a dog stream, bro. We going to hang out with the dog all day. Live stream to drive? No, I ain't fuck with it like that. It's so fluffy, bro. You know he going to be cute, bro. Yep, Claydias finest, Mr. Winnie. And we're civil, and Merc would be like, oh, I found this dog running out in the street. I could do that too, but I want that dog. I want to pet that dog.
Themed like this.
I guess you did see that.
The current state of apathy is where we are. And my fear is that it's not only going to...
I'm hoping I get approved, bro, because you got to I got a big backyard of shit. So like, I feel like I will get approved, but I really do want to get approved, bro. Like if I get approved, I'm going to be so happy.
To sustain itself, but that apathy is going to continue to grow. But as always, that's just my 2 cents on everything. And I'm sure I left out a million talking points that were worth mentioning. Drop a comment.
I caught all the talking points that you didn't, smash them all together. Maybe this will be a React Andy video in a couple days, bro. I got to post more. That'll be that, bro. Maybe I'll slam it all together. It'd be an hour long.
And let's talk about things that need to happen to energize the once vaunted Helldivers player base. If you happen to like the video, please hit subscribe and ring the notifications bell to receive my future upload alerts.
Plus has 470,000
special thanks
subs.
goes out to all of our hardcore channel members.
Without
their support, content like this would not be possible. If you're interested in joining their ranks and getting access to special only channel member perks, hit join on my channel as we've got plans and perks to suit everyone. Until the next one, this is Lieutenant Buzz Lightbeer, signing off.
W Buzz. Get the dog, hold him, and do a dono roast stream and sit there not taking it, not giving a damn, and petting the dog with fat stacks. New OP strat. Yeah, this is a W Buzz video. I like that. Yeah, this video is really good. I saw Reddit post about how like AIDS this video was, and like maybe the title and thumbnail were like pretty aggressive, but like if that's what you're mad about, like you're kind of just high key a fucking pussy, bro. You know what I mean? Like if we're gonna talk about like, yo, you don't the title, bro, the title and the thumbnail, they fucking ruined my whole week. All right, bro. That's nice. The comments looking like you know, they're mad that he's right. Bro, the whole video he's talking about like, hey, the end game sucks. There's not enough dudes to fight, and they keep doing the same things over and over again, and everybody's upset about that. And I want the game to have 100,000 active players. What are we disagreeing with? Though you don't like the way he said it, how he said it, the title, the thumbnail. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? You know what I mean? I see people on Reddit flaming a fucking, they're like, oh, he's so negative all the time, bro. Oh my God. And I'm like, sure. I don't expect him to take you seriously, though. He only has 146 dislikes on the video. Like, you can't even call it an echo chamber. He's got 4,400 likes. Who gives a fuck? The hate boner? Bro. Nox, good seeing you, bro. I can't wait till Arrowhead comes out with their extraction shooter. Bro, when Arrowhead comes out with Mayhem, I can't fucking wait, bro. We're in the same timeline for Destiny. Struck gold and mined for copper. They blew past the gold vein and now it's flooded with gas. The fog is not that bad. You're still here, go home. At this point, Super Earth, apathy is setting in. I mean, let's scroll. Star comparison. I can give Ghost Ships DRG Rogue Core. That game fucking sucks wieners. That's a wiener sucking game. The devs, Stockholm, get good because they're having a skill issue. Apathy is dead. And God KOTOR had such good lines. The Overmighty Arrow deserves their success. Doesn't deserve their success. Most people feel that way. I've had problems for so long. Game is clearly not for you. Just quit. You're only ruining it for the rest. Exactly, but that means they would have to look in the mirror and admit to themselves that this community of gamers, that's not happening. What does this mean? This game is not for you. Just quit. You're ruining it for the rest. 7 up, dudes. Nothing. Okay, so it's not even a YouTube channel. That's good. I mean, like, I guess. So we have 1 up dude comment that is I don't know. I mean, like, who's the game for though? I like, if we ask the question, who's the game for, like, are we talking about people who like Walking Simulator or like the game being easy? The game is for intellectuals. Actually, this game is for midwits. Told a friend about the supply FRV and Hyena we can't get because limited time major order warriors. Like, now I feel like even less playing the game. This is what Arrowhead is doing it to itself. Also, if they had a time frame where they were going to get it, this wouldn't even be the sentiment, just as a heads up. If they just knew when they were going to get it, they would still play the game now and be looking forward to the date that they get it later. Hell yeah, I was busy with their work, couldn't play Punish Me. It is no punishment. You had no time in 3 weeks. You had not enough time for a short little 20-minute drop. Okay, 2 20-minute drop, let's say 1 hour. You didn't had the spare time, 2.2% of time. Okay, I will not judge it. But you don't deserve to get something or don't be there, or you can buy it later. I have both, and I can start a kitty rage because they get the same weapon and did nothing for it. Exclamation mark 17 times. But I'm no cry kitty, and I don't care what other people have. It's fine that you get it, but you get it later. But when is later? That's what people are having a problem with. Why do these people always straw man the weirdest thing? Because you're sitting there and you're like, well, this is not, the problem is completely different. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, this is just trying to make people mad. Like, it's just stupid. Also, this is written like fucking full retard. It seems you're not really getting the game, so what do you need it? Oh, 3 weeks add no game time. Do you really need it, or do you just want it? Bro just ulted. You think the game is dying, stop playing. The rest of us will continue to have fun. Bro didn't even watch the video. Personal, I can't wait for people to start talking about me again after I start just flaming out over the next couple weeks. That's going to be great. Also, if you're watching this and you're going to make a video about me, if you leave me alone, I'll leave you alone. If you want to talk about me, I'm going to ignore you because I don't care. I don't care about anybody else's opinion. I don't. I took a break for 2 months. I came back and my game sucks. The game's not even that bad right now. Shit. On some real shit, like if they ran a surge every weekend, I high key wouldn't even be mad. I think that it's fucking lame that they did some hidden changes, but I don't even hate the game like that right now. I don't think it's that bad. I just think it's boring because there's not enough dudes to fight. That's it. This might be fire because there's a ton of spawns. What's this? A Puopuietas? Yeah, this is probably like low-key fire spawns, to be honest with you. This is probably fucking lit. This is pretty lit too. Yeah. I mean, like, that's probably fine. I mean, no offense, because I'm saying that I'm offensive shit. Yeah, people are, I bet the haters from, or the one guy, I mean, bro, who cares, bro? It's mostly from Reddit. A huge chunk of people, like, bro, if you see somebody, yeah, there's a huge chunk of people who just look at thumbnail and leave a negative comment. I'm going to be honest with you. If you see somebody just like blindly hate brigading, like making a video and just hate brigading people, you just go like I'm not going to do it, but you just go report. And then you click hateful or abusive content, and then you just report them for harassment and brigading if they're misrepresenting the video that they're reacting to. Like who'd that one girl do? That one girl did that to Asmongold. I know some of you guys don't like Asmongold. I can't remember her name, but she was just calling him the like just really disgusting shit the whole video and being extremely toxic, rude, and negative. And she was just trying to incite her followers to go report him and like mass report him and fucking like all this weird shit, and just telling people to go leave hate comments and tell him that he's wrong. And you know what I mean? And like that's against YouTube TOS. So like if you see somebody doing that, you just report them and move on. YouTube will deal with it. Casey Tron did that. No, it was that other girl. She was flirting with Hassan and then he curved her and walked away. And then Asmongold made fun of her and she crashed out on him in a video. And then everybody mass reported her. And then she got banned. Denims? No, it wasn't Denims or Frogan. It was somebody else. It was one of it. Dude, it wasn't even an orbiter. What was her name? You know who it's the dude. You know who I'm talking about, Kyla. You know who I'm talking about. Destiny did a video about her too. I can't remember her fucking name. That dude, that crazy bitch that's obsessed with. She used to be a reporter, a game news reporter. Fuck, I can't remember her name. You know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking. She's blonde. Dude, she made like a turbo hate video. That's what I'm saying. That kind of shit's weird. Alyssa, yeah, Alyssa Burkant. Did she? Yeah, she got hating me gets some views. Here's my story. The first video that she posted got nuked because everybody just reported her. you can't just blindly hate people. You actually have to represent points correctly. And if you react to somebody's video and they strike you, that like it is what it is. That's why I only react to certain people now, because some people were like bragging on their live streams that if people reacted to their content, they were going to copyright strike them to silence them. So I'm obviously not going to react to their content. Bro, damn, that's crazy. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to talk about Hassan and Asmongold and whatever. This is we're doing some Helldiver shit right now, but I did want to get to like her, because she's the when I see a video like that, like if somebody has an opinion about somebody else, who cares? But dude, if you're running a fucking hate brigade like that on somebody, like you just report it and move on. That's it. That shit is crazy, bro. She went all out too. That shit was wild. I don't really see too many turbo unhinged people. Though, but I mean, obviously there's some that slip through the cracks that I don't see, that I don't pay attention to. So, you know, if you do see stuff like that, just report them. If they're being, you know what I mean? It's just weirdo behavior. Clickbait, bro, the clickbait title, everyone knows you just have nothing used to say. So we've gone through like 4 negative comments and like 50 positive. Now I feel guilty for giving them my money. People are regretting that they spent money. People always leave the discussion a long time. At your point, they now secure enough of funding. Yeah, apathy also means lack of interest or concern. I know when you come back. Only a handful of negative content. Negative comments. Game is far from dead. I think that people don't realize that if an FRV war bond this game was about to die. If Pilestat wouldn't have done that AMA, this game would have been dead. Dead. Like this game was fucking dead. And everybody knows that. If you don't see that, like you're fried. Like actually, like you don't consume enough media of Helldivers to really have an opinion. If the FRV war bond came out, this game would have been fucking dead. Like it would have imploded. The last bit of trust that they had with the current player base, because they're relying on new people, right? Like new people need to come in and you farm the new people, and then like that they're happy with the game, and then they hit 100 hours and then they leave a negative review and stop playing because the game, like at 100 hours you hit the wall, right? So you have people for about 100 hours on this game, which is quite a bit, but most people don't play past it. Weird people have seen this energy buzz. It's okay. The weapons OP slop video for every gun in the game. So you were a reporter way back during Freedom Sway mess. Your videos were so detailed, it made me think you had a background in investigative journalism. Dude, that's what I want to get back into, is doing these really detailed videos. They don't get a ton of views in terms of like me really going in on everything. But I think I just need to slam post more stuff like that, and maybe they will. But I like deep diving everything. It's one of those things where like it's hard to cope through the video. So like people can't really hate on it, but it also disconnects them because it's like, oh, that's literally just how the weapon is. The problem I have is like if I go say, okay, this weapon fucking sucks dick, it's terrible. What's the perspective? 90% of the time, the game's a walking simulator. Am I supposed to say a gun's bad when you kill like an average of 500 enemies a game? Like at that point, every gun's good because the game's easy. You know? And then I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to do it from a kill farming perspective, but nobody plays the game like that. So now you're in the position where you're ranking a gun based on how good it is killing a fucking absolute ridiculous amount of enemies. But that never happens. So then you're in the position where it's like, now like it's hard to rank the weapons because you have to rank them in like a crazy bubble of like if you were going to do a TCS tier list, like that shit would be slop. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was talking about the Hyena needing double fire rate and 4.1 status and attachments. But yeah, I'm looking at for negative comments on Buzz's video. am on Xbox, I still play. Yeah, so console is 1/3 of the player base. And used to be 1/3, is about 1/4 of the player base now. Console is about 1/4 of the player base combined between PlayStation, Xbox. And with the PlayStation numbers, it was like 1/3 Xbox, 2/3 PlayStation for like their ratio. Yeah, the ice ragdoll bushes is stupid. I still have fun and will keep playing. Nobody told. Here's this argument is like, that's nice. Nobody told you couldn't have fun or keep playing the game. I have fun when I play the game with the boys. Most people do. But you could have more fun playing with more of your friends, and when your friends quit, you're going to wonder why they quit, and then you're going to end up in the same position. It's just time. What about 8 months ago? His voice is, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm just not the enemies. Yeah, that's you're fighting the game, not the. You know what? That's a good way to say it because there is no enemies. Here's anything good about Helldivers? He said lots of good stuff about Helldivers in the video. At least what they've done well in the past and are doing wrong now. It's just you only go over negativity and create your own issues. There's a reason these comments don't have a lot of upvotes, and it's because people don't agree with the statements. Just so you guys are aware. That's kind of how this works. If people like your comment, they like it. This is the unpopular opinion. 80% of the audience feels the same way. 10% doesn't care about what happens, and 10% will be happy with whatever they're fed because they're quite literally a garden waiting to be watered. They're not even cattle. They're just a fucking garden. They're just vegetables, bro. And if that's you, that's okay. But I'm going to keep complaining that I don't have enough enemies to kill. And here's the thing that I've run into, though, the problem that I've run into is I really don't like Reddit. And what happened was I said that I was unhappy that the capture the flag spawns got nerfed. When automatons had their crazy CTF spawns, all the dropship, that was crazy. That was fucking fun. That was my peak shit. I played the fuck out the game. I loved it. I said I was mad that they nerfed it and I wanted it back on the hardest difficulty. And I had like 10 Reddit hate threads telling me that I wanted the game to die. I wanted the game to be too challenging because I wanted too many enemies to fight. And I was sitting there and I was like, fuck these people. Like, what the fuck? They just want the game to be easy so they can play Walking Simulator. I don't even want to associate with these motherfuckers, bro. So, like, I always do think it's polarizing for people when they realize I want the game to kick 90% of the people off the hardest difficulty in a meaningful way and not in just bring a recoilless rifle for the War Strider, bro. Show one hate thread. Bro, they're all, dude, fuck you, dick. We go back in time, bro. I think it's the biggest disconnect because none of these people have friends. They just go to random matchmaking and yap on Reddit. Bro, they don't even go to random matchmaking. They don't even log into the game, bro. But those spawns on nuke launch also make more sense. Launch a nuke, casually walking sim. Can't even show one chat. I'm just saying it's true. Maybe there was no hate threads, bro. Maybe I'm making it up. It was so boring to play ever since. Thick, I'm pretty sure you got Turbo Flame too because we were both crying about it. Didn't Buzz say he was getting a ton of hate comments on his videos? I have 100 hate threads on Reddit. That's true. They're all by one guy, though. He's your biggest fan. So there's like no negative comments with any sort of upvotes. Nobody cares.
Game ever, even though some are going to look at the video title and thumbnail, never watch a second.
That's just not true. That's just like, I think that people really need to realize when you go, like, dude, I had that one short where I said I was getting turbo flamed. Oh my God, it was so awful. And maybe I got one guide on Reddit too. but I still don't like Reddit. I'm never going to change. They're just rats. Fuck them. I was like, dude, these guys were flaming the fuck out of me in the short about like my mech. And then I scrolled through the short and I was like, oh, nobody gives a fuck about these people. And all their comments were at the bottom with no likes and everybody's making fun of them. It took me like fucking 3 minutes to scroll down like 1,000 comments to get there. These people are an extreme minority and they're all miserable. Your favorite poly Indian. You got one guide? I did. Except for that one short that I posted about my mech. I didn't get one guide on that short. Those people are just fucking AIDS. I'll show you. This one was. This was fucking stupid. This is me landing. What happens here is my mech turns. It hits the shield and breaks my leg with the explosion because it hits the arm that's clipped through the shield. And then, you know. Shooting the shield like he didn't turn the shield away from it shooting him. Bro, it shot right through the shield. But like even then it's dude, it's just a handful of people. I think there's no problem at all. Mechs aren't heavily armored. Problem, I agree. The mechs are way too weak. Bro, I have the giant shield and bro, people are only for people that are bad at the game, but you go through the comments, it's just like people didn't even know that the shield is broken. But even then, I'm saying that there's a bunch of people that flame the shit out of me, and like, it just wasn't true. Face the shield towards incoming fire, it just doesn't work. You know what I mean? Like, you could keep scrolling, it's just. It's not real. Like you can get one guide by, but dude, it's just not real. Like there's a bunch of people who will say like, oh my God, like, bro, there's so many bad comments on your videos. Like, people hate you. And you're like, can you show me the hate comments? And they have like 2 upvotes. And then you read the comment and you're like, okay, well, the shield's bugged and doesn't work. And they're like, did you try pointing the shield at the cannon? And you're like, yeah, the shield's bugged and the cannon shoots through the shield. And they're like, yeah, but there's like 2 parts of the shield where like it actually works. Did you try using those 2 small portions that are above and below the arm? And you're just like, oh, I'm arguing with a retard. Also, when you see that clip in like a full screen, there's another cannon turret on the left that I'm trying to block the shot from. Bot responses, that's what I mean, bro. It's you just get one guy. There's not that many people that get mad at this shit. Videos edges for way too long, brother. This is time. We are watching right after I grab a water why I hate Helldivers too. One last edge. I just got cooked one last time, bro. Seraphi, you got fucked one last time, Pussy. Oh, Vinny on the gifted. Thank you for the gifted, sir. I appreciate that, boss. Thank you, sir. Get some W's for William III. All right, so this is What Happened. Double gifted from Winnie. Thank you for the double gifted, sir. I appreciate that quite a bit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that, boss. Thank you, boss. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. You're the absolute, you know what, Vinny's the ultimate. No, put the chair back. Well, we just gonna do it like this for the rest of the night, I guess. There you go. He's a hat now. All right. So, anyways, guys, tonight we are going to be checking out the Why I Hate Helldivers 2. What happened? 700,000 view video. It's just gonna be pretty lit. I hope you guys have fun. On Friday night, we'll be playing Mecha Chimerian, with the boys. And we might play fun. Also, after this, I'm not going to play Helldivers. I'm going to go play Battlefield 6. And Sanctuary Shattered Sun. We're going to check both those out. All right, so what happened to Helldivers 2? Zone's all 750,000 view video of why he hates Helldivers 2. Hopefully I can provide some extra context for different things in here, as I have become the lore master of Helldivers 2 that has quite literally consumed every single piece of media the game has to offer, and have 4,000 hours played of the game.
Helldivers 2 is a one-of-a-kind game. When it released, it was like a pile driver to the whole gaming industry that had so many people trying to log on that there were queues going on for hours just to boot into the lobby. Everyone was playing and enjoying Helldivers 2, and it
one of the craziest things isn't Piles was like, bro, our servers suck. Please, God, just play something else. And more people walked in. That's how hype it was. We actually had to do a strat to get on. I remember my Discord, dude, we had like hundreds of people in the LFD channel every day, bro. And we would backpack off each other because you could just join somebody off of Steam and skip the queue. So you could just join and keep logging it, dude. I remember I could get on any time of day because we always had somebody on to join on, dude.
It was hailed as an instant classic, and the developers, Arrowhead, were game dev heroes, an indie team putting out a live service game that became the highest selling PlayStation game on Steam by a mile.
There's also a reason for this specifically. This happened just after COVID, and there was no games that really brought anybody together at all. There was nothing gave you that old school feeling that you wanted right after, honestly, something that was one of the most depressing times ever. You know what I mean? So you're kind of sitting there and you're like, dude, this game did what everybody wanted for its first 3 months at least.
And at one point even beat GTA Online and concurrent players. That is unheard of. It wasn't for nothing either, because this game at launch was my favorite online game of all time. It was beautiful, it ran swimmingly, and it felt amazing. Seriously.
But what happened? I guess we'll get to what happened. Oh my God. It really was like that when it came out though, man. I remember praising the file size of the game and how good it, dude. I was playing this on a 10700K 3080. Dude, this game ran. I was running 120 FPS, 1440p, no frame, dude. It was perfect when it came out. Oh my goodness, the performance was good.
Controls felt so good, and it struck a perfect balance of random funny chaos and complex systems that made it one of a kind. Sure, it wasn't perfect, but this is a live service game, and we can trust Arrowhead to fix it. After all, a game this good couldn't have been an accident. Eventually, most people who played the game...
Low-key, I do miss when the Bile Titans did that, and when the Factory Striders did backflips when you killed them, that was peak too.
Game moved on and got to live with this as the version of the game in their memory. Unfortunately, I was not one of those people, and after years of updates that
80% of the player base feels the same way, 10% doesn't care, and 10% are the vegetables in the garden getting watered. So don't worry, boss, most people are in the same boat.
consistently make the game I loved worse, I now believe a game that good could have most definitely been an accident. So, sit back, relax, grab some snacks, and let me tell you why I hate Helldivers 2.
They mess up the easiest stuff, and it's like, how are you not supposed to get upset?
But interesting. Apparently, we forgot
True.
to change the code.
A lot of these changes.
When they stealth nerfed the coyote, bro, that has to be the most generational fuck you to a player base that any company has done ever. Honestly. Blatantly lying in the patch note video. Oh, where's the coyote nerf? Crazy.
Were targeted towards the coyote.
For the love of God, please just listen to your player base and fix your game.
They never did.
Now here's the thing, this game is really hard to talk about, like 10 times harder than every other game I've ever talked about. And that's for a couple reasons. One, the patch notes don't tell the whole story, in more ways than one. Sometimes it's literal, because Arrowhead is infamous for not putting all the changes in the patch notes.
Arrowhead is infamous for not putting any of the negative changes in the patch notes. Most recently, the Charger stealth nerf, where its realism was removed from the game, where this hulking beast now charges faster, but pretty much instantly turns. They're like, oh, but 1 second faster. Bro, it used to slide to a halt if it missed you, stick its butt up in the air, expose its weak spot. And now Ice Flowers fucking ragdoll you. What are we talking about? We're removing tactics from the game to add ragdoll. What are we doing?
But other times, it's more complex. Take them
It
nerfing
never
the
is.
Breaker.
They just
Now,
nerf
on
everything.
Paper, it seems like it was a no-brainer. It was the only gun people were using, so it
At
was
least in my-
obviously overpowered, right? Well, no. As someone who was there, the Breaker was just the only gun that didn't feel like you were shooting tickle bullets. 2, this game didn't just trend downwards. There are times that the devs listened and went and buffed a whole bunch of stuff and fixed problems, and everyone was like, we're so back. But the problem is the constant backtracking.
Anybody who said we're so back for the last patch, they're fried, by the way. I'ma just say it. I don't care anymore, bro. Like, bro, you're like, bro, this last little update, bro, they stealth changes and the patch notes were like, yeah, we couldn't put all the changes in the patch notes. Sorry, guys. By the way, we said we were going to be more transparent. We heard you, but not this time. Shot my mic away from me, but not this time.
And actively malicious balance changes between these moments. So on the outside looking in, it looks like a passionate indie team still trying to figure it out. But the devil is in the details, and the details tell a very different story. But before we get into that, let me ask you a question. What is Helldivers 2? Now, if you said it's a horde shooter, congrats. You're like 99% of people with eyes. Unfortunately, the
It's crazy that anybody does a minimal amount of research and they're like, damn, I have the same opinion. And then there's people that are like, I'm going to basically make a fantasy world up. And they're like, why do a bunch of delusional people agree with me? It's crazy.
1% that didn't say that is Arrowhead, who seem to be under the impression that they've made a milsim game. And this disconnect seems to be behind a lot of the horseradish.
To be fair, if the game had milsim and realistic aspects to it, everything would unironically just be across the board net better. But it's actually mostly net worse because their version of the realism is worse than it is in real life.
This game puts out. But 2 things here. 1, if they were trying to make a hyper-realistic military shooter, then they failed on day 1. When this game released, it had a pre-programmed group of enemies that always followed you and would start a fight the instant they cut up to you. Now this makes sense if the game is supposed to be a horde shooter. I may not like it, but it makes sense. But if it's a milsim game, then this doesn't fit, because why would it be this hard to tactically avoid conflict in a realistic shooter? But it makes total sense for a horde shooter trying to force you into a fight. And 2, even if they are trying to make it a realistic milsim, there's a lot of choices they've made that just don't make sense. Like their one-sided beef with heights that still, to this day, makes the game worse. All that to say, that even if they set out to make a milsim, what they actually made is one of the best horde shooters ever, and they have been fighting against that since day one. But it wasn't always like this. When the game launched, it was amazing. It looked stunning. The gameplay was amazing. The Galactic War was exciting. It released in a completed state with only a handful of bugs, and they were pro-consumer and only locked armor and guns behind war bonds. Wow, this might be the greatest game of all time. I will now go through how everything I just praised is now worse.
You know, I was gonna just, I'm gonna wait. I got a million things to say.
This is going to be a short section, because the graphics still look great, when you can see them. I'm not sure why, but the devs have cranked the fog effects all the way up to wumbo for no.
They also cranked the bloom up in these effects to wumbo, and I actually have a screenshot for you guys. Hang on. Let me get the screenshot for you guys really quick. This one's super duper important. This one's super duper important. Hang on. Wait a minute. That's not the right one. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, there we go. We got the right one. So they did the AI upscaler update. And well, somehow the graphics got Christmas. Also, you still can't really talk to the Galactic War console with some settings because it just turns your game into a light show. And anyways, they fixed that, but they didn't fix this. I don't want them to fix that.
No reason. There are so many planet mods that reduce visibility that it gets to the point where being able to see is a luxury. And that leads us to another problem. The environmental modifiers are lame. Most of them boil down to either slowing you down, making it hard to see, or some unholy combination of the two. And the ones
low-key, the old volcano that first came out would quite literally like aggro. It would aggro the entire map to you after it went off. So you had this turbo horde shooter for like 5 minutes, and it was just every single enemy on the map would get aggroed to you because the volcano counted as your attack. So it would kill a ton of enemies, but it would also, like, the whole damn map was coming at you after the first volcano. That shit was crazy fun. That, I don't even know if the volcano shoots rocks anymore, to be honest with you.
that aren't are just boring. Like, come on, y'all. Y'all have a whole galaxy's worth of possibilities, and all y'all can think of is cold weather. Seriously? Now, they're not all bad. I really like stuff like the meteorites and the fire tornadoes. That kind of stuff is interesting when they're not spamming it.
I know it's an unpopular take, but I actually like the fire tornadoes. I like that they chase you. At least somebody's chasing after me.
At you every 5 minutes. But credit where credit is due, it is better than being blind. Also, I gotta say, for a game that's centered entirely around liberating different planets in space, there is a startling amount of biomes in this game that are very normal, like Butt Cheek, Louisiana, or the desert, or Scotland. Now, it's not every biome.
I've never heard anybody call it Scotland. But there really isn't that many. It is interesting that it's like everything is so normal for the biomes, huh? It is weird. Yeah, they're cool, but when there's no enemies, and there's never any enemies, it really isn't that fun.
But for a game that entirely takes place in outer space, you'd think they'd take advantage of that and really go crazy with the environments.
You'd think so.
A lot of them feel like places here on Earth. Beautiful places, but still very normal for a game where you fight space bugs with laser guns. But I'll admit, those are just nitpicks. You know what isn't, though? The fact that this game runs like Stephen Hawking. It has constant frame rate issues with crashing and hard locking PCs, which could seriously damage your parts over time, plus reports of the game straight up breaking people's PCs. Now that last part has some debate on whether it's real or not, so take it with a grain of salt, but real or not, the fact that I wasn't even surprised when I heard of that happening speaks volumes.
There's a group of people that said software can't damage hardware. And I think that's a turbo self-report. Also, GameGuard, you could just go look up GameGuard's history. I mean, like, this really isn't rocket surgery, to be honest with you. Like, It really isn't. If somebody's out there like, yo, the software can't damage hardware, like just ever overall, and you're just like, really? Okay, yeah, I guess. All those people are only on Reddit. What a coincidence. I do find it very interesting that that was ever a possibility to be said about anything ever, considering like not a month and a half before the Helldivers thing happened, Jump Space came out in their demo and blew a shitload of 3080 Ti's up because it was just like not frame rate capped in the menu. And they literally had a pop-up saying that like you can't play this game if you have a 3080, and it would shut your game off after it blew a bunch up, and they apologized for it. So like I'm just saying, like, it's pretty easy to blow some shit up. $5 for bringing money back. Arrowhead themselves were the ones who said hardware doesn't affect software, by the way. Did Arrowhead actually say that? Oh yeah, they said that there's no way that their game could damage hardware. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm pretty sure that they did say that. Even, look, I'm just going to be honest with you guys. 2000% real here, boss. I had Space Trump write up that entire, like how would this shit work? They give it a 5, bro. Where they say that. He said it in an interview. He said that there was no way Helldivers could damage hardware. Mika said that. That guy's retarded thick. That guy's so mentally ill that like look, bro, it just is what it is. What was I gonna pull up? Right. I have it pinned in my announcement channel in Discord. Anything that runs on ring 0 of your computer can absolutely catastrophically fuck it up. Anything. Literally anything. That's the TLDR. If you really want to get into it, anything that runs on ring 0 of your computer can absolutely break the fuck out of it. The reason that the ring system exists as a TLDR, if I could link it if you guys want, but it's just like I vouched for him, and like you know, hundreds of other people can vouch for him. This guy has been a software engineer for 15 plus years, and he graduated from Carnegie Mellon University. So, and he's a bachelor in computer science. So like when we talk about, like I remember there was like some people that were talking about like, you know, like, I don't know, but I'm not an expert was the Reddit post, I think. And I was like, okay, so I went and got a literal expert to describe it in a way that made sense to people. And like, basically, if something's on ring 3, it won't damage your computer. Ring 2 will protect it. If something's on ring 2, there's low risk. Ring 1 will usually save it. And if something's on ring 1, then it doesn't have a fallback ring, so you can have problems. And if something's on ring 0, there's nothing to protect it. That's the easy. There's a lot more depth to this, obviously. So somebody can misrepresent what I said very easily there and clip me out of context. But that's the TLDR. Obviously, there's a whole write-up here. Run Jump Ship was not on ring 0 and damaged GPUs. There's multiple ways it can fuck up your computer. That's what I'm saying. On ring 3, usually things are fine, right? But it's like, again, it is so easy for a piece of software to blow up a piece of hardware that saying that it can't is insane. You are not wrong, and there's a whole lot more to it. Oh, this goes so deep, but like, for instance, one guy was programming an AI. I remember going over this with Space T. I think it's linked in one of these. He was playing with an AI or whatever, and it rewrote the firmware on one of the chips on the motherboard and just bricked the motherboard. Like, literally made it unusable. You would have had to melt the chip off the board and put a new one in, basically. Or like melt the solder off of it, take it off, put the new one in. It completely fucked it up. So like, there's tons of ways software can damage hardware. And like, if you don't think it can, we can't even have a conversation, because like you're just in the worst possible faith representing a conversation. All it has to do is make your power surge. Dude, there are, for instance, what the biggest problem with Ring 3 can still overload your hardware and blow it up from a performance spike from a bug or Windows screwing up, for example. Well, Windows 11 was also screwing up a lot then specifically, like Windows 11 was having a lot of problems. And when you started Helldivers 2 up on the Into the Unjust update, your computer was spiking hard. Like your GPU was running maxed out, your CPU was running maxed out. Your computer pulls a lot of power. Like for instance, when you start any game, usually you'll hear your computer go like spin up a bit because it's starting the game. So it's like a call for power to start the game. And Helldivers had a crazy call for power because every single thing in the game was duplicated 40 plus times. So like it was calling, dude, their call for power when you start Helldivers was crazy. And it was running on ring 0 of your computer. There was no protections involved in this at all because of GameGuard. You know, so like this game launches, there's no protections, and it's turbo maxed out your PC. And then if your computer hard locks, basically what would happen is if your computer's in a call for power like that, while your computer hard locks, it maintains that call for power. So your computer's running full tilt, maxed out with max power draw on all your parts. And you're telling me your software can't damage hardware at that stage? When that is the biggest chance for your hardware to be damaged? No, GameGuard is malware. It's a rootkit. That's how it functions. It regularly resets your settings on everything. GameGuard's horrible. Like right now, you can fool your temp sensors by hand on your PC and cook it off when it's running hard. It's super easy to do this. Software can break and do that exact thing. Well, especially when GameGuard's regularly known for corrupting. Like, bro, you go look at GameGuard problems. Initializing errors, update failures, launch crashes, typically caused by corrupted files, firewalks, and conflicting software. That's crazy. This has been the biggest problem with GameGuard since it came out. It regularly corrupts, not like all the files that it goes through. It's ridiculous. Dude, this is quite literally the worst anti-cheat to ever exist. And for some reason, Arrowhead has been clinging on to it for whatever. It's so weird. I can't really believe that they actually like stuck with it for so long. They really need to hurry up and get the easy anti-cheat. Dude, whether a win for the community, we're cracking down on super credit hackers, but we're not replacing the anti-cheat. It could have been such a win. It's ridiculous, bro. Yeah. Anyways, badly optimized software is the biggest hardware killer. I think that's just as simple as we could get it, right? And anybody who's like software can't damage hardware, it's just, I don't even know where you get, dude. Like especially older, there's a lot more safety mechanisms now, but back in the day, dude, computers were blowing up all the time. It's not that hard to break any piece of hardware with software these days. It never has been, and honestly never will be, bro. This was one of the most ridiculously frustrating conversations I ever had to have, because Arrowhead had that fucking Reddit comment pinned on their Reddit. And dude, software can never damage hardware. And you're like, yeah, I guess, bro. I'm like, we're not even going to talk about it. I work in IT, and the amount of hardware that dies by software is staggering, brother. This is anybody trying to have that conversation is just, it's in such a level of bad faith that like even engaging with it, you're automatically losing. Like it's absurd.
And this is made way worse by the bugs. Oh my lord, this game has more bugs than a terrarium. And this ranges from pretty harmless bugs like when you hit the ground and start swimming randomly, to annoying bugs like enemies phasing through walls, to game-breaking bugs like constant crashing. This game has them all. Now,
I love that guy's worm diving mind you, I love that this guy is worm diving.
Walls to
Just
game
as a
breaking
heads
bugs
up,
like constant crashing. This game,
bro,
has a
seeing the little worm diver just snaking around the screen after they've literally made a 0.8 second stun when you got ragdolled to prevent this into a 0.5 second stun that still doesn't prevent this and makes the game miserable to play. Well, they consistently remove all the fun and cool bugs like reloading and then hitting the jump pack gritty, or just warping out of a pelican, or just dreadnought armoring into the mech, or just surges being fun to play. They're like, yeah, that was a bug. Guess we'll nerf the fun of spawns. You're just like, why do you fix all of the things that people like? That's not fixing, that's making the game worse. And they do that all the time.
Now here's the thing.
But they never fix anything like they need a whole task force to figure out how to monkey paw and fix like hell pods not being able to land on stuff, which they took out of the game, and sticky stratagems, which you can just turn on and off the dev kits.
Even in the most polished video games, bugs are gonna happen. It's just a fact. But this game has so many bugs.
Bugs can turn into features. I think the best example that we could possibly bring up without like memeing out is like Counter-Strike. B-hopping was a bug. If they took Counter-Strike, or excuse me, if they took Counter-Strike, no, if they took B-hopping out of Counter-Strike, like there would be a implosion of the player base. Like it would, dude, the game would die. Rocket jumping from Quake, rocket jumping Halo, like, dude, some bugs need to be made features because everybody likes them. If there is a bug that everybody likes and you can make it a core gameplay thing because everybody likes it, that's good. It should be in the game.
Bugs that, one, stay in the game for ages, and two, have a good chance of just being broken again in the very next update. Take fire, for example. Throughout this game's whole lifespan, I'm pretty sure it's worked correctly for a grand total of 15 minutes. There is constantly some weird client-side issue or a messed up hitbox. It's almost never spreading correctly, and it's been like this for years. Meanwhile, stuff like the spear going through enemy armor gets patched lickety-split. Wow.
That's one of the conversations that we see a lot is like, it's like, oh, well, they just fixed that. It's like, why don't they fix the stuff that everybody hates versus the stuff that everybody likes and makes the game better? Also, fire lights you on fire so much because the wind can blow it back on you, and they just changed it on the sterilizer to not blow back on you as much. So they can absolutely fix that too. It's just a number change.
Why? Well, for some reason, Arrowhead heavily prioritized fixing bugs that benefit the player over everything else.
It's weird.
Improving performance? Nope. Fixing up persistent bugs like enemies phasing through walls? Sorry, game development is hard, but you can bet your
meatballs still phase through walls, bro. I'm going to be honest with you. If I looked at the game and I was the game director and I'm like, wow, there's this enemy that every single person that plays the game hates. There are more people idling on the ships than playing the Illuminate. Why is that? And then you go run a survey and people are like, oh, people are just complaining for no reason. Oh, that Illuminate fine. I'd probably be like, wow, okay, well, that doesn't help why nobody's playing it ever. So let's go actually look for some real opinions. I'd just go to the people with a lot of hours and be like, why don't you like playing the Illuminate? You just go into their stream chat and ask. You can do it on an anonymous account, and you're going to get a 15-minute rant about the dumbest shit possible. And then you just go fix that, like Path of Exile 2 does, literally. And then the game just gets net positive better for literally everybody. But these guys have such a large ego that they can't do that. And I think that's really sad.
Your bottom.
Because in Sweden, we were told to our faces that every single problem that exists in the game right now would never be a problem in the future because we're going to work together to not make that a problem. But when the AI rework came out in 2025 that murdered the performance and spawns in the game, which obviously we still haven't recovered from, they stopped listening to our feedback because we were too negative. and they only listen to our feedback when the game has negative reviews. And then as soon as the game has positive reviews, we get back to nothing happening. When the game was on negative reviews, they ran surges. They ran my event. They ran other people's event. They were doing stuff. We're back to doing nothing.
That the second
soon as we
they
get
see
positive
shit
reviews.
like this, it's on site. But you know, a lot of these problems wouldn't even make it to the game if they tested the updates before releasing them. Yet for some reason, it seems like they just don't test at all. Don't believe me? Remember when they buffed the jetpack, but there was a bug where if you were holding forward on the controller when you landed, you would just fent flop? Or what about how currently in...
So that was on light and medium armor. If you were walking forward, if you were sprinting forward, you had too much forward momentum and would fall over with the jetpack. So whoever was testing the jetpack wasn't sprinting forward, they were walking forward. And they did it in an armor where they didn't have enough move speed to trigger it. So they might have just been wearing heavy armor, walking forward, jetpack, and then they just went next. So whoever was testing the game quite literally did the bare minimum and still fucked it up.
the game, there's a bug that breaks
Laws
half
of
the
Janty,
climbing
true.
settings. Like, they just straight up don't work. How in the world did this update get out the door with a core mechanic not working? And why has it been in the game for months? Yes, you heard me right. Months. I don't
Task
care
Force.
who you are or how small your studio
Engaged.
is. This is unacceptable.
Yeah, it is.
So, quick update.
I agree with
Devs
that.
came out and said that they're adding and fixing a bunch of stuff. But
Oh
here's
my
the
God.
thing. 1, I don't trust them. 2, nothing's happened yet. And 3, they say weird shit like we'll fix stratagem ball bouncing by the end of the year, when modders have gone into the files and proven that it's a toggle that they can just switch off. So why the delay?
Oh, he watches my videos for sure. Cause dude, yeah, I say that, dude. He watches my shit all the time. He watches my shit, dude. I flame the fuck out of them for that. Helldivers be able to use assisted reload as long as either the carrier or the reloader weapons or the corresponding backpack. We haven't seen that yet. More emotes. Nobody cares about this. I remember I crashed out about this hard as fuck. I was really mad about this. I remember I gotta be careful with my words here. I remember specifically I crashed out about this and I said on a live stream where I was like, and then I showed a bunch of clips of it too, where dead input on stim was actually just you stimming, and then there was a delay before the heal started, because that gets re-added and debugged all the time. Like, you know, it's broken, right? So they made so my suggestion for that a long time ago is just to make your arm super armor, which means that it can't be interrupted. It doesn't mean that it's stronger or you take less damage or whatever. So they made that so like you pretty much always stim now, but everybody was dive stimming anyways. What I flamed out about was like reloading has been broken, and every single person that complains about this game, like every stream, every fucking video, literally everything was, wow, reloading sucks. It always breaks. You're always killing like magazines just disappear to the nether all the time. Every stream that you watched, every video, people complained about reloading multiple times to the point that it was the most complained about thing in every video, and it wasn't even on the list. I crashed out about this so hard that it got fixed the next update. Also, a couple other people crashed out about it pretty hard too, because it's like, how is the most hated thing in the game not on the fixed list? And it wasn't on the list and it got fixed. So they did actually listen to that. And by the way, reloading now is infinitely better. You almost never dead reload. It's amazing. But why did it take overwhelmingly negative reviews to get reloading fixed? Like, that should have been fixed years ago. That's been the #1 complaint since the game came out. The #2 complaint is how unstable the connection is and how much you drop out of lobbies. That's not even on the list either. Also, this said very soon. This was like 2 months ago. Like, where's this shit at?
They say weird shit like we'll fix stratagem ball bouncing
You said give us iframes. There's already a way to do iframes in the game.
by the end of the year, when modders have gone
I'm not
into
promoting
the
it,
files
though.
and
I'm just
proven
gonna keep
that it's a
doing it, not
toggle
saying
that
anything.
they can just switch off. So why the delay? Anyway, back to the video. But hey, at least the gameplay's still good, right? The Gameplay is what made Helldivers as popular as it was, but ever since launch, the devs have been in a never-ending war to try and suffocate all the fun out of the game, and occasionally they'll let you pay $10 for them to take the pillow off for a bit. But in order to understand what I mean, we gotta talk about what made it good in the first place, and how Arrowhead has made it worse. Number 1, the Galactic War. Now, if you don't know, the Galactic War is basically the story of the game, but what made it special is that it was more like a D&D campaign, where what the players did, supposedly, mattered, and it made one-of-a-kind stories that you were a part of. Stuff like Malevelon Creek, saving the Super Children, or earning the mechs through major orders wouldn't have been possible without this system. But nowadays, they use it for 2 things: jack shit. They just don't do anything with it, probably because it's better for their wallets to stop putting stratagems in major orders and make you buy a war bond instead. But
that's why people were mad, by the way. That's why this sucked. The amount of people that were like, just go farm super credits became like, I don't think those people know they became as generational of a meme as a win for the community or we heard you. Like, people just wanted to earn cool stuff. Honestly, the mechs could have been in the war bond if there was a vehicle bay at the same time. Also, this guy made the video before Galactic War Campaigns came out. Like, just before Galactic War Campaigns came out. And honestly, it's very clear that Galactic War Campaigns weren't ready to be pushed, but they slammed them out because people were crashing out. Like, you know, these things that all Pilestat said were all down prioritied until the end of the year, all got up prior. Because it's like, wow, a lot of people are really unhappy with the game. But now that we're at positive reviews, none of this stuff is happening anymore. So we're back in the loop already, right? People were like, we're so back, it's great again. And now we're back into a loop where there's no the game just isn't getting updated. So there's gonna be a title update within the first 2 weeks of August because Arrowhead has to slam something out because they lost a lot of money not doing a war bond. And honestly, they didn't make any money on this war bond. They just lost money. So they haven't really made money on the game low key since March.
don't worry, I'll get to that later. Here's the thing though, even if they still did fun creative stuff with the Galactic War, it wouldn't solve the major issue with the system, which is the fact that the way it's set up, players have no say in how the story goes down.
Yeah.
Let me explain. So, every planet has a health bar and a decay rate, and whenever you beat a mission, you make the health bar grow by a tiny bit, but the planet's health bar is constantly going down, which is the decay rate. And there's a few problems with this. One, the decay rate makes playing on literally any planet that's not a major order pointless. And number two, say there's a major order to liberate a planet, but in order to get there, you have to choose to liberate one of two planets. So based on everything I told you, you would look at the decay rates and go, this one has a smaller decay rate, let's go there. Based on everything you know, that's the obvious play. But what I didn't tell you is that each planet has a different health bar. So even if the decay rate is really low, the planet's health bar might be so big that going for the other planet with a higher decay rate is the right play. And if you're thinking to yourself, well, why didn't you tell me that before? That feels very deceptive. Good catch, because that's exactly how it is in-game. The game makes zero effort to explain any of this at all. I've already put more effort explaining it in this short paragraph than Arrowhead have in the past 2 years. But even if they did put all this info in the game, it still wouldn't matter, because they can and have adjusted the decay rate on the fly to force the outcome they want, which
okay, they quite literally force the decay rate all the time to the point that like it's exactly what they want all the time and there's no in between. It's the most antagonistic dungeon master that we've ever seen on a game. To show exactly what he's talking about, for instance, like if we go over to Charball 7 and you pop a like view regions, you can see, wait, was it view regions? View details? Yeah, view details. So this planet has 1.25 million HP. It's also host to a mega factory, which if you beat it, it would, you know, secure literally the entire fucking planet at 120%, right? When you go look at Charon Prime, it has 1 million HP at 2% resistance. So both of these, like, you're going to capture this one slightly faster. So if you wanted to stop the invasion on Charball 7, it would just be faster to go here. Like you could quite literally capture this entire planet faster than doing the mega factory here, which nobody's doing anyways. But this would also cancel the attack. Where's one with some cities? Okay, that's perfect. Also, yeah, hang on. So we go view regions. There's another thing that they don't tell you is that some cities aren't worth diving on. So for instance, like this city, the second city is worth 40% of the liberation of the planet, which means it'll cap 40% of the planet. But this first city is only worth 10%. However, both of these cities take the exact same amount of time to capture. And if you just did the the missions that you dive on this city don't actually apply to the planet, right? And there was a point in time where the Galactic War modifier would actually slow you down if you were just doing the regular planet versus the city mission, mind you. Just keep that in mind as we go through this. They did fix that kind of for when they want it to work. And then on top of that, when we go through this, if you were to just do regular missions here, by the time you would cap this city, you would probably be at about 50% of the liberation of this planet specifically, if we were talking about it. And then you could go do Jin Fuzhou, and then you could capture another 40% of it and then do the 10%. And it would probably work out that it would be fine. But overall, like at 30%, people would probably go into the city and that. But people don't know that they're just wasting their time on this city. Like this city is just a flat out waste of time to dive on. 10% of the planet, I mean, the amount of investment to this wastes everybody's time. So it's an illusion of choice to waste your time and actually make things harder. So like across like mega factories usually cap an entire planet, or at least like 80 to 90% of it. They're really, really good. But mega cities are a mess. Also in game, like they don't show anybody information, but I know they all use the companion app at Arrowhead. And it's like, dude, you could just go tell the people working on the Galactic War, like, you need to go put this information in the game so people can make better decisions, because having more information is good. And like, quite literally, it doesn't have to be anything crazy. Like nobody really goes for these. This is like a C. So if you did this circumvallation, where were the, like, because right now we own Charball 7 or whatever, right? This wouldn't really work out. Maybe we'll use a different example really quickly. If you took Grand Errant right now, right? This pops a circumvallation, which is a siege, which means Sief will start passively capturing the planet and lower its resistance rate to basically 0, and the Sief will start passively capturing the planet for you. This also fucks up the Galactic War modifier quite a bit, just as a heads up when we're sieging stuff, so just keep that in mind. But like, there's nowhere in game that tells you, hey, maybe this would be a really good planet for you guys to go dive, because you get total sector liberation and you would siege this planet. So taking this planet technically automatically gets you a second one over time. So then you'd be in a position like, oh, wow, yeah, that would be great. Maybe we'll just go there next. And then we cut that off. We get another planet. But none of this information is portrayed in game. Most people still don't know how the siege system works. I see some people like, bro, like if we go capture Matar Bay, it'll automatically capture Matal and Charon Prime, but that's not how it works. If two planets are connected to each other, you can't siege them. It has to be isolated. But none of this information is in the game. So people have to make worse decisions. And because it's so convoluted, with no ability for you to get any information, which could be as simple as the pictures that you see on that Galactic War map companion app, which if you don't use, you have no idea what's going on, then you just follow the blinky light, because fuck everything else, because it doesn't matter anyways. Arrowhead wants you to be on the blinky light. That's a fresh cut. Thanks, King. Appreciate you, boss.
Defeats the
Go vote for the next thing we do. Ignores the votes and do this anyways, literally.
Purpose of the whole system. But a war ain't nothing but a series of battles, and that's where this game really shines. While on the surface it looks like just another horde shooter, what made it different is what made it great. First things first, shit ain't sweet. It is extremely easy to die in this game, especially if you don't know what you're doing. Everything in this game can and will game end you, and that includes your dumbass homeboy relieving your head from your shoulders with a shotgun. The game was pretty hard, but it wasn't unfairly hard. Almost every enemy had intuitive weak spots and ways to kill them quickly that made sense, but still required skill. And this made for a very unique balance between mowing down enemies and needing precision that I've never seen before. Also,
the balance of, like, I would say the Meridia, when it was transformed into the green super planet, like after everything, where there was thousands of hunters a mission, tons of chargers, basically a Bile Titan surge every single breach. That's when the game was its most challenging. That's when it was the most fun. That's when it pushed your skill limit as a team. It pushed your skill to the absolute limit. That's when the game was the best that it ever was in terms of difficulty, before all the weird nonsensical nerfs, all the weird direction of like just making things arbitrary difficult instead of like meaningfully difficult, where you like, dude, the meta build back then, if you wanted to go kill farm in our like 4,400 kill game, was like, I brought a supply backpack, stun grenades, and a fire shotgun, and like Durkheiser brought a recoilless rifle, and then like off the second recoilless rifle, I would just take the rocket launcher and I would just keep it on me to snap a charger off the screen, and then it took multiple rockets to kill a Bile Titan's head. If you shot in the right spot, it was 2, but it could take up to like 4 or 6 because the mesh was broken for a very long time. But what I would do is I'd run over to him, and then he would team load an extra rocket into my recoilless rifle, and I would supply backpack him, and then I would pick up a resupply so that I would get an extra supply, and you would just keep the loop going like that. But there were so many enemies and so many spawns. If you were kill farming, you had to use teamwork. You had to use these advanced team loading mechanics, and you had to do some crazy extra shit. And like, I had 2,000 kills a game in a 4-man. It was fucking crazy. But it was fun, and it really pushed you to your limits. Like, I got to make all the right decisions. I got to make everything on cooldown. I have to do everything perfect for the whole game. And I played with some people. Well, obviously, I played with some gamers because we were pushing 4,000 kills a game, and it was fun. And then, as people like to say, escalation of freedom was hard after that. For who, bro? If they just went into full ragdoll, and there was 1/3 of the spawns that I was just fighting. I went and played the bugs after EOF came out, and we walked through every mission. It was a fucking joke. Oh, the impaler tentacles live after it dies and chase you across the map. Yeah, wow, that's super challenging, man. What a sick mechanic. Like, what are we talking about? The game was dumb bullshit. It was a joke. The game was so much easier to play when EOF came out that we quite literally gave up fighting the bugs because they were so unbelievably boring that we went and sat on detector towers on bots. All the bots are still there. We'd sit on detector towers, force the game to spawn tons of enemies until it crashed because we killed too many. I sent feedback to the devs. Yo, a lot of stuff's not despawning correctly. We can't shoot down drop ships because the smoke doesn't despawn for the host. A lot of parts of enemies aren't despawning. You need to make sure that all these parts are despawning correctly. So that way, you know, whatever. And at that point, their enemy parts were getting duplicated, which we didn't know at that point. But that's what caused Into the Unjusted to be so unbelievably like broken. In the future, defense missions, you couldn't even shoot the drop ships down without crashing the missions because they ignored the feedback. And then when they did listen to the feedback, it wasn't actually go through and fix all the individual parts from despawning correctly when you killed the enemies. It was spawn less enemies. That's why when they say we heard you, I'm like, which part? Because they didn't hear you. They selectively heard something that was completely not what you said. They had exactly what to do and they ignored it, right? So now I can kill like 2,000 bots, but guess what? The parts aren't duplicated, but you still crash when you kill too many bots on one location. And the solution isn't to spawn less fucking bots. It's to go through and make sure every single thing is despawning correctly after you killed them, which it's still not true. Because I just broke the game. I think we got to like 2,300 kills on a double. We sat on 2 detector towers and blew it out and crashed the game. It's ridiculous.
The game just felt so good to play. It controlled silky smooth, and everything just felt right. And the stratagem system is
To be fair, the game does feel a lot more responsive now. Ever since the upscaler, we have way more FPS. This game's responsiveness is purely based off of FPS. The more FPS you have, the more responsive your character is, the better it feels. I mean, that's another thing, like, it's important to talk about. It's like fake frames, but like those frames actually make the game feel way better to play.
amazing, and every part of it
So
just
that has been
tickles my
fixed since this
brain.
video came out.
But ever since launch, this game has been on a never-ending campaign to make everything that made it good worse, and it's all been in the name of difficulty. Now, I know a lot of hardcore fans are probably saying to themselves, "Oh, he just wants to be overpowered and run around like Doom Guy." Well, they don't.
Only a bunch of disingenuous rats who genuinely want to play a walking simulator actually say that, by the way. everybody who actually wants to be the game, like the game to be fun and challenging in the ways that I just talked about, is in a constant battle against these people, because they quite literally want to bait the devs into making this a gimmick, walk through the game, plays itself, dog shit slop fiesta. And that's the conclusion that I've come to after every single the time the game gets remotely challenging in fun ways, that they cry about it until it gets nerfed. And then we have to sit there and be like, why did you nerf it? And they're like, whoa, Reddit. Fucking dude, they were like, there's too many Hulks on Hulk Surge. Yeah, but like everybody liked that. Yeah, but Reddit, stop listening to them. They don't know what they want. Just down tier.
Box my address in the comments, but that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that, like anything in life, there's a way to do difficulty well and a way to do it not so well. For example, the new God of War games do difficulty horribly. On the highest difficulty, you're basically just trying to feather duster your enemies to death, because all that changes is that you do less damage while the enemies do more. On the other hand, a game like Sifu does difficulty really well, because it's challenging you to be better, while God of War is just trying to kill you. Dark Souls is another example of a game that does difficulty well. It's not just killing you because dying equals hard, it's teaching you something, and most importantly, it's fair. This shit ain't fair. Helldivers has had a very interesting...
Getting ragdolled while being stunned on the ground is like, and then you get pushed into the ground and fucking drown, has to be one of the most infuriating things ever. What's this one? Oh, here's a really good example of arbitrary difficulty on the game that a lot of people don't like to talk about. We'll go over that one in a second. I was looking for Thickham's clip of him getting ragdolled into the floor. I think it's in here somewhere.
He was probably damaged from the other one. I'm drowning. I'm drowning in the floor. I'm drowning in the floor. I'm drowning in the floor. I drowned in the floor. I drowned. Someone clip that one, actually.
That still happens, and it happens more now, because when the ice flowers that they made ragdoll instead of freeze everything around them, they push you into the ground now. So that happens more. And if you want to talk about extreme arbitrary difficulty, this is the kind of dumb bullshit that I'm talking about. So a lot of people don't know what aim resistance is. It's the ability for the enemy to move away from where your reticle is pointing at them so that you miss shots. They've added more and more of this over time. To specifically, flying enemies are not allowed to have aim resistance. The more advanced the AI gets in the game, the worse the performance gets. So for this enemy to be able to do some dumb, stupid bullshit, which they have fixed this over time and lowered the amount that they're allowed to resist it, because it obviously causes performance issues as well. But they're trying to make all these enemies have these like ridiculous mechanics that just aren't fun to play against, instead of just spawning more of them so you can kill more of them. Like, it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? So every time I show this aim resistance shit, it's like GG. And some people are like, wow, man, like, I'm missing chargers a lot more this update. Why am I missing chargers a lot more this update? You know, and some people, dude, they never really know why. They're sitting there, they're like, what's the deal with chargers? Where is it? Is it in this one? Do I have a recoilless rifle in this video? Be a sec. Let me cook. We go like this. We want an example of aim resistance, like they add more to more enemies over time, and it's net negative worse for the games because the enemies are making more calculations, and it's just the enemy resisting your reticle. So, like, some people were like, "Oh, but like the rock was there, so he turned." Why is it that he turns back the second I unaim? You can pretty consistently do like it's such a like they shirk away from your I don't mind that kind of shit, but it's like when you have performance issues, adding random bullshit to the enemies is just such a waste of resources. Just spawn another pack of fucking hunters instead of making that guy able to turn away. It's ridiculous.
Interesting relationship with difficulty throughout its whole lifespan.
Pancake comes in hot over here on a channel membership over on YouTube. Thank you for the channel membership, Mr. Pancake. I appreciate that quite a bit. What are you at over on Twitch now, anyways? Oh, you didn't do your... Dude, Pancake is on like an 80 stream streak, bro. Get some W's in the chat for Pancake, bro. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, boss. Is that why the flamethrower hulks keep looking down at the floor when they charge you? There's a lot of enemies that completely break when you aim at them. Make sure you guys show some love to Pancake, bro. Thank you. Oh yeah, dude, there's like, that's what I mean. It's just this weird nonsense that make the enemies like the Hulk covering its eye kind of, you're like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But like, what's the cost of that? Like, what are we dealing with? Like the Hulks also invert themselves and turn into fucking Beyblades, right? So like, we have all these extra AI calculations and all these extra things going on when we know that there's tech debt and performance problems. Why do we need to have all these extra nonsensical things in the game when you could just remove them, make the enemies more simple? Which, by the way, before the AI rework, I never had a problem with enemies shooting at me. I think that there was an issue where there was like too many soldier bots and they would just walk around you and kind of look at you funny and they wouldn't shoot you. But that wasn't a problem earlier on in the game. So at some point, people playing with the AI fucked it up over time. And I think the truth is, I used to have a way more engaging time fighting the enemies. The enemies used to be able to shoot me regularly. I used to have more fun just playing the game. Like the game was just more engaging. And now the enemies pretend to shoot at you. Do you think the Hulks invert themselves because of aim resistance? I think so. I'll show one more clip of the nonsense really quick, and then we'll move on with the video. The original AI was better. Dude, the original AI got you killed all the time. Here, this is another thing that I wanted to show. This is why the health needs to be reverted as well. So the enemies have been gutted to a point where they're not allowed to shoot at you properly. They pretend to shoot at you. This is why, dude, like, this is why the AI needs to be reverted and our health needs to be reverted. This should never be a thing. You can regularly load into the game and recreate this. By yourself, you can just recreate this all the time. The enemies are pretending to shoot at you on the bots when they used to just shoot you. I don't want the enemies to pretend to shoot at me. I want them to shoot me. I want them to fight me. If we're at the stage where we have to have the enemies pretending to shoot people to make them feel better about themselves, we have a serious fucking problem. That's ridiculous. We need the old AI back that the game came out with. Okay? We need some meaningful changes in the department of like our health getting reverted, because all of the I get killed here by these guys. But it's like, look how much they have to pretend to shoot at me, and when they do hit me, I just instantly die. Why? Like when we had the old health pool, you could take a couple of hits. You could think about when you were going to stim, when you were going to use your resources. Now we have enemies that have to pretend to fucking shoot at you half the time to like make it feel like like the fantasies there, the theme is there. That's ridiculous. I don't know how we got to this point, but whoever's looping the decisions for that, like, come on, man. We can't be having the conversation where enemies have to pretend to shoot at me because my health pool isn't big enough because I'll die instantaneously. Just revert the health and revert the AI. And then the game's way harder, way more fun all at the same time. Do you think they have worse aim when you're on low health? I have no idea, sir. And we priest in protect our paper bodies. Dude, the game used to be way harder before Escalation of Freedom. It did. And anybody who says Escalation of Freedom was a challenging update, you weren't very good at the game. You weren't. You just weren't. It was cheesy, dumb gimmick bullshit. All ragdoll, nothing of value. The game was not fun to play. That's why so many people quit. 60-day plan didn't make the game easier. It just made all the guns good. And they lowered the spawns on 60-day. So, like, you had lower spawns than launch EO. It was ridiculous, man. You know what I mean? Like, we can't be having, like, quite literally 4 to 5 times the amount of spawns the patch before the difficulty tiers up. That's ridiculous.
It's not like the game started off perfect.
No. You ran away from everything during EOF. I sat on detector towers and blew the fucking lobby out. I would... There, like... There was so... I was used to fighting so many more enemies that up tiering to difficulty 10 from 9 was such a downgrade in spawns, but I mean, difficulty 9 was gutted too, right? Because the new update was out. Was such a downgrade of enemies that, like, Solo EOF was crazy on bugs. Kind of. I guess. I think solo bots was really, really tough, maybe. I don't know, man. There was some times I'd just load in. I'd go sit on a fucking detector tower and farm bots for 20 minutes at the start of a mission too, bro. I'm not going to lie to you. EOF was... Bugs on EOF was really tough because if you had a weird impaler, you were cooked. Yeah. When fire got nerfed, I Giga Crash up. But yeah, anyways, moving on.
But the problem is that they just don't learn their goddamn lesson and keep making the same mistakes over and over and over because they want the game to be hard. And make no mistake, this game has always been hard. But for some reason, it's like they take it personally when people are good at their game and will do anything to stop that shit. Even if that means making the game miserable. Because they're not trying to challenge you, they're trying to kill you. For example, early on in the game's lifespan, they saw that some people were doing the highest difficulty solo. So what did they do? They changed the spawn rate so that the less people you had in your party, the harder it was. So people...
That's... What's crazy is that's not really true. The less people you have, it like... Where was that? What was that patch note?
Lifespan, they saw that some people were doing the highest difficulty solo. So what did they do? They changed the spawn rate so that the less people you had in...
It changed the spawn and patrol rates April 29th, 2024. The studio adjusted patrol spawn rates for fewer than 4 players to establish more linear scaling, while solo player previously faced about 1/6 of patrols of full group. This is increased to 1/4. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. This shouldn't be... I didn't realize they did 1/6 to 1/4. I had no idea. I didn't even know that was a thing. It's just always been too easy. I don't want a change in difficulty. I want the same spawns that a 4-man gets as a solo. All of the times. 100% of the times when I go play solo, it is 100% just for my ego. If I want to go play random queue with people, that's fine. When I play solo, I want the same spawns as a 4-man. I don't care. Solo is a walking simulator nowadays. Like, you just breeze through the missions. It's ridiculous, bro. I want this to say 1-to-1, bro. I want it one. It's like, oh, but you're one of the 4. I don't care. I want the spawns of a 4-man. I don't. The problem with solo too is you can bait breaches off of a heat map and get like nothing to come out of them. Same thing with like a bot drop. So you can force less spawns to come out of these things. And if you bait it on like a level 3, then you have more spawns. So like you regularly see me when I play, like I'll bait a breach on a base all the time, so that way I get more spawns. But like sometimes it happens in the middle of nowhere and fucking 10 little scavengers come out and you're like, or like one drop ship flies in, drops like a Hulk off, and then it flies away and you're like, I guess, bro. So disappointing. Should be at least a toggle. Yeah, at least a toggle. There should at least be a toggle. There's probably some people who like this running simulator. Oh no, I feel like if you click the hardest, maybe 1 through 9, sure, it stays like this. But as soon as you click the hardest difficulty, fuck that. It's just the same. Yo.
Your party, the harder it was. So people like me, who only had one other friend who had the game, got a worse experience just because Arrowhead took offense to the fact that anyone dared to be too good at their game or take.
That's the only take I'll disagree with here. Like, fighting more enemies is more fun. I need more dudes. I don't need more War Striders, though. I specifically need more engaging enemies that force decision making, not some dumb bullshit that takes my decision making away from me.
Ragdolling. Ragdolling can be very funny, but like all jokes, when you repeat it too much, it gets very annoying, especially when it leads to your death. And everyone who played against automatons on launch learned that the hard way, because not only did they have
To be fair, when the automatons came out, you really didn't ragdoll that much because they just instantaneously killed you because Armored was bugged. Like, sometimes you ragdolled. Most of the time, you just instantly died.
insane aim, but the rocket robots ragdolled you constantly, had infinite ammo, and on top of that, they were everywhere. It made the automatons hard, sure, but also just not fun to fight, because getting ragdolled from out of cover and filled with lead isn't challenging you, it's just killing you. Now after launch, they fixed a lot of these problems, and I'm sure they learned from this and won't do the exact same thing again, right? Basically, every new enemy we've gotten has had problems like this that take forever to get fixed, which
they've quite literally added more ragdoll. They Omens of Tyranny fixed ragdoll completely. All it is the impulse force on the outer radius of every single explosion in the game that is the problem, mind you. Let's just keep this in mind here. They removed that. We told the game director to his face that it was a problem, and that he continuously added more enemies with more ragdoll to the game that had much larger radiuses that quite literally barely do damage to you, but ragdoll the fuck out of you. Like, I think that the outer radius on the Rocket Striders, this was before we went to Sweden. Rocket, Thick had a clip, and I had a clip too, where you got it. The wall got hit 15 meters in front of him, and he went flying back like 20, 30 meters because it blew up that far away. Their solution was to add a ragdoll armor instead of just fixing ragdoll. And now instead of being like, wow, people still really think ragdoll sucks, I think they look at their metrics. People only die when they ragdoll, when they could just spawn more enemies to kill people. But like, anyways, they won't do that for whatever reason. So they're like, okay, well, we'll just add more ragdoll. So now the ice flowers, instead of freezing enemies or you, if you're too close to them, just ragdoll you down. So if you're near water, you drown, or like ice, you drown in the ice because you can't get up. And they only freeze the enemy for like half a second. And then I took impact damage 7 times. Oh yeah, another reason Escalation of Freedom was a bad update is because you could take impact damage multiple times for each different part of you that hit a wall. It was quite literally cheesy gimmick, dumb bullshit, min-max to a point to kill you that, like, it was impressive the levels that they had to go through to make all of those things possibilities. It was insane. It was quite literally the worst update that somehow Into the Unjust was worse. But Escalation of Freedom was like, this company was like, we want to be like FromSoft, and they did the exact opposite of every single thing FromSoft would ever do.
which makes me think that Arrowhead doesn't think reoccurring problems like insane ragdolling or bad weak points are actually problems, because to Arrowhead, difficulty just means killing you. Look at the flesh mobs on release. Not only did these guys spawn constantly and have a ton of health, but they also had no weak points. What was the challenge? Not running out of ammo?
I want to be very clear here. The heads weren't weak points when they came out. Some people said that they were, but they weren't. There was no weak point on the flesh mob. It was literally just a 6,000 health brick. Now it's a 5,000 health. Like, now the heads take... If you go look at the enemy balance feedback from before they changed the flesh mob, the magic one fix was to make all of the heads take 150% damage and lower the health to 5,000. They literally did exactly that. But then they upped the durability, which makes your regular ballistic weapons and your laser weapons worse against them. they're easier to kill now, but they're still just as annoying because they phase through walls and they don't ragdoll you across the map anymore. But like I don't understand how they added literally just like a complete meat wall to a game, a literal meat wall. They took it to the next level and thought that people were going to like it. The Illuminate had such a low play rate after this enemy came out that it like more people were idling in their ship than playing this fucking subfaction. I had more viewers on my stream. Like I had like 1,500 viewers or whatever that one stream, and we were vibing. And I had the Illuminate pulled up, and we were sitting there like, holy shit, we got more viewers than the Illuminate players. That was tough, bro.
When you mag dump all 10 the game threw at you, what was it trying to teach you?
Spawn 3 flesh mobs, cut the Vosas. Oh yeah, also when these flesh mobs came out, they spawned a ton of these just meat walls because the performance in the game was so bad. That like they were like, okay, well, we can spawn less enemies, but the voteless actually took up less processing power than the meat walls. I'm calling them meatballs. I'm trying to call them meatballs, but I'm fucking my words up. Anyways, they thought that, so basically you had what was that one clip? I was testing the M90A shotgun on for a tier list, and there was 13 meatballs on the screen. And I was sitting there and I was like, I wonder if I still have that. Let's see. That might have been like an SSD dead kind of moment. There was 13 meatballs on my screen at the same time. And I was just sitting there. How the fuck could I even do this? Like it doesn't even make sense. Master Epoch, best attachments. Get SSD. The fuck is this? Bruv? Oh, yeah, this is it, dude. Wait, is this it? I don't know if this is it, dude. This. Bro. Holy shit, I gotta do 6,000 damage. Jesus fucking, why is that so loud? What the fuck? Sorry. My bad. That hurt my ears just as much as yours. Jesus fucking Christ. Why was that so loud? That didn't even make sense. That was loud as fuck. Holy shit. Thanks for the jump scare. Yeah, it just blew my ears out too. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Wow. But all right, Dev. Yeah, I have hearing aids now. Jesus Christ. My bad. Sorry, Chatty. Waking everybody up. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Why was it so... Dude, I don't even have it... Dude, I have this on negative 30 decibels. But here's the M90A shotgun. I remember showing this, and I was like, this gun fucking sucks. Yeah, there it goes. But dude, you would literally pull up into a game. Yeah, here, it was a little earlier than that. Bro, we need that muted. Jesus Christ. But basically what would happen is you could have a patrol of 4 meatballs spawn. And you could have 5 meatballs spawn in a beam down from the ships. So if you had 2 patrols and a spaceship beam down, you could have 13 meatballs instantaneously, and that's kind of what happened here. So this enemy had no weak exploits, was just 6,000 HP. And there was people that were saying that the heads were weak spots. I don't know who put this in people's heads, but like quite literally the heads were in a weak spot. Right? Like, so we went from 6,000 to 5,000, transferred a main from 100 to 150 for the faces to deal extra damage, effectively creating weak spots. This was just regular damage. There was no weak spots on this enemy at all. Okay. They increased the durability from 25 to 40%, and they reduced the damage they take from fire now for whatever reason. And they set the minimum addition threshold from 4 to 4.5. Which would mean that you'd have to shoot it 3 times the coyote, for instance, or whatever, but you have a chance to not roll that. And then they increased its durable damage. Flesh mobs are no longer able to clip through various objects when charging. They still absolutely run right through the middle buildings. So, yeah, this enemy just literally had no weak spots when it came out. 2025 Arrowhead was quite, when the cyborgs came out, we had all these meaningful weak spots. The Vox engines were cool. The appropriators were cool. When the appropriators come out, dude, super cool weak spots. The enemies are all really well designed. You're like, wow, this is really cool. And then we go right back to like Spore Titans that just have more health, and you're just like, what is happening? I don't even understand how 2025 Arrowhead was like, we're going to release these new enemies with no weak spots that are just turbo ragdoll machines. It doesn't make no sense.
Because the only thing it taught me is how to Alt F4 faster. It's not even just new enemies that are like this. Sometimes they'll go in and break old enemies just because. Take Stalkers, for example. What they do is they turn invisible so they can sneak up on you and lick all over your back meat. But if you're watching your back, you can see them coming. And they teach you to pay attention to your surroundings. But one day, Arrowhead randomly decided that this good enemy needed to suck. So they made them almost completely invisible so you couldn't see them coming, which defeats the whole point. Why did they do this? To kill you more. That's it. Same with headshots. Why can I get headshot by the enemies in a PvE game? It's so you die more, because the amount of times you die is the only number Arrowhead cares about. Well, aside from which gun is being used the most. Which leads us to... Bro, so you gonna just break my shit? So you gonna just break my shit? So you gonna just break my shit?
I like how they said that they didn't ever pick rate nerf, and then in the interviews they're like, yeah, every time something gets too high of a pick rate, we need to nerf it. In one of their first blog posts, they were like, yo, the Breaker had too high of a pick rate. We wanted to nerf it so that people would see how good the other guns are. And I was just sitting there like, you can't nerf the top end when your bottom end is so below D tier that like nobody's ever going to use it.
Helldivers 2 has had serious balance issues since day one.
It's because the devs
Arrowhead, it's nerf.
They don't play the game. They don't play the game. And like you could say, oh, they log in, maybe they play diff. They don't understand the game at all. They don't understand what makes the game fun. They don't understand what makes the game challenging. And I think a lot of people still don't understand the logic and reasoning why you would even want to bring a weapon in. And you just go look at the pick rates on a weapon and you're like, wow, why do people not like using this? And the serious answer is that it's just not fun. A lot of weapons just aren't fun to use. And most of the time it's not like a damage number go up thing. It's quite literally like the reload sucks, the ergo sucks, or like not enough magazines, so it's forced into using siege ready and a supply backpack, which like the second you start making a weapon mandatorily rely on stuff like that, it's just annoying. I think that the Scorcher is probably the weapon I'll give a pass to because it has so much damage output, but it's an ammo hungry machine. So it needs the supply backpack. It doesn't need siege ready armor because the reload's perfectly fine on it, right? But if you don't have the supply backpack, the weapon's like B tier. If you do have the supply backpack, the weapon's like S tier on fucking everything. So like that's a good example of a weapon that you build around that's good. A weapon that you build around that's bad is like the Slugger because you're just kind of wasting your time using the gun. It's cool to pick up for a game here and there, but like it's not that fun to use. And then you go look at every single legendary warbond weapon and it has some of the lowest pick rates in the game because the weapons are just fucking overbalanced and terrible.
Nerf or nothing.
It's ridiculous.
And I know someone's already heading to the comments to say, well, actually, there's been more buffs than nerfs. And while that's technically true, it doesn't account for the fact that the nerfs are way more severe than the buffs. Just look at the Eruptor. Arrowhead straight up butchered this gun to the point where it was useless. And it took 3 buffs.
Okay, to double down on his point where like there's been more buffs than nerfs, because I do see that sentiment from a certain portion of the community pretty frequently. It's because the nerfs are stupid. If a dev's like, hey, we want the coyote to light things on fire in 2 shots instead of 1, that's reasonable. When the devs are like, hey, we're nerfing the railgun because it does too much damage and it's one-shotting Bile Titans, and we didn't want that, but it was and then they nerf it and gut the gun so it's worthless solo, and you have PS5 players saying, oh, bro, like, you just have to hit the right spot on the head. PC players just don't know how to aim. And it's quite literally a scaling bug to a lower performance item with a high performance item. So if a PC player is connected to a console player, then for some reason the railgun was scaling damage exponentially so it could one-shot everything. So was the arc thrower, mind you. But somehow we're sitting here having a conversation about like, wow, the railgun needs to be nerfed. That's ridiculous. A lot of the nerfs in the game are just stupid. They don't make any sense because like they're just bugs or it's not working correctly. And they nerf the wrong thing about the weapon because they don't even understand it. Like the ultimatum nerf that quite literally added input delay to the game, which is crazy that they rushed this out while we were in Sweden with them. They rushed this ultimatum nerf out. The Warbot just came out. They got one guide on Reddit. The ultimatum killed 2 factory striders. One of the 2 factory striders in that clip had his back blown through its ass, bro. Sides hanging out of it. 1 foot, 3 to 4 feet in the grave. So it splashed it and killed it, and then it killed the other one, which was also damaged. But it had to get nerfed immediately because it killed 2 factory striders that were standing on top of each other in some super niche random situation, which you don't even know if somebody was hacking the ultimatums damage at that point either. So it's like, it was just ridiculous. And it like, the nerfs in this game never make any sense. And that's why people don't like them. And that's why people get frustrated with them. And you can't provide good logic or reasoning behind the nerfs because the second you even just peel back the first layer or break soil, you're just like, oh, wow, that's dumb. There's nothing there. There's nothing of value there. You're just like, why'd you nerf it? I think the only thing people would agree with was AP4GL was literally the Master Blaster 9000. But the other problem is they're like, wow, nobody's picking the grenade launcher. We're just going to up the AP on it, obviously untested on anything except War Strider spam. Because it just blew everything out. But it's like, then they nerf it, but they don't give it a compensation buff, even though they know that it needs something. And it's just like, yeah, maybe just add like shrapnel to the grenades or just, whatever. Make the explosion radius larger at AP3 just to end like more amp something. But instead they're just like, no, we're just going to snap the extra armor pen off of it and just, that's the end of the line. And you're just sitting there, you're like, what the fuck? We're sitting here talking about one gun that performs well and the game's still difficult and not the 99% of dog shit. Well, that's the thing is like when they nerfed the railgun, everything else was terrible. When they nerfed the breaker, everything else was literally unusable garbage. So when you nerf the breaker, everybody still used the breaker because everything else was just that bad. It's crazy. So that's now the guns are a lot more balanced, I guess, but like the B through F tier is like, by comparatively to anything you'd put in A tier is just, it's just bad. It's not even fun to use. You put it in a single situation where you actually have to go kill farm or get a high amount of kills with these weapons, and all the like cope just evaporates instantly. Crazy.
For it to be decent again. And the Eruptor is one of the
That's what I mean. There's no difficulty, so you could just call anything good. Right? Like the game is so easy that it's easy to just say everything's fine. But the second you're like, I'm going to go kill farm on the bots with this weapon, then you're like, oh, that's terrible. I'm going to go kill farm on the bugs with this weapon. You're like, oh, that's terrible. It's really easy to like go seek out difficulty. But the second you do, you realize everybody's playing run divers, like the most people. So when you go raid a weapon, you're like, oh, is it bad? And it's like, well, everything's fine because the game's easy. You're like, all right.
Lucky ones. Arrowhead has left a graveyard of mid in their wake. Why did they do this?
Graveyard of mid.
Buffs the nerfs. And while that's technically true, it doesn't account for the fact that the nerfs are way more severe than the buffs. Just look at the Eruptor. Arrowhead straight up butchered this gun to the point where it was useless. And it took 3 buffs for it to be decent again. And the Eruptor is one of the lucky ones. Arrowhead has left a graveyard of mid in their wake. Why did they do this? What Arrowhead wants is for some guns to be very good at specific things, while some are just okay at everything, right? But here's the problem. The game is simply not set up for that. Before I continue, I need to make sure you know what a siege
Mid
is.
Chronicles.
It's a little complicated to explain fully, but in this game, it's just what kind of enemies you'll be fighting. Like if you get a Bile Spewer seed, you'll face mainly Bile Spewers, as opposed to hunters if you get a Hunter seed. Got it? Good. The reason that's important is because the game doesn't tell you what seed you're getting before you start the mission, and there's no way to switch your guns after the mission starts. So unless you're picking the strongest, most versatile guns, you're gambling the next 40 minutes of your life on the off.
You know what's crazy is just after this guy made this video, they removed spawn seeds from the game. Bro. Dude, spawn seeds don't exist anymore, guys. They removed spawn seeds from the game. You cannot pick the enemies that you're fighting against. And now you have to go play against Bile Spewer and Nurse mid-apocalypse, where there's no fucking... Like, if the spawns were consistent, I'm down. I never want to play Bile Spewer Nurse or Bile Spewer Acid, ever. I never, ever, ever want to load into these. I auto-abandon these missions because there's no enemies to fight and they're just not engaging. I half abandon Hive Guards Alpha Seeds because they're boring as fuck. It's not bad now because they do spawn a ton of Red Warriors, actually. That's not bad. But the Hunter Seed is where all the enemies are. That's where the engaging content is. That's where you get all the kills. That's where you can die. You go play Bile Spewers, it's a joke. Nobody wants, there's no dudes to fight. It's boring as fuck, man. And now you can't even choose to avoid them because they were like, oh man, you could pick those. Let's fix that. It's like, but people like that, like especially higher end players, because the lower end players probably don't care. Well, higher end players don't want to waste their time playing something that's so unengaging that it literally makes you leave the game. Like, it's boring as fuck. I know some people can't really resonate with this statement, but dude, it fucking sucks to load into this. Dude, also the hit boxes on these things are broken beyond all belief. They're twice as big as they look when they're dead, so you can't even shoot past them. They're so broken, they're not fun to play, and there's not enough enemies to keep you engaged with the game if you're like remotely good. So like you're sitting there just LARPing, walking through the mission. Like it's boring as fuck. And they remove the ability for you to pick your missions, and it's like, why, dude? Do you have a replacement so that I can pick it now? No, then why fix it? It wasn't broken. They fixed it, and half the time I click a mission now, it's not even the right mission. By the way, hi, Vex, did you know you can farm super credits? You could just buy a gun after farming for 12 hours. Don't forget you have to farm the medals after that, Vex. Good evening. Good seeing you, Vex. Good seeing you. Hope you've been doing good. I've been having a good Tuesday. Hope you've been having a good Tuesday, too. Why'd you make his name suck deep? I don't know, bro. What's good, Joe Biden? Clay, do you think the most fun seed, heavy armor tank dev? It's quite literally heavy armored tanks devastators. It's not even close. It's so much fun. It's actually hard because you get a fuckload of factory striders too. I think Hulk Zerker is also pretty fun. But Thick's idea to strap a jetpack to the berserkers so that they fly right at you, W mans. But like not up, because my idea was strap it so they jump like normal Jet Brigade. Nah, you want some fly straight at you, bruh. And I said, fuck yeah. We need jet zerkers, bruh.
chance you get lucky enough to get the seed you want. Why would I ever take the Blitzer if the only time it's ever good is against the Hunter seeds? I don't know about y'all, but that's just not a gamble I want to take. But credit where credit is due. Overall, the balance has improved from day one. I'm not sure how many of y'all remember, but like 98% of the stuff in this game was just straight up bad, especially stratagems. But you can use a lot more stuff now, and that's always a good thing. All right, back to complaining, because while it is better now,
we love complaining.
Arrowhead still can't help themselves. And when I say they nerf everything, I don't just mean they nerf the best stuff, because sometimes they'll just gut weapons for no reason. Like my
Yeah, but if you just farm super credits, you can't even buy more weapons because there's not another one.
baby, the arc thrower. Now, the arc thrower was never the strongest support weapon. Hell, most of the time it was barely top.
I'm gonna disagree. The arc thrower at launch, when you could like half charge it up and tease it a little bit, oh my goodness, that was amazing.
But it just felt so good to
way
use.
You could just
it was
farm
basically
super
a lightning
credits?
sniper, but what made it special is that it had a mechanic where after you charged the first shot up all the way, you only had to charge the follow-up shots halfway, as long as you kept shooting. Plus, it had a major drawback, because if you weren't really careful with it, you would just smite your homeboy. And it was really fun to use.
It was.
It had one tiny little problem though. It had the same bug that the railgun had, which made it able to kill Bile Titans pretty easily. So the wrath of Arrowhead rained down upon it, and they ruined it. Apparently, the half-charge mechanic was a bug, and since the developers are gold medalists and looking a gift horse in the mouth, they took it out and ruined the range, so you had to get in close on the lightning sniper. Oh, and on top of that, after the nerf, some players found out they could use it to stun Hulks, so they nerfed it again.
And you also couldn't even shoot gunships, by the way, after they nerfed it. They were too far away. Dude, what's crazy is they were like, we like the way that players do XYZ in whatever interview. The Hulk's stun value is like just 0.1 above what the arc tower is. It's so malicious, it's crazy.
Just because. Or how about the explosive crossbow? When it came out, it was useless, and they still nerfed it.
And now it's just broken.
But of all the examples I brought up, these are my favorite, because I have definitive proof that Arrowhead has genuine beef with height. Exhibit A. I'd like to introduce you to the Humble Sentry. See, these things have never really been all that good. They have limited ammo, they constantly trick shot you, and they're made out of paper mache. Every time you put one of these things down,
they also intentionally shoot you at intervals. I can't, what's the timer? Every 7 minutes, they intentionally try and kill you every like interval in the game.
It gets destroyed pretty much instantly, because all a charger has to do is walk it down and poof, it's gone. In fact, they are specifically programmed to rush them down aggressively, and all these things combine to make sure they are extremely useless. But contrary to what Arrowhead seems to think, people aren't stupid, and most people realized a lot of these problems could be negated by putting them on high ground. Keyword being negated, because they still weren't amazing, they were just usable. They could still gun your ass down, they still ran out of ammo pretty quickly, and bugs could still just walk up the wall and break it. It was just a little bit better. So you'd think that Arrowhead, the guys who desperately want this to be a hardcore military shooter, would see this and take pride in the fact that their players are using smart tactics to work around the weaknesses of the items, right? No. Instead, these guys rework stratagems so you can't place them on high ground, which is so ridiculously petty, it's not even funny. And it has caused a multi-year long issue where
stratagems can't stick to stuff because Arrowhead was mad that somebody put a rocket sentry on top of a rock and it killed one Bile Titan.
Stratagem balls bounce when you throw them, even when you're not.
This is so
close to
obnoxious.
ice. And it makes stratagems, the game's most unique feature, feel inconsistent, random, and straight up worse. All because
I've quite literally, I loaded into a game I was about to play for the day. I threw all 4 of my strats because I was just doing like bring everything, go ham, just disposables. All of my stratagems, all 4 of them, bounced and rolled on Cyberstan just into like a little thing. They just rolled and then they fizzled and they didn't come down. And I just Alt F4'd my game and went and played something else. I was like, I'm not dealing with this today. I just left. I just like, go off, King. Slay. I just fucking logged out, bro. I was like, nah. I'm good. I'll play later, bro. There's something else that had a big update, and I was like, I'm not dealing with this slop today, bro. Like, fuck that.
Devs apparently got their feelings hurt when people managed to make the dog shit sandwich they gave us even a little bit useful. Exhibit B, Hellpod steering. Landing on high ground was never an issue. The bugs in this game are basically Spider-Man and would go get your ass off of whatever rock you were on, and the other factions have guns. Plus, the important detail of how you're going to get down from the giant rock you landed yourself on made high ground something that was only useful in very specific situations, and something that should have never even been on the devs' radar, but it was. So the devs just broke Hellpod steering. If you are anywhere near a tall...
There's an entire thing you have to grind for. I can't... Stratagem... Ship module? Ship module. It took me a minute to remember the name because I haven't thought about them in 10,000 years. That just doesn't work. Also, we were landing on top of the caves during the like, into the untested era. And then they took that away too. And it's just like, but what? To be honest with you, it was kind of annoying. But you could just like stim and get down. But man, it was, I'm just sitting here like, what do we, why? It was there was definitely a point though. I remember a stream, me and Thick were playing and they reinforced, and I was just stuck on this fucking roof, bro. And I remember being stuck on this roof and I walked for like 2.5 fucking minutes. Crashing out the entire time. So I might have got it nerfed if it definitely was my shit. Because I was like, what the fuck is happening? So like that shit high key was ass, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like that wasn't fun. So I can agree with not landing on the cave roofs, but fuck me, this is not okay.
Rock or building, the game will just lock up and you will be dropped wherever the game...
I'm surprised that the stratagem balls don't stick to the surfaces given all the glaze covering them, says Joe Biden. Chocolate chip. I agree.
Thinks you should. But not only that, they also changed it to feel way more muddy and sluggish than it did before. Because what's worse is that it barely works. Do you know how many times the game has forced me to land in a death trap or right on top of a giant ledge with no way to get down? A lot. And for what? So the 3 people who enjoyed sniping on a rock couldn't have fun anymore? I just cannot understand the thought process behind these decisions at all. And it's infuriating. Because one of my favorite things about this game is how good the controls felt. But they keep making them worse for no reason. But you know what's worse than all that?
Real eyes. Realize. Realize.
Now, those of you who are big into Helldivers will notice that the examples I brought up a second ago all happened before or around the 60-day patch, and I used almost no recent examples. That's because I was saving them for this section, because the lesson they learned from the 60-day patch wasn't, hey, maybe don't do everything possible to ruin the player experience. It was that they should keep doing it, but in the most deceptive and damaging way possible.
Yep. I agree with that statement wholeheartedly. Every single negative change is overwhelmingly deceptive. And when they blatantly lied to the player base with the Coyote, it shattered a lot of people's hopes that like they could ever trust this dev team to be what they were when the game came out. And when you're sitting there in a position where people keep lying to you and they're, we heard you, we're listening, and then they keep doing the same things, the last time they posted a "we heard you," people were like, shut the fuck up, we don't care anymore. Go do something. And they were like, okay. Like, fuck.
For example, instead of nerfing individual items, they'll do a massive sweeping change that makes the game feel way worse all around, but especially affects one item they don't like. Like when the cities came out and they changed orbitals so that they come in at a wacky angle. And this made all the orbitals feel worse, but especially affected the laser. Or how about when they went and made all...
Whoever's playtesting this shit needs to be able to go to their boss and be like, this is fucking terrible. Like, this just sucks dick. Also, I don't understand how I go look at like Path of Exile and like Warframe and these guys, like they're always in their top creator streams. And they're like, they have somebody watching all the time, especially during big updates. And they fix everything these motherfuckers talk about. because if you stay on top of what your best players are doing that know the most about your game and you fix what they're saying, your average players never experience it, and it makes your best players feel good because then they don't have to keep experiencing the dog shit. Arrowhead does none of that.
All the sidearms have crazy sway, horrible ergonomics, and made stopping the shoot with them worse by making them horribly inaccurate right after you stop moving. Yes, seriously. In the game that centers around running and gunning, they made every sidearm feel absolutely awful to run and gun with. Why? They were going after the revolver, which had been on their shit list for a while. It applied to SMGs too, but they've always been.
They did this because Odo posted a video about how much he liked the Talon, and I posted about how much I loved the Verdict. They also killed the Pummeler this up. Thick posted about how much he loves the Pummeler. And I feel personally attacked. And you can tell me that I don't, but these devs have like some kind of hate boner for us. And you can tell me they don't, but we baited them 3 patches in a row to keep nerfing stuff that we were talking about. And then people were just getting mad, so they had to stop. So, like, whoever's just random nerfing shit that we talk about is like a turbo pussy.
Useless.
That's
so this
all.
was just another.
And like, you could say it's a coincidence, but like with the specific things that you say get nerfed, you're like, hey.
Crazy stray dealt out by Arrowhead. But the funniest one is definitely when they buffed SMGs, but gave them insanely high damage fall off while also buffing the damage resistance of enemies, so the SMGs ended up worse than they were before. Oh my god, it's so dumb. But the deceptive decisions aren't just stupid, sometimes they're very calculated. Like,
the SMGs, when they got nerfed, quite literally lost like 40 to 50% of their damage, effective damage at 25 plus meters, and below 25 meters. You were like, well, why the fuck am I not just using an assault rifle? They like the SMGs weren't good enough at close range to warrant their drastic nerfs. Like, they didn't increase the damage on them until later.
How they only seem to
What do you mean I tested the damage fall off my friend and it still kills him?
fix problems when it can benefit their wallets. Like how people were asking for a fire buff for ages. And look at that, it came out just in time for the new war bond that just so happens to have a fire weapon. Or how
Well, you can't make this shit up, bro. Like, the M7S was 2-tap for scavengers at 30 meters, I believe, after the change. Dude, the SMG changes were so bad that they dropped their pick rate below 0.5% for every single one of them for like the entire patch. Right until they were like, okay, well, we'll buff them a bit. It's like, bro. These weapons just have more drag on their bullets for damage fall off because they're SMGs and pistols, and for no other reason or logic at all. And they had to buff the damage up close to them. And it took so much balancing for these. And it was just like, dude, they were just fine before. I don't get it.
About how suppressors were straight up broken for half a year. And all
the devs, dude, how to do live service right. Pyle's little, like, the previews and interviews turned into how to just do everything the worst. And we found out that Sony made Bungie give presentations on how to do live service games to all of their subsidiaries. So Arrowhead had to sit through a Bungie lecture that I'm assuming Sony also enforced. And it was the dumbest, most under-delivered slop garbage possible. And Bungie quite literally couldn't make a live service game to save their fucking lives because that entire studio is getting fired at the end of the year because of how badly they fucked up their dev cycle for their games. It's sure it might be sad, but all those people were calling gamers a bunch of, like, basically just, they're just like, yeah, you guys are chuds. You don't know what you're talking about. Now half of them are fired. They lost half their studio. They just lost their game director for Marathon, and they're not going to have much left here coming up soon.
of a sudden it gets
how to
fixed.
destroy your community in game in 5 simple steps. I wonder whose idea it was to lie about the Coyote nerf and then just keep stealth nerfing stuff. Like the Charger stealth nerf, and like if the Charger stealth nerf didn't happen, People would be like fairly okay with the current update. But people are still like, oh, well, like anybody in the know is like the same thing is just going to happen the next update. They're going to keep monkey pawing. They're going to keep doing these things that people don't like. And they're going to keep just being disingenuous and like, you know, deceitful with the updates. And if that's the relationship you have with your player base, you need to have a good faith community update that fixes all of those things. And you need to fire whoever's making all of these bad changes if they're doing them as a rogue developer. There needs somebody to be reprimanded if they're rogue developing, because Pilestat did say that there was some rogue development on the game, that people were just randomly doing shit. And if that's the case, then they got to go because it's too ridiculous. And if that's not the case, and it's a company-wide decision to do some of this stuff, then you need some better consultants that actually play the game, because this is getting ridiculous at this point.
For the suppressor war bond, but don't worry, it still gets worse. Isn't it strange how they made players die to bleed damage faster right before selling armor that reduces bleed damage, or how they nerfed the amount of ammo you can carry right before releasing armor that lets you carry more ammo? Because to me, it sounds like they're creating problems so they can sell you the solution, which is such a scummy and disgusting.
We did say that, and apparently we were just racist chuds because we said that Arrowhead was intentionally creating problems to sell you solutions. Oh well.
Business practice, especially considering the fact that this is not a free-to-play game. You have to pay money to get this game, only to be faced with this genuinely disrespectful horseradish. And don't give me that, oh, you could get the war bonds for free, just grind super credits. First of all, that doesn't solve this.
He said the thing! No way! He said the thing, Chad! Did you guys know you could just farm super credits? No way! He said the thing! He said the thing! Guys, even Piles said that. He's like, guys, you could just farm the super credits for the mech war bond. It's like, bro, dear God, stay connected to your game even for 10 seconds. Oh my God. This video is really good.
Issue at all. And second, they give these things out 10 at a time. I'd be better off wandering the streets for a rogue $10 bill than grinding for hours just for them to nerf my new stuff a week later.
I found a nickel
anyone
today.
Still grinding super credits, it's not worth your time because they simply don't. None of what I've talked about in this video would have happened if they did. We would not have been in multiple review bomb emergency patch situations if they did. Not to mention the multiple developers who have openly mocked the players.
Okay, to be fair, Frederick was just a piece of shit. And he was terrible at his job. We're not even going to front about that. If people don't like that, they cry about it. This guy was like, we're nerfing your crutch railgun. And it was just bugged to do exponential damage. He didn't know it was bugged. You can't make this shit up. It was so pathetic. And he's like, I won't be deleting these messages just so that they stay up as like a, you know, whatever. Deletes the messages a week later.
It's been like this since the very first update when they stealth buffed enemy aggression. After that update went live, they came out and said, we are listening and we're working on improving our communication. And they said this exact same sentence like a week ago. In fact, the CCO himself said he would check in every 2 weeks for updates on community feedback. He failed week 1. I am so serious. But there's one.
No, to continue, because I'm watching this multiple weeks after it came out. They posted a dev update on Discord or whatever, and they're like, that counts as the check-in. And then he did a check-in on Twitter, but he didn't go back to Helldivers Unfiltered, obviously, for whatever reason. And now it's been 4 weeks of nothing. No update, nothing. There's just fucking nothing. they got back to positive reviews, and it was the end of the fucking line.
That perfectly sums up the blatant disrespect that Arrowhead has for their players. Let's talk about the Coyote. When the Coyote first came
now, look, it could be one of those situations where everything's in good faith and we're just toxic and wrong and everything's just a big misunderstanding and we could all just have a cup of hot cocoa and get over it together. But unfortunately, they don't know how to talk about just having a respectful sit down to have cocoa.
out, it was absolutely loved. Mostly because it was the first AR to not be insanely mid, plus it lights stuff on fire. Anyway, at this point, Arrowhead already had a very long history of nerfing guns that people loved, so everyone assumed the Coyote was next. But then they came out with a dev update where they were like, oh no, it looks like we forgot to nerf the Coyote, haha, which just... it was in poor taste. Next. But then they came out with a dev update where they were like, oh no, it looks like we forgot to nerf the Coyote, haha, which just...
You guys gotta keep in mind, I've talked to Nicholas in private. You just hear that shit? That's him, bro. Oh my goodness.
It was in poor taste, and come to find out, they didn't nerf the Coyote directly. What they did is they went in and changed the way fire works in such a hyper-specific way that the only thing it affected in any way was the Coyote.
Funny as fuck,
and if that's
bro.
not enough proof for you, they straight up admitted that they nerfed it afterwards. But wait, it still gets worse, because in a recent AMA, the CCO was all like, we didn't lie, it's just too complex, so we should never touch fire again. Are you fucking kidding me? Not only do you still nerf the gun after being so cheeky in your video, but you have the nerve to try to pass it off like it was an accident, even though the other developers already admitted to it. Where do you get the nerve? And what's worse is that the nerf...
Bro, like... Look, I'm gonna be honest, most people wouldn't have given a fuck about, yeah, oopsie poopies, it's 2 bullets now. Bro, everybody... Dude, lying to people is just so pathetic.
Didn't even do anything. The gun barely changed. They went through all this for nothing because they just can't help themselves.
Yeah,
Listen,
literally.
I hope this video ages like milk. I really do. But the devs of this game repeatedly show that they don't respect the players until they get review bombed. And right after...
As a matter of fact, because he brought up spawn seeds, they maliciously... I'm gonna believe, because this video has 750,000 views, I'm blaming him specifically for the developers removing spawn seeds from the game.
After it's done, they go back to business as usual. My honest prediction is that at first, this video will look like it aged badly. Arrowhead is gonna fix a bunch of stuff when they drop the Warhammer War Bond they key jangled in front of us, and everyone is gonna love the game again. But as time passes, Arrowhead will keep doing the same shit, and this video is gonna age like wine. But we'll have to see. Anyway, have a nice day.
We don't have to see. It was a W video that has already proven immediately right. 4 weeks, 3 weeks later, probably. Yeah, 4 weeks later. Yeah, 40,000 likes, 1,900 dislikes. This is probably one of the best Helldivers videos we watched. It was super funny. Make sure you guys go throw some W's in his comments. Make sure you like the video. Make sure you subscribe to him. That was an awesome video. I really, it was so funny, bro. Oh my God. The Nick. Bro, fucking cooked them. That shit was so funny. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I think that's why a lot of people that made We're So Back videos need to understand 2 things. One, the biggest problem is the core gameplay loop is not fixed. So if we're getting a title update that does not fix the core gameplay loop, which they should fix the core gameplay loop before a large update, then exactly the same thing's going to happen after the next title update's event's over. So it's like whatever the next Cyber Stanley is, as soon as that's over, then like maybe there'll be like another war bond, kind of like how Cyber Stan went into like the appropriators or whatever. But after that, it's like they're just, and then like they also did the gloomy shit, but it's like, dude, Cyber Stan was terrible. Like the final battle for Cyber Stan, you got to understand too, dude, this was a generational flop. Like the Seaf weren't even in the game. That was the only thing that was good about the entire final battle or whatever. They Turbo just ran it into the ground with Eagle Storm and DSS fucking barrage that targeted the players. And like, dude, the final battle spawns, like the actual spawns on Transcendence were basically perfect. Probably by accident, but basically perfect. The spawn sets of enemies were god tier. It was amazing. I have a video posted of it. It was like insanely fun. There was 2 hours where Transcendence was the probably best version of the game that I've ever played, literally. And then Eagle Storm rolled through. I went to bed and woke up, and they were like, by the way, fuck it. We're just speed running the deaths off the clock. And I was like, that wasn't on my cards for what was going to happen. And then it ended Thursday morning. They did nothing on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday next week, they popped a major order. I was like, you guys popped a title update and did nothing for a fucking week after the final battle. It's crazy, bro. These guys are crazy. I had to take my BP meds to stay here and finish all that. Don't worry, Queen, you're clocked in. It's hot king summer. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Piles died. Well, Piles denied the coyote nerf, but like, bro, he got roasted for it. I'm just saying the story progression is beyond stretch at this point. I hate it. If they don't fix the galactic war impact modifier, if they don't add the team loading thing during the next update, they're gonna get fried. People probably forgot about it actually already. If they don't fix the spawns, they're fried. If the new content, whatever it might be, comes out and the spawns suck, they're fried. Because it's just like Super Earth was an example of just like walking simulator, and this update sucked too because the performance was terrible. Everybody had like 40 FPS in the city on like god tier computers. You can go check like Shroud's VOD when they were getting paid to play the game. Super Earth, like everything outside of the game, the hype was amazing. The ARG was amazing. You go play it, it was mid-bad. This was amazing, and then the final battle, the whole build-up, it's like you watch a whole movie, and then the end of the movie, it's like, oh, everything that just happened for the last 2 hours, yeah, that was all just a dream. Good thing we woke up from this coma, and you're like, wow, what a shitty movie. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck. And it was also War Strider spam. Like, did I still type that in? Yeah, I never reset my browser history. This was the CyberSand experience. So yeah, it was replace Rocket Striders with the most hated enemy in the game. But at least we had AP4GL. Yeah, this video was pretty much god tier. Excellent video, however, full government name, social security ad. Oh shit. Average Helldivers community enjoyer. Full docs. You forgot about the random video made by somebody that's just upset that you said anything bad about their favorite game. Static failure, John success. Struck gold and I want bronze. I voracious hunger for failure. You know what's crazy is they probably do sit there in their office and they're like, dude, everything's a vibe. It's all fine. We're doing good. They draw like AP4 Hive Guard's a good example of that, where they were like, this is going to change the meta. And it was just an indirect nerf to sentries. And they were sitting there. They were like, you could tell that they were so happy about this shit. They were like, bro, this is going to be fire. Machine gun sentry, Gatling sentry. Shams is on the Discord. He's like, bro, I have to create a kill box for my sentries to deal with the Hive Guard. And then you walk at the fucking Hive Guard and he can't even attack you, bro. The most worthless fuck-ass enemy in the entire game. The Hive Guard hasn't had a place since it came out. You just walk at it. He can't even attack you. You walk at it in the middle of a pack of dudes and shoot him in the back. He's so worthless. It's ridiculous. It's out of touch with their core audience, but Lucian in touch with the Discord and Reddit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's just one of those things where, like, when you look at they're just going to do it again, I think that the truth is they are just going to do it again. And, like, the next update's going to be whatever. Probably hype. Everybody's going to log in. All the people will be like, oh, haha, told you you're wrong. It's so amazing, but the game is so good. And we're going to be like, yeah, woohoo, for, like, 4 weeks. And then after that, we're going to, like, either they learned their lesson or we re-enter some other nonsensical it's so over cycle, or there's just no content and they don't release anything. Yeah, I don't know. I hope that he's wrong and that it gets better, but I mean, 4 weeks after the video came out, he's already been right. Anyways, good video. I am back. Welcome back, sir. Welcome back. What's the player pop looking like? Player pop's fine. 12:30. You should say bullshit, different colors. I'm gonna be honest with you. After Sham said like, here, yeah, I'll show you guys the intro. Yeah, but he cooked hard. Yeah, that was one of the best videos I think I've ever seen of the game. Dude, he absolutely eviscerated the game, by the way. I'm just probably going to post a react to that. It's like 2 hours long. Dude, he completely cooked, like, he completely cooked the game, bro. All right, let's edge it.
From software.
Oh, here you guys.
They could sell you a blank box that just says from software, and we would buy it because we know it's a unique game experience. And I think that's my dream for us, is that, you know, we could sell a box that just says Arrowhead Game Studios next game, and people would buy it because they know it's a great co-op game and it's going to be experienced like no other.
The problem is, once you consume all of the media and play all of the game, you know, we get it. You know what's the best part about this? This is a W interview. We get another one of these next week. I've already got the Billy page locked in. We're going to get to watch this the day that it comes out, Chatty. I've never been more excited. Like, use this From Software clip from Age and put it in a side picture React channel with 17K players. Dude, we haven't really done a crazy reacts dude, I missed reacting to videos. It's so fun. Like, I actually really like it. Dude, nobody posts any content for the game anymore because it's fucking dead, bro. Like, nobody wants to talk about Helldivers anymore. And like, I'm not watching other people's like fucking gun reviews of weapons that are like, this weapon fucking did it did the fucking coyote video 17 fucking lights him on fire, bro. It shit's fucking fire, bro. Pop, pop, pop. And you're like, man, yeah, that's sick. There's 5 enemies. Oh, you threw orbital napalm barrage. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, my weapon is lighting them all on fire. Oh my god. My weapon's so good. I got a 65 kill streak. I shot 4 bullets. Orbital napalm. No, I didn't. Oh no, don't talk about orbital napalm barrage. I shot my gun. All those 2 sentries that are mowing everything down while I shoot the air. My gun's so fucking good. Yeah, I guess, bro. The problem is the amount of times that happens is so infuriating that you end up in a spot where you're like, man, I look, average player loves it. I watch it and I'm like, damn, bro, these motherfuckers on some crazy shit. Everybody loves open napalm barrage. #1 hype video for the entire week. Yeah, Mr. Well, everybody wants to talk about Helldivers and everybody wants to play Helldivers, but the truth is, like, Arrowhead's done a really good job of just pissing everybody off. Like, what was the... So we had launch... See, like, Path of Exile 2 almost got back to its launch numbers, and I feel like Helldivers should be attempting that, but they can't. I think this was the best update that the game ever had, was Omens of Tyranny. And then they gutted it in January for whatever reason. And then February update was all right. and then they did the let's fuck the game's performance up, and then they did Super Girth, and the game was like, honestly, the game was just bad after Super Girth. Let's be honest. And then War Striders came out, and then Into the Untested came out, and then this averages the players out nicely for them, huh? And then yeah, I guess when you look at it like this, it doesn't look that bad. And then you go in and you're like, oh, 20 million plus people pissed off. 80% of the player base thinks the game's bad. How do you fix that? You need to have the influential negative people talking positively about the game. Now, how do you do that? You stop doing bad updates. Because people aren't going to listen. The people that are like it's not even that like the people that are negative about the game get their opinions from negative people. We all just feel the same way. The audience creates the opinion. If you believe that people are influencing people that the game is getting worse, when the game is literally getting worse, then you're like it's like, oh, so the last patch was pretty good, but there was still stealth nerfs. The patch before that was upscalers that were completely fucking broken, by the way. And then the patch before that was mech warbond slop strain AP4 hive card, like durable damage for all the enemies. Mech nerfs as the mech warbond comes out. Like, give me a break. You know what I mean? So you need a program which you take feedback from content creators, maybe program and partners for. Yeah, maybe. But that's what I mean, though. You sit there and you think about this, and you're just like, it's basically just like, I see what were we reading on Reddit? It was like they downloaded Odo's opinions, and I was just like, what the fuck does that even mean, bro? Like, the audience creates the opinion, like the audience of the game. So if 80% of you can't gaslight 80% of the audience. Those are the numbers. 80% of the people that have over 100 hours leave a negative review. How do you get those people back? Good faith community update. Stop just doing weird shit. Stop being fucking weird. They can't help it, but stop being fucking weird. And then just do W updates. Pretty easy. The opinion of Odo is AI summary generated. I've noticed that ever since there's been AI generated summaries for videos, all of the bots that scrape data go scrape the AI summary and then go post it. Watched a horse mode video from Fireteam 2. Apparently, there's even less HP increase with more spawns. Stop doing balanced fence seating. Who's fence seating, bro? You're sitting here talking about this game fucking sucks. This game fucking sucks. Bro, this game is going to be terrible. Like, this game gonna suck. I'll show you. I was gonna watch it. I'll watch it. This game gonna be dog shit. Watch. Just watch the AI, bro. This game needs another year. I'm not joking. This game needs another year. This game is not it. I'm not buying this when it comes out. I'm waiting. The enemy AI is horrible. Oh, I think this game looks awful. I'm not even hating like that. Just watch. Watch the enemy AI. Pay attention. Like, they're just jittering around, bro. Like, this shit is gonna... There's a video that shows actual gameplay. I don't know the guy's channel, though. Man.
immediately as we booted the preview up. We had the pleasure of dropping on each of the 3 Horde mode maps that will be available at launch: Crash Landed, Black Site, and Crusher. Crash Landed is near the base of a looming atmosphere processor, which seems to be based on the early campaign level we saw in the IGN preview. Black Site takes
Nobody
place
was fed sitting on HG2 balance decisions. You just be a dickhead.
in a reddish desert type biome, with a crash.
The game looks better, but the AI is
And finally, Crusher is underground in a mining facility with heavy machinery. Beyond their visual
rough.
the map,
Where is it?
but with enough
The
planning,
larger enemies just don't work.
ammo they're vulnerable and resistant to. With the new 4-player squad option, you can't join Claysthetics. You'll be up against as we face. As we do hope to be able to see another enemy type. While there is a bit of thrill in the anticipation of which enemy type is coming your way, we do hope to be able to select, perhaps via challenge cards, which enemies we face. As we
Like this needs minimum 6 months, and it comes out in a couple weeks. Feels like an alpha build. This needs minimum 6 months. I was very excited for the previews that they showed until I saw the gameplay. And now I am very skeptical about if the AI is going to be up to par with spawning a large amount of enemies. I'm not sure what company makes it. Execution. It is one of those ones where I highly recommend waiting 2 weeks to see how it plays out. Right? Because it's one of those ones where it's like, I was excited, I wanted to play it, but I really just want to stop wasting my money supporting a game that's like not finished when they come out. It's not nice. It's not good. Apparently Colonial Marines is not that bad now, but it's crazy to think about. Yeah. The 20 AVP, yeah, I have played the old one. Right, you cannot afford to take a step back from Alien ISO when it comes to network behavior. That's what I'm saying. Right? Company will drop the game midway once the popularity drops. They did twice. I'm just not interested. After seeing the AI and what they said they want to do with the game, I don't think it's going to work. I don't think that whatever they're doing is going to work. I put a lot of emphasis on graphics. Yeah, the graphics are great, but the gameplay is not there, bro. Colonial Marines had a typo in the AI code that made it stupid. I could be the same here, but it's rough, bro. It's rough. It's rough. It's rough. If it's like a $20 game, I'll probably just buy it. If it's a $40 game, I'm waiting a week. If it's a $60 game, I'm not buying it at all. Oh, we're not watching this video today. This is just bait video. Get fucked. It's fair if you don't like Fireteam 2. I think I don't think anybody should buy the game until it is like in its final launch state and they show a preview of the game being played. I want to see the game played on the hardest difficulty before I buy it. By somebody who, can play the game. The guy we just watched, he had a pretty decent, his video is a good, decent review. But like it's an alpha build. So like I'm very skeptical. Here's too much for me. Get fucked. I like the first game was fine. Some tiers repetitive for content. Yeah, that's the thing is like Space Marine 2 is like, it's fun and it looks cool, but dude, the missions get so repetitive. All right, so we do have a couple of things here. We had the Marathon is adding their PvE mode today on July 21st. It seems like, I was wondering why they were doing the Marathon Revival Week on the 21st to the 28th. It's because it coincides with an update, so they can pretend that their Revival Week was actually the reason that the game got revived. Not because they added new content. And then like a year down the line, they can misrepresent the information, be like, look at what we managed to do together. That's what's going to happen. These people on Marathon are like, I'm going to be honest with you. Dude, it's like looking at Helldivers with the Glazers. It's the same shit. They're so obnoxious. They're like, you have to like this game. You're never allowed to speak negatively. It's like, holy fuck, bro. dude, this game lost billions of dollars. People are, oh, it only costs like $400 million to make. Brother, dude, this canceled Destiny 3. Destiny 3, literally Destiny 3 could have came out like a year or two from now, had 3 million, I would honestly say 3 million peak players in 2 to 3 years from now, and quite literally been the most generational game ever released. It could have been like the GTA of MMOs, literally. Like everybody won Destiny 3. It would have had an obnoxious amount of players. Everybody would have logged in, and instead you have like this. Well, they never even, this should have never even been in the works. They should have just added an extraction shooter to Destiny. That's it. It should have just been, here's an extraction shooter in Destiny, whatever. Maybe do a standalone client if it does well. If it does bad, who gives a fuck? But this was just such a, this basically, literally Bungie doesn't exist by the end of the year because of this. Yeah. Early Marathon concept art looked good, but they fired the original art director. Early Marathon concept art was quite literally just stolen from somebody. They stole the art from that person. And dude, I had Cope in my chat when this game came out. People were like, yeah, but she sued them and then she won and was happy with the outcome, so it's okay. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck did she say? She was happy with the outcome after suing them and winning. So she's okay with the outcome of them using her art. What the fuck? Crazy. I remember the art director went on stream crying about it. And that was it. Yeah, the PlayStation bought $2 from Paint. I called them, but yeah, that you do. You're Pain, you've been off the rails a little bit lately, buddy. You can take your meds. At least your name is in the game credits. Yeah, that's true. At least her name is in the game credits. I just don't understand why they didn't just hire her instead of stealing from her first and trying not to get in trouble. No, it was a lot more than that. It was multiple posters, and every single poster and picture in the game was, oh, not picture, but every poster in the game was stolen from her at one point. Crazy. Fucking crazy. So we also do have a new playtest going live. Maybe today, we might play this tomorrow. I think I'm going to go try Sanctuary Shattered Shiner Battlefield 6 after this. I'm not sure. But this is a game that we played, or not played, but this is a game that we were interested in called Iron Wing Valiant. So they have a playtest going on soon. And this game looked super cool. When we checked it out. We checked it out the first time. I think Iron Wing Valiant looked super cool. It's like a really interesting mech game. I think it was single player story. Hang on. Yeah, it's a single player like story mech game. But I really, really like the art of the game, and I like the style, and I like the vibe. So I really want to check out Iron Wing Valiant. It reminds me of like an older game, but like it just looks cool. You know what I mean? So I'm going to be checking Iron Wing Valiant out. I want to try the demo. I want to see how it's cooking. And I think the devs have done an amazing job just making this game like look cool. Like, yeah, like an old JRPG, bro.
Your friends are here for you. Showing what happens when you mess with Astera.
Music's good. The voice acting's cheesy. It's exactly what you want out of a mech game. So I'm gonna check this out tomorrow. This is called Iron Wing Valiant.
We're taking severe losses. Get your act together. That'll give the country something.
I'm wondering how it plays.
Well fought, Reinhardt. Watch out, everyone. Looks like he's calling in backup. Don't let your guard down.
But yeah, I think it's available right now. Yeah, you can go request access right now. So pretty cool. We have Sanctuary Shattered Sun. Massive news for them. They just started their Kickstarter, and in 2 hours they have fully funded the game. I don't know what their Kickstarter's at now. Is there a way to see their Kickstarter? So their goal was $141,000 and they got $274,000. This is Supreme Commander, just like 2026. So pretty cool. I mean, they definitely power crypted a bunch, but the demo's up right now. You can go play it. They've added a crazy amount of stuff. I remember playing I still have my disc for Supreme Commander 2, actually. So I'm pretty excited to log in and go play it. To be honest with you, it's like a kind of a throwback game, but I'm excited to finally see them Kickstarter out. And I think dude, was a real Supreme Commander was an awesome RTS. There was a community that kept the game like kind of alive on private servers for a long time. And this is just a new thing. They have crazy new experimental units that are massive. Some of the tanks just look amazing. Like some of this shit is just so cool, man. Like I'm really excited to log in and go play this again. It looks awesome.
Collateral damage on the Dyson sphere itself is estimated to be the highest ever since construction began.
You can ice the water?
The blood we spill for freedom, for equality, for humanity.
Oh, that's the turbo experimental unit. Wait, this is kind of crazier than I thought. You can deform the terrain?
Not understand what you have done, Hound. I see how this ends. Irrevocable structure.
Wait, this is way crazier than I thought.
Sanctuary.
Oh, on the classic. This is the map. No, this is fire, bro. Yeah, we playing this. I can't wait to buy this when it comes out. Oh my goodness. We're gonna go play the demo. Okay, so let's see. Can we watch this one? I wanted to show you. Yeah, we can watch that later. So I wanted to show you guys. So these are probably the cutest fish that I've ever seen. The little chud fish, dude. Look at them. Look how cute they are. Look how happy, dude. They're just the chubby goldfish. I don't even know what they're called. They're just so fat and adorable. Like look at this thing. They like when you hold them too. Like you put your hand in there. They like when you pet them. Look at them, bro. Look how cute these things are. Like I want to buy some. They're so adorable. They're just blubbing all over the place. They're actually ridiculously cute. Like look at how he probably just looking for food, but look at how happy they are, bro. They're just ridiculous. So adorable, bro. I love them. Living life. All right, so we have a hiking situation. Now, this one was something I didn't expect. I thought this was some crazy 10-mile hike. Apparently, this was a 2-mile hike, and that's rounded up. This was a 1.4-mile hike.
And this is me hiking a trail. I mean, before I hike a trail.
A few moments later.
She actually did get airlifted?
After hiking just 2 miles, and her hiking group could now be facing a $70,000 helicopter rescue bill. The video showed Grace starting the hike before later being airlifted by a search and rescue helicopter. Grace became too weak to continue after walking about 2 miles, so the group stopped while guides wrapped her in an emergency blanket and called for a helicopter. Many people focused on Grace's size, arguing that her physical condition may have made the hike more difficult. Others pushed back, saying she is an adult who chose to join the hike and that heat exhaustion can happen to anyone in extreme temperatures.
I'm going to be honest with you. Sada said this a little bit earlier. Most people go from their air-conditioned house to their air-conditioned car to their air-conditioned job and go home. Like, bro, as a fat person, I'm not going outside above 30 degrees Celsius. It's just not happening. I'm not doing that. Last week, it was like 40 C with the humidity. They decided to go on a hike on one of the hottest days of the year.
Many users questioned why a helicopter was needed for a trail that was only about 2 miles long, with some saying it would have been faster to walk back. Others argued that once someone is suffering from serious heat exhaustion,
Like-
moving them without medical help could make the situation worse.
Bro, you cannot make this up, bro. Like, I don't know how's this happen?
The $70,000 rescue bill has added even more
$70,000.
controversy. The members of Grace's hiking group may have to share the cost of the helicopter, leaving the entire group facing a huge bill after what started as a short hike.
I heard also, I don't know if this is true. This one might be cap, but I saw it in a couple of places that she done shit herself and they had to carry the poop bag down. I don't know how true that one is though. That could be cappuccino. I don't know if that's true, but I believe it. I think one thing to keep in mind here is this looks like an extremely toxic, positive group of people. Bro, don't go outside if it's above 30 degrees. 100 degrees Fahrenheit, don't go outside, bro. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Just don't go outside. It's not worth it. It's not. You like, I'm gonna be completely real with you. You now look, people are gonna be like, you're fat shaming them. I'm fat. I work outside. I know my limits. These people do not know like they look like they know their limits. I'm gonna be completely honest with you here. Knowing your limits in heat's very important. Otherwise, you can hurt yourself very easily, and that's for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're fat or not, right? But I could tell a lot of these people probably don't get out very much. Know your place, fat ass. It's like, bro, why are you going for a hike on the hottest days of the year? Now you got to pay $70,000 for a helicopter. It's dumb as hell, bro. Ice water and don't be fun. Bro, don't go for a hike. Don't go do strenuous exercise when it's this hot out. It ain't worth it, bro. It ain't worth it, bro. That ain't heat exhaustion. That's a fat attack. Happened to plenty of people in school football. Bro, heat exhaustion is really bad. It's like really bad, bro. You know what I mean? You were right about the fat attack thing, though, for high school football. Same thing with college football. Happens a lot in college football. If you play, you know, is what it is. Airlifted out, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you, like those hiking bags are high key heavy. I don't like hiking. I shattered my ankle a long time ago when I was a dumb lad. So I don't do none of this nonsensical uppy downy walk upstairs shit. We ain't doing none of that, right? We can't be doing none of that. You tell me to put on like a 50-pound, 100-pound backpack, go for a hike on one of the hottest days of the year, and like, you know, my group of friends would be like, bro, you want to go? You want to go? My group of friends wouldn't do that. They would actually just ask you to slam 12 beers. But, you know, let's just say they were stupid enough to be like, let's go on a hike on the hottest day of the year. I'd be like, fuck that. I'm going to go drink some beers and sit on my barbecue. Or buy a pool, bro. Let's go for a swim. It's a way better exercise than the workout. We can vibe shit. Fuck going for a hike at all, bro. I ain't mess with the wilderness. I ain't mess with the mountains. I ain't mess with none of this. Why are we goddamn sticks, bro? Where we going? We going skiing on off the mountain? We gonna get to the top and ski down when we done? Is that what we got them sticks? What the hell are we doing? At least she, dude, no, it's not an at least she tried moment. This is a $70,000 bill. This is a give up before you start angle, brother. I mean, at least they, if you know, they can afford it probably. We're going, bro. We ain't going hiking, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. We ain't doing none of that. I saw a single fat man come, baby. No, this is even a retard. No, this is a bad idea. That's what I mean, bro. It's just like, look, I think that the most important thing to say is you should learn your limits as a person. And then like, it's okay to know the limits of your body and what you can and can't do. And a lot of people are going to tell you, oh, that's fat phobic or whatever. And those people are just blatant retards. Learn your limits, learn what you can and can't do, learn what kind of heat exhausts you, learn the kind of conditions you can be out in. Like, I know that I'm pretty good up to like negative 25C and like a sweater and like a windbreaker. Past that, I'm gonna need a little bit more. You know what I mean? Depending on the wind chill, like I might need more than that. In the heat, 20C is like my good temperature. 25, I'm debating not doing anything depending on how sunny it is. 30C, I'm just not going outside. It's just too hot. Plus, there's a pool, I'm out. Workouts, I never near my home because I did try healthy. I lost 60 pounds and get it back after a depression episode over a breakup and back at it. Hey man, you just keep grinding, bro. That's what it's all about. It's like trying to deadlift 300 pounds with no weight lift training. You're a twig build. You're gonna need to train yourself to gradually increase your limits. Don't snap your bones first try. Yeah, I think a lot of people start working out and they do too much too quickly, and then you hurt yourself, and then you never get back into it. The term is ableist according to the fatties. They hate being reminded that they're fat, need to know their limit. It's okay to be fat, bro. Like, I work out a lot, so like I'm pretty strong, but like I like eating pizza, I like drinking beer, and like, dude, like this the shit I ate for lunch, bro. Chicken nuggies and fucking loaded fries with like ranch and shit on them. Like, if I want a six pack and slim down and like, I'm all right, bro. Like, I'll be a little chubby if I could eat this every day. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not giving this up. Could I work out a little bit more? Maybe. I just like picking up heavy shit. I don't know. I don't really care about anything else, to be honest with you. I do my rowing machine like probably 30 minutes a day. I try to go for 5,000 steps. And I also like, I like picking up heavy shit. So that's what I do. That's what I like. So it's like, but do I want to give this up? No. You know what my other favorite thing to eat is? What does Polish grandma make this? With the rice and the chicken and the potatoes. This shit's fire, bro. You think I'm going to give up double starch? Hell no. Then I go make some fucking shrimp and I put this on a barbecue with my steak. I got that garlic butter in there with all them shrimp. Sometimes I do lobster. I ain't giving this up either, bro. I'm fat as hell. I'm going to stay this way. Shit's good. By the way, that only cost $10. With the butter, maybe 15. An exercise bike, but fuck that exercise bike. I love shrimp. Wait, did you eat both boxes? I ate one of them. I bought one for me and one for my dad. We split the chicken. I'm so glad I can't cook. I'd be so much fatter. Bro, I know how to cook good, bro. That's why I had to really start working out, bro. I would have been huge. Or lose weight. No, it's all right to lose weight, bro. Like, you want to be skinny, you can be. Like, for instance, if I stopped, like, I cut myself. I only drink soda pop on Sundays. Only Sundays. I only drink Dr. Pepper on Sunday now. I used to slam 12 Cokes a day. I would slam, bro. When I was working at the steel factory, I was disgusting. I drink a whole case of motherfucking Coke in a day, bro. I was I'd eat. Dude, I was like fucking. It was like 16 to like 18. I was drinking fucking slamming Cokes. Dude, every day's like Little Caesar's pizza or some fast food. I was disgusting. I was ripped too, but I didn't have to care. You know what I mean? I was like, whatever. Coke Zero's pretty good. Not drinking. If I stop drinking alcohol and I stop drinking, you can still fuck around one day a week. But if I stop drinking alcohol altogether, and I ate healthy for like the next like 3 weeks, I would probably just like my belly fat would be gone almost instantly. Yo, mug root beer is high key fire, bro. So is A&W root beer. Yeah, I still like having my soda on Sundays, bro. Like I usually order a pizza or whatever, and I have like you know, like a Pepsi or like usually Dr. Pepper, sometimes a Coke, you know what I mean? And usually when I go out, I'll have some. I don't go out too much. Like tomorrow I'm going out for lunch. I'm going to the Italian eatery again. Oh, I love that spot. What did I get last time? It's still on the food channel. Pickle pizza. Pickle pizza. Pickle pizza. So much food. So much delicious food. Yeah, last time I went, I got a little pepperoni pizza. Honestly, the margarita is better at this spot. A little greasy, bro. But I got a chicken parmesan with vodka penne. And bro, this shit was crazy, bro. Like I smashed the fuck out of this whole plate, bro. I could barely fucking walk when I left this place, bro. This plate is huge. I ate that with some salad and a Coke and a water. I was gone, bro. I went to bed when I got home. I'm gonna go do the same shit tomorrow. That place is fire, bro. You slaved over it? Yeah, but it's nice to be skinny too, bro. My pasta, I just made it, bro. I'll go check. I'll go praise your pasta, big man. What the fuck is that, bro? What you done cooking? Oh, that looked pretty good, actually. You know that shit's fire, bro. I need to get more off them soda pops. Yeah, bro. Once you, dude, if you just work out, like, bro, when Jay was talking to me, buy a rowing machine, bro. Fuck. Copa got me on the, dude, I haven't seen Copa in a long time, bro. I hope he's all right. Bro, he got me on the rowing machine. I bought this thing. What a W machine, bro. Like this thing, just you get on it and like you can just fucking pump it and you feel good. You just get something you feel good doing and do like 30 minutes of that a day. And dude, you'll feel so much better. It's late. I want food now, bro. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys this. Oh, I can't show the whole thing. Hang on. Now, what do you guys think if we buy this? It's $200, okay? But it's a RC tank that shoots and blows smoke. What you guys thinking? Rowing machine is horrible but great. No, rowing machine's fire, bro. Worth it. It's actually pretty cheap. I thought that too. I can shoot Talon. Oh my god. Yeah, bro. Dude, Tiger 1's my favorite tank of all time. Yeah, it's fun. Nah, I don't know. It just getting active is good. I think a lot of people are like, I'm depressed and I'm sad. And I didn't work out for like 3 days and I was like, damn, I'm feeling kind of sad. And then I went and worked out and I was like, I feel better. Instinct buy, yeah. So YouTube ad was used for once. Granted, I sourced the thing from Amazon instead. How much money we make today? Yeah, we made a pretty good amount of money today. I could probably just buy that with the channel members we got. Gotta shake them glutes. Yeah, you could twerk too. That's fine. Whatever gets you cooking, bro. You want to twerk it out? You could twerk it out. Yeah, let me kill this. Let's go try the Sanctuary Shattered Sun beta really quick, and then maybe we'll play a round of Battlefield 6. Sign it to Steam really quick. Oh, it just makes you feel good, bro. If you feel sad, you should work out. And if you still feel sad after you work out, you should slam 20 beers. That always makes me feel better. Or at least gets me forgetting that I feel sad. Let's see. All right. Let's go try this demo out. Sanctuary Shattered Sun. UVR works with my body armor suit. Oh, that's cool. What the fuck does that mean, bro? You can't play this. Two frame rate. Yeah, I don't know. You can play Total War. I am going to play Total War Warhammer 40K. I will not be playing Dawn of War 4. Dawn of War 4, the more I've looked into it, is just a Dawn of War 3 that's less saturated. Dawn of War 4 is not going to be a good game. The more I look into it, the more red flags I see. The more I watch, the worse it gets. We're also going to see a Total War Warhammer 40K stream very soon, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I will play Total War Warhammer 40K. I won't play Dawn of War 4. Has me worried. Total War 40K is going to have more previews and look better. Dawn of War 4 is already in its final build. The way they're releasing the content is no good. I don't think Dawn of War 4 is going to be good, bro. I don't think it's going to be good. I saw enemies shooting through walls. The way they did the Necrons, they made them a swarming faction, which is super weird. I'm not interested in the way that they're making the game. I'm just not. The Blood Angels come out with the game or whatever, but then they have like an expansion that's paid, and then the new sub faction comes out the next year in April.
Has launched a series of coordinated
I'm not interested, bro.
Against chosen
I'm not
military
interested.
installations
I'm not interested.
all across Sanctuary. General Montgomery Clevis of the EDA has declared this the first thrust towards freedom in their campaign to reclaim human dignity from the oppressive chosen regime.
In response, Grand Legate Aurelia of the
Say
Chosen
the last stand
Protectorate
mode.
has
The
condemned
last
the
stand
attack
mode
as an
comes out
unparalleled
2
act
months
of
after
terrorism,
Dawn of War 4
flowering
comes
swift
out.
retaliation and the complete
So the
neutralization
last stand mode is coming out, but it comes out 2 months after the game comes out. They're Shut up.
Systems online.
Yeah, I paused it. So Dawn of War 4, their content roadmap. Let me just show you really quick. So the game comes out in the fall. You get Crusade mode. Crusade mode and Map Pack 1 don't even launch with the game. Just so that people are completely aware. These don't launch with the game. So the game comes out, and then you get a thing like a month later. And then so is that September, October, and then in November you get another Lord with the Last Stand mode and Map Pack 2. And then in December, you get the Blood Raven story. And then in January, you get the mission editor with Map Pack 3. In February, you get nothing. In March, you get Last Stand with Gazkutta and Map Pack 4. And then in the spring next year, you get the campaign expansion and the new faction. So they are drip feeding content, and you could just buy this game when it's on turbo sale next year for a fraction of the price and get all of the content. When the game launches, it's going to be super bare bones, and they're just going to drip feed you content. This is such a terrible way to launch this game. They are quite literally going to give up on this game halfway through deving it. After this roadmap's over, like if this game doesn't have millions of people logging in to play it, that this is just going to be, they're going to give up on it. Like this is going to fuck the game up. This roadmap definitively ruined Dawn of War 4. The way that they were like this content, like these 3 things should be in the game when it fucking comes out. Like literally this should be launch content. This should not, like this could wait, I guess, a month. But the new faction should be like before Christmas. Like this game's launching with 4 factions. No Tyranids, no Imperial Guard, no Chaos. And you're sitting there and you're like, you're going to drip feed the 3 main factions people want to play, and you're only going to have 4 factions for quite like 8 months. That's not enough content in the game. You can have your maps, whatever. Like this game needed a faction like every fucking month for 6 months until it had all the factions, and then they could expand on the rosters and make you pay more. But this game, the way that they're deving it, it's going to take way too long for anything to actually come out in a meaningful amount of time. So you're never going to get the value of Dawn of War 4 that you expected, and you're just going to be mad. It also just looks like a reskin of Dawn of War 3, and like, sure, you can base build anywhere, but after the more I've looked into it, the worse this game looks. So please keep that in mind if you are going to buy it. I would highly recommend waiting, because all the things you think you're getting with the game are being drip fed to you. If it wasn't the case, then I'd be fine. Category. Updated. Eldar, Space Marines, Orcs, and what? It's Space Marines, Orcs, Skitarii, and Necrons. And Necrons are a Horde faction. Here, I'll just show you really quick, and then we'll go play this. It only takes a second. Oh, Kingmakers had a demo at... 10cent's big event, so there's, well, they got bought out by 10cent. They had knights and all sorts of crazy shit. So yeah, so Necrons expand their creep, literally this green shit. They expand their creep, and the more of these obelisks you have, the more enemies you can respawn at a time. So this gameplay that they showcase, this guy just spams Necron warriors and immortals the whole game and just keeps spam fucking respawning them. That's it. Like, and then this guy's calling in knights from drop pods that like walk out, I guess. That's what I'm saying. And you see how the Necrons keep respawning and shit? Like, they just keep coming out of these obelisks. They like auto rebuild them, and like, making Necrons a Horde faction is certainly a decision. Not one that I agree with. This feels off. The monoliths make sense, but the rest of the shit's just weird. Also, the knights die I guess he had low-ish health. It's just, they die so fast, bro. Like, you know, I don't know, man. The scale looks off for a lot of stuff. The game just looks fucking weird. 4 factions that mostly feel unfinished. I don't know, man. This is a go next from me, big dog. Maybe next time. With the boys. Yeah. Anybody Necrons being Horde should be warriors. That's disappointing. I also hate SC2 Zerg creep mechanics. Yeah, me too. Okay, so what do I move with this? What are you? Commander. This is my commander. Coming soon. Okay, land factory. What do I got here? I have a land factory. What can I build? Cobra, anti-air. Build one of each of those. One of each of those. What are you? Tier 1 engineer. Alloy extractor. What's this? Energy generator. Hedgehog. So this is my commander. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't like playing campaign. I like starting from like nothing, but you can't do that. This is my base, I guess. Everything's coming soon. Am I just supposed to like build and go? Oh, it just keeps rebuilding. I don't know. I mean, the missiles look cool. I thought I was going to be a little more in the action, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just fucking spraying missiles at him. He's kind of cool, I guess. I probably shouldn't be bringing my commander up, but like... Definitely needs work. Yeah, the UI is hard to navigate. In fact, can I upgrade you? Okay, it's upgrading. Capturing, okay.
We captured a terminal.
Okay.
Battlefield expanded.
Someone, yeah.
Attention, dogs of the EDA. Cease this unseemly revolt, lest I be forced to bring you to heel. We have already put an end to 17 of your futile incursions. 18. We have analyzed your forces, 20, and found them lacking. There is a 0.0023% chance any one of you will succeed. Proceed with your aggression, and I will break you.
Ah, not too shabby.
Okay.
But command.
I don't really know what my engineering station did.
Guess the next terminal won't capture itself now, will it?
Okay.
Head east and take it.
Let's see what our tier 2 does with what we can build off this. Alright, we got our tier 2 up. What can we build? We can build an engineer. We can build a raider tank. I'm getting cooked. I'm not using my guys at all. Alright, let's go see what the tier 2 guy does. Hopefully he cooks. I guess my guys are mining somehow? Nope, those are just patrols. So I guess it's just the regular things mining like it does in the first game. That's cool. Energy generator. Pump another one, go down. We have a anti-air. Okay. Oh, they're Gatton. Okay. Oh, they're just getting smoked. They fucking suck. You shot the blob at him, dude. You shoot a bunch of them, bro. We're upgrading to T3, boys. It's just taking a while. How do I, can I help you? Let's see. Maybe I need more energy, bro. Game's kind of cool. This is going to be a... This is going to be a situation for them, bro. You're engaged by artillery? Am I? Oh, okay. Well, fuck this guy. Not anymore. You fuck. Mobile anti-air. Okay. All right, we're cooking. We're cooking. Okay. E3 is almost done. What can we build? Sniper walkie bot. Okay. El Tanko. Mobile artillery. Okay, let's build 5 of these walkie boys. Then we'll cancel whatever we got coming out of here. E3. Cancel that guy too. We'll fucking get this guy juicing. Alright, we're cooking, we're cooking, we're cooking. How do I attack them? Is there a hotkey for this? Alright, we're fucking frying them. Okay. Oh, point defense. So this is just a little shitty boy.
Captured a terminal.
Oh, this shit's done cooking too. All right.
Lost a terminal. Get your alloy expenditure under control.
Get my alloy expenditure under control. All right. I think I let him blow up, bro. Yeah, I did. Oh, maybe I didn't. Maybe they're not blown up. I require additional pylons? Yeah, bro. I'm gonna have to figure out land factory, engineering station, alloy extractor. Okay. Maybe I just need to suck the juice out of some stuff, dude. Maybe. It seems like these sniper guys are pretty good. Ooh, yeah, true. They might. Hang on. What are you supposed to be doing? Aren't you? Oh, this is mobile anti-air. Okay, well, that's not even supposed to be there. Where are my dudes at? Engineer. Okay, so we got engineer, alloy energy generator, alloy storage. Okay. The right thing. I think they put energy generators beside this. So maybe the energy generators are better? Here you can farm super credits? No way, no way. Dude, this guy takes a while to build, bro. Oh, bro, they're cooking me. Do I just not have enough, like, mass to build anything? Is that what's happening here? Bro, he's cooking me. He's just better, bro. Damn, bro, I think I'm cooked. Is it building still? Kind of, not really. Yep, it's cooking now. Okay. I could probably use that fucking tank, bro. Bro, this thing just fucking wiped my base, bro. Just killed my commander, too. Bro, that thing's a beast. What the fuck? Never mind.
Get your alloy expenditure under control.
Bro. I'm doing my best, bro, but I'm stupid. So here's what we're gonna do. We gotta go suck up some juice. That's the plan right now. Get the mobile artillery cooking too. We're gonna suck up all these guys. We're juicing them right now. This is it. This is our moment. Apparently, I'm probably get. What's this? Alloy storage. Okay, I'm probably gonna need to juice a little bit harder. Move this guy up a little bit. Build something like an alloy extractor or something. Yeah, but only on the alloy extractor points, and they're all taken right now. So I'm just kind of sucking everything off. And I'm upgrading my alloy extractors, but I think while they're upgrading, I don't really get much out of them. So I think that's probably an issue too. And I mean, like, that's upgrading T2. Probably should have upgraded them as much as I did. I also upgraded, I think, too quickly into, like, higher tier tanks and shit. Like, that's not really doing much for me. Income the bottom number is your drain, so you need to keep that up. What is the top number? Okay. All right. We're kind of cooking. I'm gonna go juice this thing. I need that to build a little bit faster. And while I'm doing that, I could probably go suck this guy off. For extra juice. We're cooking. You have power, a lightning bolt for power, and that's your triangle, I'm guessing. Maybe? I'm trying to get my shit moving
Careful.
right now.
You're low on alloy.
Rod, I'm low on everything, bro. Oh, I've got the turbo missile tank now. All right, bet. Once these are upgraded, I'll probably be fine, bro. Like, just being honest. Oh, yeah, okay, so I need to plop down some... Can you... shift? Nice. Nice. Alright. How are we doing? Oh, we're doing better now? Okay. Good, good. We got the turbo missile tank. Good vibes abundant. Oh, this thing is fucking juicing. Oh my god. I don't know how many of those I need, but Jesus. Dude, he just fucking... He's blasting missiles off, dude. Wow. Bro, these things are beast. We're kind of cooking, dude. Okay. Get your Titan planet killer? I don't know if I can. T3 engineer. I think what maybe I'll build the T3 engineer. Maybe I can go sicko mode with him. Let's see. Alright, bro, we're gonna have to go ride deep on these pussies. Where am I getting shot from? We're gonna keep one here just to vibe and defend. Alright, what can you build, bro? Engineering station level 3, land factory level 3, alloy extractor, energy shield generator. What's this do? Energy generator. I mean, like...
Get your alloy expenditure under control.
Bro, it ain't ever gonna happen. Anti-air, alloy furnace, shield, radar. I don't think I can build it, bro. What the fuck is this thing, bro? Oh, we're gonna fall back. Need to heal up. What is this thing supposed to be? The energy generator. Alright. So I probably also need to upgrade these guys to T3 now. Otherwise, probably the thing gives you alloys. Yeah, yeah. We'll see how that goes as we build it. Engineering station. I wish it told you what stuff did, because I don't really know what an engineering station does. You know what I mean? I also don't know if I can build a dude. A juicer dude.
captured a terminal.
Oh, I'm just building engineers. Way to stop that. Let's do like 2 sniper bots, I guess. No, well, T1 to T4. Yeah, I was wondering if I could upgrade my guy too, but it doesn't seem like I can upgrade my commander, maybe? Unit selection? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure. Like, what if I just put everything on this thing? Can I juice the fuck out of it? Oh, I need more juice to juice the fuck out of it. So I'd have to go pull up and suck these guys off over here. The artillery's cooking. These tanks are pretty fucking strong. I don't know if this is doing anything for me. Alright, dude. That is a strategy. It is the only strategy, actually. Alright, so what else are we gonna do here? We'll blow that up next, I guess. You're gonna come suck these off really quick so I have some juice to upgrade stuff. Because that seems to be my biggest problem. I wonder if I can go juice their buildings, maybe. Did I blew up?
Careful, you're low on alloy.
Let's see. What's on the game yet? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I mean, this is also the campaign, right? So I'm not sure what the deal is. Oh, that blew up. Okay, well that thing's just juicing everything. Yeah, I'm trying to look through here. So we have the radar, we have the shield, we have the anti-air, the energy generator, a T3. We could just build a T3 alloy extractor. We can't really do much there. I'm trying to look, because usually you can upgrade your commander in these games. And I don't think you can upgrade this guy. Click the T4 button. Centaur, railgun sniper. Oh. Okay, it's cooking, it's cooking. Oh, my tank blew up. I gotta be careful. Can I just delete this guy? It seems useless. We're just gonna bring this guy up. If he dies, he dies. It's fine. Grab this thing. Alright. Go juice my own tank. Make an experimental? Yes, sir. Let's get it cooking. It's, oh, it's 55,000 HP. I wonder if it'd be better to finish this. I think it might be better to finish this first. That way I'm getting more resources. Okay. That should get upgraded now. We'll build this guy. Okay.
Get your alloy expenditure under control.
Okay, we're cooking. Okay. We're kind of owning. Grab this guy. We gotta go suck these off. Close to the front. I could totally set that close to the front. You're right. Good back seating. We're looking good. This is W. That's a W back seat. We like that. All right. Juice them. They're despawning. All right, we're getting the juice right now. And we're building our guy. And it's going pretty quick. This is excellent. It couldn't be any better. You can come juice too. Where my artillery boys at? Let's just keep juicing everybody. Is there any more? Yeah, there's more. Perfect. We could just go blow that up next. I wonder how this is gonna go. Hopefully it's cool. It seems to be building pretty quick. Ooh, look at that, dude. That looks like a hefty piece of meat. I think you guys know what we need to do. Bro, they got the air. What am I supposed to do about that? I didn't build no anti-air. Oh, good thing he does no damage. We'll just heal up. That's excellent. Oh, perfect. Well, the anti-air pumps out really fast. Isn't that great? Dude, the burst artillery is murdering everything.
Careful! You're low on alloy.
I'm always going to be low on alloy, baby. Don't you worry about that. I think my burst artillery gets confused and just starts randomly shooting at my shit. Maybe not. Okay, so we have our anti-air. We also have more Denkos. We're going to push up a little bit here. All right. And what should be done soon... I lied. It's not going to be done soon. Oh, we're cooking.
We captured a terminal.
Okay.
You got potential, rookie. While you were busy, a damn battleship rolled up at the next terminal. Got the whole zone locked down. We can't get to it, so we're gonna have to improvise. If you can't win the battle, change the battlefield. Blow up that cryo tank, and let's see if that does what I think it will.
Okay. We saw that in the trailer, bro. Okay. Okay, we'll slide those over there. We'll grab both of our Factorios and we'll push them over here. And our big guy is still cooking, huh? He's getting there. I don't want to, dude, I don't want to end it, and I want to do my next big push with him, bro. So we're kind of just chilling until he spawns, you know what I'm saying? That's all. I haven't all my artillery.
Expenditure under control.
Okay, right there. What's shooting at me? Bye. Are they not gonna... No. They kill all my artillery? I'm confused. I think they did. I'm gonna be a sick. No, I'll probably play after this campaign game. Bro, I want my I'm gonna back off for a second, bro. I want my thing. I'm just gonna go fucking run him over, but like I want my thing, bro. Can I pause? Does that make you go faster? Much faster, okay. I was doing too much. What the fuck? Dumb bitch. I guess my artillery kinda just died, bro. Fuck. I wasn't paying attention to it. What you big dog? What you cooking? Railgun sniper. I hope this is cool. I've been building it for fucking 10 minutes. I know I can win, I just want to win with it harder with a cooler unit. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I don't want to end the game until I get my dude, you know what I mean? Because, like, dude, I could have just fucking drove in and fucking put the schmack down. I don't want the schmeckle down. I want my schmeckle up, bro. Let's go. He's almost ready. God, he's almost ready. Big dick. Oh, he's huge. He's huge. I like my commander. He's kind of cool. A little different. I want to be here when he wakes up. Fuck my other guys. He's coming. He's about to coop. No target to shoot at. The artillery was kind of just shooting it like straight up in the air at nothing. I was kind of confused. All right, bro. Let's go compare it to the size of our other tanks. I mean, it will fly them up there. Or roll them up there. Oh, look at him. The beast. Big Chungus. All right, he's a big boy. All right, let's finish this off. We'll continue. That. Oh, my stuff is actually building now. That's good. Oh my god, look at him, bro. Big slow bitch. Creeping on him. Bro, I can't wait to drive this up and smoke that. I'll probably blow this up to see what happens. I think that's what the trailer did. Dude. Model that low key, dude, it'd be sick. I don't even know what this does. Energy generator. Bro, I done been out of alloy the whole game, baby. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, they kind of just, dude. I think what happens is like a dude will pull up and get killed, and then it'll just be beep, 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 beep. The rockets blow up over here. All right, let's see. So this is the big dick tank over here. This guy, that's the T3, and this is the big boy. Holy fuck. Okay, let's stay in formation, boys. Let's stay in formation. We've got work to do. All right, let's let him have it. Too fast. All right, let's see what he got. Let's see what he does. This is a railgun. Oh. 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 Does he have like a... Does he have like another mode, or is he just fucking... I'm gonna go blasting everybody. Now that's a lot of damn... Dude, he kind of fucks. Alright, let's go blow this thing up and see what happens. Hey man, you sure you want to pull up here? I don't know. I don't know what the attack move key is. I've been trying to figure it out. Okay, well he's dead. How unfortunate. But not for me. Yeah, I think it's based on the Mobile Factory, but it's just a rail cannon. And bro just kind of pulls up and blasts. Alright, yeah, let's go see what this does. They have a battleship. I have a rail cannon. Okay, that's cool. Do my dudes freeze too? Oh, the ships are cooked.
Ha! Ocean's closed, lads. Someone tell that battleship that it's infantry now, will ya?
Well, I mean, like... Dude, it literally changed the entire landscape into ice. Wait, that's sick. I wonder if it lasts the entire time. Anyways, whatever's gonna happen over here is gonna happen. I like the terrain changing mechanics. That other one we saw too, where he dropped it from orbit and it like broke the ground. That was sick. Oh, well, that still chain explodes and is fucking awesome. Dude, they did a really good job on this game. This is sick. I kind of wasn't paying attention to where the terminal was that I was supposed to capture. So we'll kill that guy. Maybe it's over there. Oh, we're capturing something. Is it this?
We captured a terminal.
We did it. What a good game. Oh.
Battlefield expanded. The hell? Those worker bots have gone haywire. I guess blowing up their tech must have really pissed them off. If that wasn't bad enough, the Chosen have ramped up their attacks. Huh. We're in for it now, rookie.
Oh shit.
All right. We have 3 terminals. The brass is using them to hack the weather hub. Mission critical, they say. I swear, they don't tell me anything. It's gonna take ages. I'll hold down the fort. Go grab more terminals to speed things up.
I mean, okay, sure, why not? Fuck it, dude. See you pussies later. We're gonna go fucking roll over there. Let's see. What do I want to do? So I do want to... I think my problem is going to be... anti-air maybe for a little bit here. Okay, so am I really doing anything right now? So that's juicing that. Can I build more stuff? Alloy furnace. Sure. It doesn't really say what these things do.
We lost a terminal.
What? You're supposed to be holding it down, you stupid bitch? What the fuck? Anyways. Welcome.
We lost a terminal.
Oh, what? Didn't she say she won't hold it down? What's up with all that? She fucking lied. Oh, so this lowers energy and gives you more... Let's see. Okay, good. They're hitting my back door. Yeah, I'll be alright though.
We captured a terminal.
Maybe I won't be. Actually, you know what? Fuck this. What am I doing? I'll just go blow this shit up right here. Who's a fuck? Experimental's helping quite a bit. I do think I need to grab these 2 guys and come juice everything over here then. Okay, maybe we should stop building those guys and start building, like... sniper bots. They're fodder for now, don't worry about them. Now I have a second plan. It's a good plan too. We build another one. Okay. That's the big plan. Uh-oh.
Come on, Rook. Let's get those terminals.
Not good. All our dudes are dead. Good thing this is a beast. And they're just bringing T1 units at it. Alright. We've got to low-key rebuild our army because it sucks.
Low power.
Low power? Hold on, we could fix that, maybe. Oh, never mind. As long as they're not doing their thing, we're fine. Okay, so we need to grab these guys. Yeah, he cooked. We're good. What I think we'll do is we'll repair this guy as we go. Plan C, build 4 supers. Yeah, I was sitting there, I was like, this shit isn't working out. Maybe we'll just get more big men. Clock in. Oh, you're not even mine. Look, he's building quick, too. What's this guy doing? Oh, oopsie poopsies. Four big guys. Yep. Oh, sir, you can come back over here with the big lad. We don't need you dying over there. I think I have a different focus as well. I think my theory crafting is going to peak here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go build another land factory right here, okay?
Careful. You're low on alloy.
I was born low on alloy. Okay, I was born low on it. I have a stratagem that I've been cooking up. What's this guy doing? Mobile anti-air. Alright, let's get you back to the base, sir. We're going to need you later. What are you doing? Hyena Raider. Okay, we don't need you right there. This guy's getting healed up. I think this is another one of those situations where I need some more juice.
Gunships. Gunships.
I kind of missed that one from Super Commander 1 where it was just like a fortress that just kind of like drove around and you built units out of it and it fucking murdered everything.
Okay.
Maybe we do one thing at a time, right? Yeah, I think we're cooking right now. Yeah, they're kind of just getting fried by this thing because it's OP. I can't build air, which is weird.
Right.
Okay, so this thing, we click T1. Okay. And now it's going to pump out just complete garbage. That's its job. Why can't it? There we go. All right, that's going to pump out slop. That's the Slopinator, and we're going to use the slop to go and assassinate.
Get your alloy expenditure under control.
No. Fuck you, bitch. Alright, now these might only be T1 tanks. But trust me, bro. They're gonna cook. Like, look, you just need enough of them. You know what I mean? Like, that's T3 now. We got the juice going. Now we just got to upgrade this guy. Okay. He's coming along. All right. Our offensive is building. The resource UI is terrible in this game, actually. It might be one of the worst. I think what we'll do is we'll go up here and then fucking sweep them. But I do need to get most of my guys for that. I don't know, I might just use my little army of shitters that'll all die instantly. I do kind of think I'm just going to build more tanks. The big boy tanks seem to be like where it's at. There we go. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm gonna grab 3 of these guys. I'm gonna schmend them over there. Grab all of these guys, and they're coming with us. We're gonna make an offensive. Think we could take them? Oh, they're all T1s too. Yeah, we can take them. This is gonna be the T1 battle of the century. We're intercepting it, boys. We're intercepting it. Target acquired. We're gonna flank them. They'll never know what hit them. They will never know what hit them. This is gonna be the greatest flank anybody's ever seen in their life. Watch this shit. Watch me roar. This shit's gonna be. They're already all half dead. That they were fucking. They just Sudoku'd and they witnessed me and just fucking killed themselves instantly. Bunch of fucking pussies, bro. Look, they're dead before I even got there. How ridiculous. They gave up. Alright, we're gonna go over there. We're gonna grab this guy and we're gonna go over here. Go smoke everybody. Alright, so what we got going over here is we got even more of this nonsense. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna schmove these guys over here. And then we're just gonna grab these dudes. And we're gonna click, because I still don't know the attack button key. We're just gonna go kill whatever's over there. Alright. Now let's see what the T1 squad does, bro. Let's see if these little dudes are cooking. Let's see if this is the tech. There's a lot of them.
Get your alloy expenditure under control.
Okay, they kind of force multiply. Oh, they're kind of owning. Wait, this is the tech. The T1 tanks are nuts. They're out of control. They're kind of just fucking owning, actually. Yep, T1 tanks OP. What about over here? Second front? What's going on? Okay, T1 tanks. Hunting everybody down for no reason at all again. Get fried, bro. Look at him. Kind of owning. Yeah. Well, you know what? Those guys had it covered. You know what I mean? They looked cool. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over here next. Gunships. You know what that means. We're anti-air up a little bit. And this guy should be done soon. Oh no, they did the same thing. Same, but different. No, my squad of dudes. Fuck, dude. They were doing so good.
God, what the hell of a radar waiting for the north? It can't be right. Getting a visual. What is that thing?
Dude, that thing is so cool. What the fuck? Bro, like, all the experimentals in this game are badass, dude.
Anti-air. Build anti-air. Build anti-air now. 5 minutes till the Titan arrives.
Okay, so we'll stop building our T1 dudes. Hang on. Artillery tank, sniper bot. Okay, let's just go with mobile anti-air. Pump those guys out. And then we can cancel this guy and we'll go with mobile anti-air. Okay, and I'm going to keep building tanks in this one. I want to anti-air? Yeah, well, we got this guy too. I don't really... I mean, these guys are just fucked, right? Like...
Alright.
Oh. They might overwhelm me, bro. Hang on, I'm gonna go back my guy up. I think they're sending too much shit at me. I don't know if they can actually kill me, though. What's happening here? 2 tankos. I think my sniper bots died. Oh, no, we're all good. All right, come on back. I don't know if my anti-air is going to be good enough, guys. I feel like I really could have used, like, an actual thing. I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll just go like that. Does this shoot up? Maybe not.
Get your alloy expenditure under control.
I can't. I'm stupid. Whatever. We'll just go blow this guy's shit up. Fuck him. Maybe I should cancel the tank and do the anti-air. Where is it? Oh, it kind of just fucked them up, huh? Not the Master Blaster 9000.
We captured a terminal.
How are you guys just ignoring that thing smoking your peens, dude? What the fuck? It was a little counterproductive, man.
Careful! You're low on alloy.
Always am. Some things will literally just never change. We have to accept what we are, for what we are. We're gonna bring those guys over there, because we don't really need them over here. Actually, maybe I do. I don't know. All right. Let's see.
The Titan is here!
Yeah, well, you know, you could go back to Twitter. You want to be yelling like that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So,
Captured a terminal.
the control groups aren't working, so that's not great. What we're going to do is we're going to go here. We're just going to go ahead and fucking smoke those guys. What we're going to do is we're going to go from there, and from there. And we're going to blow this motherfucker off. Fuck his roof off, bruh. Never mind.
Halfway through the hack. We lost a terminal.
I don't think I can kill it. How much health does it have? Gentlemen, I think we have made a tactical error. I do not believe that is killable. It's almost dead. Bro, it has 70... I don't even think it's close. I think it's going to blow my whole base up before it dies. Like, this is the only anti-air I can build. I can't even build the gunships. Are you guys going to attack? Or are you just going to, like, let them kill you? Like, I'm very confused.
T4 inbound.
I guess we're just letting them kill us. Well, that's not good. Maybe I should have engaged a little bit further away.
We're alive. We're actually alive.
Oh, no, we killed it.
You took that Titan down. Way to go, Rook. Shame that chosen bastard's still kicking. We got inbound. Ugh.
Wait, do we lose?
Mission failed.
It fucking crashed into her. Okay. Yeah, okay, I get it now. That's so oopsie poopsies, as they say. Oopsie poopsies. Honestly, the game's pretty cool. The UI kind of sucks. I think that if I was going to talk about, like, how much I liked or disliked it, on 1 to 10, I think that it, like, that campaign was like a 5. Like, because I couldn't build all the... I would like to just be able to build all the units irrelevant of whatever I'm playing. UI wasn't very good. I don't know the hotkeys yet. Once I learn the hotkeys, the game will be a lot better. But overall, I mean, again, visually, like 10 out of 10, I think. It looks amazing. Gameplay-wise, it's just the UI that really sucks. Once you learn the hotkeys, it'll be better. I think overall, I'd probably give the game like a 7 out of 10. I think I like it. I think it's really good. Maybe even 8. I got to play more of it. You know what I mean? But after first impression, 7 to 8 out of 10. Pretty solid. It you know what? having my guy die or whatever because the spaceship crashed into it was just cool. That thing was awesome. My experiment was the whole. It's just a cool game, and it really reminds me of Supreme Commander, which I know it's the spiritual successor to it, and I think they did a really good job. So I like the game. I think it's really fucking good. I like it a lot. Let's go check this Battlefield 6 type shit out. Good for a demo? Yeah, I think so. It's solid. What numbers? Yeah, for what that game needs, it needs to be better. That needs to be better. Well, fuck, it's 2:30. I gotta go to bed soon, boys. I'll play one game on the new map, then I'm gonna crash. Perfect. Problems are alpha. Yeah, I feel like they'll get it fixed now that they're actually getting real feedback from like alpha testers instead of what. Dude, I read this Reddit thread the other day of what's it called? A game dev thing. And dude, this game dev was sitting there and he was like, I had my friends play test my game and they were all giving me really good feedback. Like they all really liked it. They never had any problems with it. And then he took it to like other people and they just tore it apart. And he was like, I never had that feedback from my friends. And they were like, you know, and he came to the realization that like if you have your friends play test your game, you're gonna have a shitty game. Because they're your friends. If my friends just blatantly fucking lied to me about what I was doing and told me it was good, I just wouldn't be friends with them anymore. I wouldn't talk to them. Why do I want a bunch of fake retards around me? Like, my keyboard's like flickering. That's sick. Head to the store to claim your no. Oh wow, this game's still all out warfare. Here, let's just go. Browse modes. Yeah, that's what I want to play. Keep it. Nori Clay, when you make a game, I'll tell you if it sucks or not. I mean, like, you go look at the player count, and if you have a low player count, your fucking game sucks. And if you have a live service game and your game doesn't have 50,000 players, your game fucking sucks. And if you have a live service game that sold 20 million copies and you don't average 100,000 players, well, your game fucking sucks. Or you suck at making it. Whatever, bro. The fuck is this, dude? What was I fucking doing last time I played this game, bro? I was running this shit. I was running the fucking streets last time I was playing the game. Tell you that, boy. I was running them streets, boy. Running them streets. Running them fucking streets, boy. I guess this is what we'll play. I don't know. What the fuck is this? The TR7? Sure, whatever, bro. I don't fucking care. Yo, they're a boat? Yo, we can get in a boat? Subaru Reef, first game. Boat. Oh. No, let me in a boat. I want the boat. I want fuck. Yo, Decepticons, get me into your boat, bro. I just got scammed. I ain't getting no boat. Big Cat, we ain't getting no boat, bruh. Yo, let's get in the dinghy, bruh. These streets got what, bruh? They took all the boats, bruh. Like, what the fuck are we gonna do, bro? Bro, I like that. I like that a lot. Fuck that. Don't pick me up, bitch. All right, so me and Big Cat, yo, we clocking in today, boy. Let me tell you that. All right, that's how you get it done. They took all the fucking boats, bro. What the fuck are we supposed to do? Let's go steal their boats, bro. We run these waterways. Why it's so quiet, bro? Doo-doo. There we go. A little louder. How's my recoil look, bro? Oh, it's just a balloon. Okay, sick. All right. That's dope. We love bloom. That's has, you know, you make some skillful interactions that people can get used to. Maybe the amount of cheaters on the game have trouble with the bloom, and then when they're hacking, they turn the bloom off, and the devs don't know they do that. Fucking sick. Got a big pistol. Missed every shot. I planned on looking super cool there and shooting the helicopter pilot out its little tornado. Yeah, you think I could jump off this, bro? Nice. Everybody's got a parachute. Nice. I thought this was not a El Turuca, you know what I mean? I thought this was something else. Anyways, let's get on it. Okay, I guess I have the strongest Turuca and all that. You want that? Alright, me and Big Cat. Rod deep on him. Alright. Don't worry, bro. Trust me, bro. We're about to do some things that, like, no man should ever do. Step one, that. Don't ask. It's just working. Tactical dodge on whatever that was that drove by us. We got a trike. Whatever, bro. Uh-oh. Some little puss boy shooting at us. Hang on. We're gonna flank D. It's close, and I don't want to drive anymore. Uh-oh. Motherfuckers inbound. Oh, okay. Sick, I guess. Fuck. It was a good run until it wasn't. Why did my bullets literally like sprayed around in a circle? So that gun's ass. I need something with like turbo precision, I guess. I don't want to play RNG bullet simulator. That shit's fucking lame. What's that? That's a dinghy. Yeah, I don't really want to play in a dinghy either. How long on these big boats? Yeah, fuck that. I'm going back to Big Cat, bro. Bro, sick. I just spawn died almost. Where the dudes at? There's a lot to look at on this map. What the fuck was that? Bro broke his back in half to dodge my bullets. Like, are we high? Okay, yeah, sick. So I guess if you slide, you blew. My gun sucks. The arcade shooter? Okay, so like... I mean, I guess I'll try, like... I mean, that much precision is too much. Let's try this thing. I don't fucking know, bro. Like, what am I playing, dude? Alright. It's sick that everybody kills me in one bullet, but my bullets go around them in a circle and or do no damage. There's a guy here. Okay. My fucking ping, dude. You can't tell? That's sick. That's a little better. My gun actually killed the guy. Holy shit. Dude, I feel like my character's sticky. How does that make sense? I guess it's about the Modern Warfare 4. This shit is probably worse than Modern Warfare. Oh, we can't use boats no more, bro. What the fuck? Patrol boat. What the fuck? Okay, it's got a flat cannon on it. Big cat, I got a boat, bro. I got a boat. Oh, hell yeah. I know he's clocked in, bro. I don't know how to shoot the missile, but like... That's smoke, I bet. Yeah, bro, you got fucked up. Fuck you too, pussy. Did we drift in the boat? No. The turn's good. Bro, don't tell me I can I cannot clay the boat, bro. How are we gonna be... How are you gonna tell me I'm about to flip the boat, bro? This thing kind of goes, bro. Oh my goodness. Dude, this is kind of sick. Okay, so... Oh, I accidentally used both missiles. Oh, those are torpedoes. Shit. Oh shit, wait, that's kind of nice. Alright. I want to get in there, bro. This isn't the way in there, bro. Are you fucking serious? Alright, well, I clayed the boat, bro. I flipped the boat over, bro. What the fuck? Dude, wow. I touched a wall and fucking flipped the boat, bro. What the hell? I'm trash. That's crazy, bro. How many people you know flip a boat? You said let me drive the boat. You shouldn't have listened, bro. Ain't nobody let me drive nothing in any game, bro. Just makes sense. I don't know about realism in boats. I probably would have flipped that shit real life style. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. That's what it is. I've never driven a boat, actually, thinking about it. Have you guys ever driven a boat? Do you think if you drove a boat, it would flip like that? I feel like I got fucking scammed. I was expecting it to, like, bounce off, but they, like, arrowheaded the boat. Driving boats easy, really? I feel like my problem is I go too fast and fucking flip it. I've driven a jet ski before. There's this place near me called Friday Harbor. I go rent them. You just fucking bomb around for the day. It's fucking sick. I don't fuck with boats, motherfucker. I see something. Perfect. Oh, we riding deep on him? Who just shot at me, bro? Pussy? Yo, you got your little cheeks clapped off by the boat gang. My hearty pirate crew. Oh, he got control of it again, dude. Boat gang. Bro, the only good Battlefield game to play is one. Alright? That's it. And it fucking sucks. Well, Battlefield 1 doesn't suck, but it sucks that that's the only one that I want to go play. I don't mind 5 because the tanks are cool, but like, fuck, dude. All right, we beached it. We beached it. Bridge it clear. Bridge it clear. The doors work like that. Got your back like a butt crack, big cat. Pussy. I'll never let you down! I love you, bitch! Come here!
Behind the counter, boss. You'll be alright, King. Back in the fight. Oof.
You laughing at, bruh? I was saving my mans. Nah. Are we super dupers here, bro? Dude, the bitchless brigade is out in full force every time I play Battlefield, bro. The bitchless brigade, dude. What do you do? I'm playing Battlefield. I'm hiding in the corner. See? I rescued him, and he picked karma. Karma. Cinema. Oh my god. El Tanko, El Tanko! Damn, bro. They got us. Oh, I got El Tanko. We ride deep on back. Well, well, well. If it isn't the fun police. Everything feels so floaty in this game. Like when you're driving around, it kind of feels like, you know what I mean? It feels odd. I don't know. I haven't played Battlefield in a while either. And by a while, I mean like a while. Like a while. What you think? We drowning? Nah. Man, fuck you, bro. Bro, am I getting ass blocked? By a helicopter or mines? Like I sick, I guess. Okay. Mine, yeah, it was mine. Yeah, I'm dead. Fuck that. Sure. We'll waste another tank. Excellent! This is exactly what we needed, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go the exact same path, and there's no fucking way anybody would ever see that coming. No way. No way. Get tracked or something? What is wrong with my tank, bro? Like, hello? What the fuck, dude? So the planes just have infinite missiles now? How's that work? Oh, so that you just auto-walk Botus Mortargus? No, we were just getting auto-walked by fucking Glaive missiles the entire time. Tanks are fucking terrible. What the fuck? What is the point, dude? You get in and just spawn die. People just fucking auto-walk you with missiles. Like, what the fuck? That feels horrible. Oh my god. There's a couple of dudes. Jets have always been the real meta. Yeah, I remember when the game came out, the jet users were like crying that they weren't like OP enough and they were getting killed by like auto lock fucking missiles. And then they kind of buffed them, and then now the jets are just like turbo aids. And I was like, dude, the jets are already broken. Like some of these guys are going fucking 100-0 in games crying about it. It's like, bro, come on. You know what I'm saying? Ridiculous. Dude, I kind of want to get like ATV drive around the map, bro. Bring this guy Bradley. Let's cook. Let's cook. Let's almost just instantly. No, we're good. That's a tank. Fuck. That's how it goes, boys. How it goes. Dude, I'm getting fucking farmed this game. If I get in the helicopter, I will kill. I'm not gonna eat a tank, bro. That shit is not fun. I got him. I blew his fucking dick off. I think it's just US, USSR. I don't think that it's like, well, it's Pax Armada. Like, whatever, you know what I mean? Same, but different. I feel like I'm playing Helldivers. The fog is not that bad. Well, fuck that guy. Oh, they're going to get baited by that guy who's full health. Yeah, dude, we're a little above average. Big cat, yo! My sweet prince. Come on, bro, ride deep on him. Cowardice in the tank. Despicable. Oh, there should be some gentlemen up here. That guy just laid on the ground like a slug, dude. I never understood why people just lay on the ground like slugs when they get shot in Battlefield. That's like the go-to strat. I had to zoom in IRL for that one. Or just pop secret technique and ulted with a fucking... We're kind of frying. 200% locked in. I Counter-Strike Zoom. Oh. I should have got out. Good run. We got some kills. That was fun. Big Cat's in a helicopter?
Wanting wabbits be very quiet.
Missed him. That's not good. All right, hang on. Fuck. Dude, I wasn't. Dude, I was just in a bad spot. He didn't know that was me either. For a minute. All right, get back in helicopter. I think my gun. I don't like my scope. Customize. Customize. Go with that. I have a barrel. I don't have the gun leveled up. Under barrel. We lost the game. Dude, I was gonna say, like the map, it's big, like it's larger. Still not big. Dude, the best squad in this, dude, best squad, me, Big Cat, best squad. Best squad? But yeah, look, he kind of felt small. Not a bad... I had fun, though. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I did terrible, but, like, I had fun. So, like, whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're just the best, right? Like, you know, it's what it is, guys. It's what it is. I went 20 and 13. I was in a tank half the game. It's what it is, guys. We fucking cooked. Absolute gentlemanly behavior. Good job, everybody. We cooked. The best. I hate this game mode. Me too. I just wanted to play the new map and go to bed, bro. So like that's where I'm at. It was fun though. I actually liked it. I'm not gonna lie to you. The map is cool. I like the vibe. The boats are sick. It's funny that I flipped the boat, but it's what it is. I think the map's cool. A lot of the guns are way too bloomy. Like that you shoot and it just you gotta like tap fire them. I don't fuck with that. Anyways, fun. Not bad. Not bad. GG's, bro. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. Everybody streaming, you guys want me to host? Tomorrow, I'm probably going to get back on. I do have something to do tomorrow around lunch, but I'm probably just going to do like Crydiver safe space vibe shit streams. Oh, I can hear me. Is nobody streaming? Pips? I'm gonna raid Pips. Yeah, I'll raid Pips. Yeah, I had fun today, guys. It was good. It's a good stream. Dude, I forgot how fun it was to react to videos because we haven't reacted to videos in like 2 weeks. Oh my god, bro. Dude, when you watch a good video with the boys, it is peak. Maybe we'll go over all the Hyena stuff tomorrow and we'll talk about it. Maybe I'll do a breakdown and that'll be my video. I'll probably watch Nox Gladius apparently has a good video. Vito has a good video. I'll probably check those out. Apparently, Swaney plays games as well, brother. As, who shit on it? Who really shit on it? It was Glitch. I think Glitch Unlimited actually put it on blast too. TBH. I think Glitch Unlimited kind of pulled up on this one. Gears of Metal. I played that before. Did a no death, no damage run talking about it? Yeah, I was talking to Nox a little bit about it. He doesn't like it that much. I think it's cool and it's fun because it lights shit on fire. That's where I'm at. It's cool because it lights shit on fire. And that's fine. It's okay to like the gun because it's cool and it's fun and it lights shit on fire. It's just not that great on the bots. Because it's better to use light pen. And it's not that great on the squids because of the breakpoints. And it's like not that great on the bugs because two of the four sub factions are just fucking ass to play for everything. It's not like a that gun problem. It's just nobody wants to play bile spears because they fucking suck. Nobody wants to play nurses because it's boring as hell. Alpha Seed's good now because there's just infinite red warriors, and then Hunter Seed is still the best, obviously. Any bad performance of Marksman? What is he bad? Yeah, I think everybody who's played the game for a long time is kind of just in the same boat where it's like I don't really see too many people glazing the fuck out of it. And if they have, I have their channels blocked already. So I just didn't see their videos get recommended. So I just don't care. You know what I mean? Like I said, I think if you guys want like a fairly positive, like genuine opinion about a gun, Maplewood TV, he usually gives a pretty good, but the thing is he can provide like reasoning and logic as to why he likes it. It's not just like oh, well, I like the gun. Oh, it's better than this gun because it shoots fire. It's like, oh, it's better than this gun because you shoot them in the chest 3 times, it lights them on fire and they die. And I can't do that with the DCS. But with the DCS, you could just one-shot them in the head. So it's kind of like, it's the DMR for people who don't want to aim. You know, that's it. Not a big deal. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like everybody's so bored with content, though. Like, this is the only thing to talk about. It's so boring. Think watch later tomorrow. Yeah, we'll probably watch all the Hyena stuff, and then maybe I'll do a Hyena review myself. Maybe I'll throw my hat into the pot. I don't think it'll do very good because nobody really cares about it anymore. And everybody's kind of saying the same things, but whatever. You know what I mean? Also, I really think it's a weird... I've seen this on Reddit a lot, dude. People are like, bro... Nah. You can't... let's go to the normal Helldivers Reddit. You can't, like... Is there a Warbond tomorrow? No. No, unless it's a surprise for me. No Warbond tomorrow. Sorry, guys. This is what it is. Bro, sucking that shit down. Oh, fuck, bro. That's funny. Fake news? No, I just went and looked. I wouldn't have lied about it. Usually you can talk about it. You know what I mean? Oh, that's cool. They got a special event. They got the... That's cool. I like that. That's fun. Dude, low-key, I feel bad for some people, bro, because, like, they love the game, but it, like, kind of fucking sucks. And, like, here's the thing, bro. When you got a lot of friends that play games and everybody quits, and, bro, dude, they're just reinvading Ed Pryor again, huh? Okay, double the... Oh, sick. Bro, dude, it really fucking gets to you, dude. Like, when your friends quit, you go find a creator, and if that community's sick, you go find a creator's community and to go vibe with and play the game. The problem with this game is, like, the way I play the game is so different from so many people. Like, I see people talk about team play a lot, but, like, bro, when I go team play, like, we're doing the fucking crazy swap tech, fucking tank. We're just turbo min-max to the point that, like, it's a little silly how hard we min-max the team play. You know what I mean? Like, to the point, and you could tell people are practiced at it too, so when people pull up, they're like, people are slamming resupplies into fucking everybody. There's stim pistols, there's smoke. Like, people are just confused. I've had some people message me, they're like, what the? It's a different environment, because it's like, low key, we're probably the sweatiest people on the game, but like the game is so easy that we're like sweating to just troll. We're like, what's the dumbest shit we could do right now? Drive that motherfucking tank. You know what I mean? You found Buzz thick than me? Yeah. I remember I defended Buzz from some Redditors because I was just out of content and wanted to drama farm some Reddit. And then just like me and Buzz became really good friends after that. We sweat how to make the game stupid fun. And I like that a lot. It's enjoyable. Yeah. I don't know. Usually too, when a new game comes out, so like let's say something new comes out, like let's say like when Cyberstand comes out or came out. I like turbo tryharded on Cyberstand for the first day, but I usually like turbo tryharding on something the first day that it's out. So that way my autopilot is just like good enough that I can reach out and play the game. You know what I mean? All my friends abandoned. Dude, that's why when people say like Escalation of Freedom was a hard update, I'm like, bro, Escalation of Freedom was fucking slop. You didn't play it. And if you did play it, you didn't play it the whole time like I did. I played the fuck out of it. People like to say that shit was hard. And then they're like, bro, this shit was insane. We were literally sitting in bot bases, farming bots on detector towers because there wasn't enough enemies spawning on the bugs. We were so fucking bored. We were so bored, we would rather crash a game to have an engaging fight rather than go play the fuck. There was no spawns. It was so boring, man. It was so, dude, even solo. I wish I would have posted more solos because Thick was right earlier. People really like thought it was this over the top insane thing. And I could just go load a solo up and blow it the fuck out. And I didn't even have to think about it. So yeah, I mean, I'll probably do next time there's like a new thing. I'll just drop a solo and be like insane solo verse, whatever the fuck is out. You know what I mean? Maybe next time we go back to Cyberstand and be like, oh my God, solo gamer. I think solos are impressive to the vast majority of people, and we're like an extremely niche community of tryhards that want to kill too many enemies. And whenever I interact with like the regular audience, usually the first go-to, because like, you know, like people get mad at me or whatever, is they want to say I want the game to be easy, and then they realize I want the game to be like turbo hard, and they're like, oh fuck. Like, it's ridiculous. You know what's crazy is I praised the devs for the launch breaker because it didn't have really damage fall off and you could smoke enemies at about 100 meters, and they nerfed the fuck out of it. And I was like, oh my God. Dude, you guys had the shotgun. What the fuck? I actually like there's a mega factory here now. That'll be cool. Why aren't they? I'm going to message somebody to run something. What do you guys want? What do you guys want? You guys want Devastator Surge with Incineration Core? You guys want that? I can ask. I don't know if they'll do it, but I can just ask. I could just pitch something. Hulk Surge? They won't do Hulk Surge back to back. Probably. They might. I don't know. I could ask them to run another Hulk Surge. Hulk Surge and Core. I feel like Devastator Surge and Core would be fucking fire, bro. Like just to run it, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that'd be sick. Can we get a dev plus tank brigade? Tank's not in the game yet. Tank's not in the game at all. Dev Surge and Sencor is a go-to for me. I think that would be fun though, just to try it. Factory Strider spam with Dev Surge. Oh, dude, well, they can only do one surge on the planets at a time with how it works. Jet Brigade Surge. I miss Jet Brigade. Yeah, maybe I could. I mean, maybe we could ask them to just do. Yo, could you guys pop like fucking Jet Brigade and fucking Incineration Core on the map on these planets to like, you know, spice it up? But yeah, one surge per planet, and then you can add a sub faction to that if you want. Factory and Rocket Strider Surge. That'd be cool. I missed the Factory Strider Surge actually. Maybe like a Factory Strider Surge with like Incineration Core would be cool. There's 8 pellets for 50 damage. It's insane. Well, it has min num on the pellets as well. So like that 50 damage pellet, if only one hits you, turns into like a fucking 400 damage pellet real quick. min-num is like something like it calculate, like if they like it should calculate like that, but it does it the same on Dark Tide, where like one pellet hits and it like it's not a full 400 damage, it's like a lesser value of all of them, but it's still enough to just blow your dick off. Yeah. I did request a couple of things for you guys too. When I was asking about like what kind of surges do you motherfuckers want to see, you know what I mean? So I did ask for Bile Titan Surge to be worked on, so that's a real modifier, and I asked for Voteless Surge. You know, after we did the balance feedback, I was like, what are the two big ones that you guys want me to ask for? I went ahead and asked for those. So those are probably actually being worked on. I don't know when they'll be ready or if they'll launch them anytime soon, but that'd be cool if they got in as the next ones. I'd like that a lot. Benevolent streamer. Usually when I ask you guys something specific, I'll be like, I usually go and ask, but yo, man, can we get that shit? You know what I mean? You know, like irrelevant to like how much shit we talk, whatever. Like they do add the stuff that we ask for. It just takes forever. That's why I'm not mad at the current game state. I'm going to be honest with you. They did my Jet Brigade Hulk Surge event. I thought that was fucking cool that they pulled up and did that for me. That was fucking awesome. They did that. I was like, bro, yeah, just be a W for the hardcore community. And everybody liked, everybody hated Shuhei because it sucked. And then they cranked it to 900% and Matar Bay was lit. It was really, really fun. Everybody I liked it quite a bit on Matar Bay. I thought it was dope. Dude, a tank surge would be sick. Hunter Surge Pred Strain? Yeah, that'd be cool. They have Hunter Surge, Scavenger Surge, and Impaler Surge, right? They have all three of those. I wonder... so, like, what do we need? We need Bile Titan Surge. I really only care about Voteless Surge. I'm also going to make a request that they remove Watchers from the game or repurpose them and let Voteless be the guys that call in flares for the Illuminate. Because I think one of the biggest problems that I have with Illuminate right now is that they don't call in enough reinforcements, or when a Watcher comes in, it's an entire patrol. And I don't like that. I think that it takes away from the game and makes it way too easy. I think that they should repurpose the call-in mechanics, or at least the Watcher should spawn with 40 zombies. You know what I mean? I feel like that would be better, maybe. Those matches would be awesome. Or Harvester Surge. Ooh, a Harvester Surge would be super cool too. I think we have the room down. Yeah, dude, you accidentally smoke a watch. Dude, if 3 Watchers spawn and you smoke all 3, dude, you have nothing for 33 seconds. You got to think about that. 3 patrols, a Watchers spawn, you kill all 3, you got nothing for fucking 30 seconds, bro. Half a minute, the game's just fucking dead. And if none spawn, then it's still fucking dead until you kill those 3 patrols. It's actually fucking horrible. Oh my god. The bigger horde of Voteless, the faster they call in. I'm going to be honest with you. You could just have a Voteless just fucking T-pose, explode into a flare into the air, and I'd be cool with that, bro. I don't need anything crazy. I just need my boy to pop himself, and then he just turns into a fucking Gears 5 spaceships. You know what I mean? I'm cool with that. All alien units should have flare. I think just the zombies having it would be fine. And I think that maybe they could remove the Watchers from appropriators, and they could do a flare on those smaller Watchers that they have. You know what I mean? I don't know what they're called. Gazers. No, I don't know. I don't know what the I don't know. I don't remember what they're called. I think Stick Boys. Nah, fuck Stick Boys. There's not enough of them. There's always zombies, and that would force them to spawn more zombies to call in more zombies. I really just think this faction should be oops all zombies all the time, to be honest with you. I just don't give a fuck. I want my COD zombies, bro. Give it to me. I actually, by the way, dude, some people when I talk about this in videos and shorts, people fucking hate the appropriators, by the way. I'm like, dude, this sub faction's so fun, and they're like, yeah, no, it's not. Glazer. I'm like, okay. You know what I mean? I'm like, all right, shit, motherfucker, shit. Dead Snake, did you say that, did Vex Bunny say she messaged Obo Chat earlier? Because I was going to message her and forgot. I was gonna check if you want to come some fun slot Friday. Get the anime hang out. Oh. Vex usually does her community night on Friday, so she can't come, which sucks. T-Pose Zombie would be fire. You know you'd love T-Pose Zombie. I think they're the best balance we have, and I dislike from aesthetic perspective a lot. That's fair. I actually like the slop strain. I know Thick hates it, but I think sloppy toppy strain is like just the spawns is fucking sick. I like that it's fast too, so the enemies. This sounds so fucking AIDS. I like this more because the enemies come at me faster, and I can kill them faster to get more to spawn. That's why I like it so much. They keep dying and they keep coming at me, and I keep killing them, and it keeps getting better and better. The only thing I don't like is the Bile Titan's fucking massive AoE turbo breath. But like, you just wear the armor, right? It's broken. I also don't like that they have more health than a regular Bile Titan. Rounds, yeah. I don't know. I'll ask, I guess. We'll see. They're in China or some shit, right? So like, I don't know if they can relay that back to their studio or not. I'm definitely down to ask though for like Jet Brigade and whatever. They just got to run events, bro. I really wish, low key, I wish that like I could get NDA'd to just like pop shit on the war, bro. You know what I mean? Be like, all right, bro. Like, you know, like I just direct access to like the fucking Galactic War guys, just so I can be like, hey, can you guys run this shit? You know what I mean? And then we could just have a planet with like, there's no reason that Jet Brigade shouldn't be on the Jet Brigade factory planet. You know what I mean? They should always be here. I don't like how you have to use Gasser Fire every time. You don't have to. Me and Silkworm were driving around in a car with a BFGL, and we kind of just bang bust everything. It was fucking crazy. We were literally driving around in a car. He was like drifting, and I was like shooting out the side of it. I killed a Charger. It was fucking sick. I got the clip right here. Hang on. Bro, dude, we were fucking owning, bro. Yeah, I can't hurt that. The worst they could say is no. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. I know they probably don't want to do that. You have like some YouTuber fucking being like, yo, man, can you guys do this? But they could do it to all of them. I would like if the PP Club could vote and be like, yo, like, can we get this? And then everybody could talk about it. And then, like, you know, your creators could have decisions making the war cooler. The thing is, whenever I bring something up, most people are usually just kind of down because I'm like, because I played it already. Oh, Silkworm, you remember this shit, bro? Hang on. Bro, you remember, dude, you remember this shit, bro? Look at this, bro. We fucking ride deep on him, bro. Just fucking, bro. Just like, bro. Oh, shit, it's a new tech. Fuck him, bro. Oh, man, this shit was fire, bro. This shit was fire. We were just fucking, we didn't give a fuck, bro. This shit was so peak. Oh, shit. Yeah, this is a good clip right here, too. I'm just bringing a BFGL. I hop in a whip, bro. There's Mr. Worm driving on me. And dude, we just driving around BFGL, fucking FRV, fucking smoking everything, man. This shit was hella fun. We were cooking, dude. Fuck, man, this shit's a beast, bro. We both fucking suck at driving. Dude, we've gotten pretty good at like just fucking hop in the whip, just fucking blasting, bro. This shit is so fun. I love that shit. Like PP Club have one free pass a month to Surge or Fun modifier for week or weekday. Oh, bro. Oh my god. Dude, if I could just run the PP Club, dude, if you could just give me a planet. Like, yo, just let me run, like, give me a list of available planets that I can pick, and then that's just banging. I could just pick what I want, bro. I would literally, I would just be like, Jet Brigade Factory Strider Surge, Aurora Bay, let's go. I'd probably do Hulk Surge Jet Brigade and just leave that up all the time, to be honest with you. That way we could just go play it and have fun, guys. I don't know. That'd be sick. I don't think they'd ever let anybody do that, though, to be honest with you, because then you're like, you know what I mean? But if I could, I would just leave Jet Brigade Hulk Surge right there, 900%. Leave it. Just drop it on Aurora Bay and never use it. Just let everybody have fun. And then on Murga 4, I would drop Incineration Core with a fucking Devastator Surge. And I'd quite literally just let those two choke points be the, like, turbo, try-hard, sweaty, go blast and shit. You know what I mean? I think that this is pretty try-hard, too, as the Hive Lord with the Bile Dragon. They could put Predator Strain there as well. That would be fine. But, like, on all these important choke points, dude, I think they should be dropping some crazy shit. You know what I mean? Like Spore Strain with Bile Titan Surge. Oh my goodness, bro. It's already kind of like that, low-key. There's a recon planet. They can do stuff during the month of the free pass. There's a lot of propaganda. There's like 40 propaganda commanders now, man. It's a lot of people in there, bro. There's a lot of people in there. So I don't know if that works. I don't know. I think that if people want to be involved, maybe there could be like a special channel in the PP Club Discord that we could talk about it in, and then we can be like, okay, this is what we want to do. You know what I mean? And then we have like one planet that we can just really fucking bang bus on each faction. And if nobody really wants to do anything, then I just hijack it and spawn some crazy bullshit. Yeah, it'd be fucking sick. I don't know. Anyways, guys, I hope you have a good night. I want to thank you guys for watching the stream, hanging out. You guys showed some crazy love today. I want to thank everybody for just watching the stream, fucking hanging out, chilling and shit. I'll probably be streaming I don't know when I'm gonna get on tomorrow. I might stream late. I gotta put out a video though. I gotta put out a bot build guide video. I gotta post some videos, so I gotta clock some videos in. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for watching the stream, hanging out. Hope you guys have a great night. I will be on tomorrow. I'm just hosting you guys in the pips, so I hope you guys have fun if you watch him play Arc Raiders. He's kind of done with Helldivers forever, so it is what it is. But anyways, guys, hope you have a great night. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really, really do appreciate everybody who just hangs out and vibes. I will see you motherfuckers tomorrow.